1 2 1 2 3. 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2 3 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 2 3 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 2 3 1 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 1 1 2. 1 2 3 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 3 1 2 1 1 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 1 2 1 2. 1 2 3 1 1 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 1. 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
'Can we turn up? Can we turn up? Can we
1, 2, 1. One, two, three. 1 2 3 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 mic check 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 1 2 1 2.
The first candidate is Mr. Mkumatela, or I think it's Advocate Mkumatela. I believe that, yes, Advocate Lutando Simpiwe Mkumatela. On the table before you, you will see that there are microphones that have been put. We have 3 microphones in front. One is with me, and then one on either side. So when you speak, you are please directed. Please use the microphone. When the candidate comes as indicated, we will allow them to introduce themselves, and then I will start on my left with questioning, move to my right, and that is the process that we will carry throughout. I believe that you have all of the documentation in front of you, and maybe just remind you if you keep your notes, because the deliberations will be having them in the course of next week, so we won't deliberate during the course of the interviews. Thank you very much. So we will wait for Mr. Mkumatela, Advocate Mkumatela. Yes, he's a returning. Thank you. Good morning, Advocate. Don't you want to bring your notes? I know these members, they will fire questions at you and you won't remember. No, I'm just trying to help the advocate. Good morning, Advocate Mkumatela. I've been asked before that is advocate a title or a job description? Which one is it? It's a title. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for making the time for this interview, Advocate Mkumatela. This interview is for the position of Councillor of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, ICASA. I am Kusela Sangoni Digo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications. With me on my left is Honorable Bodlani. Next to Honorable Bodlani is Honorable Sitole. On my right is Honorable Subrati. Next to him, Honorable Matisa. And next to him is Honorable Mateis. So please do feel free, do engage us. A total period of 45 minutes has been set for this interview. The time is now 21:20, okay, let's give or take 9:20, so we should complete the process by 10:05. As you will know, because I understand that you are a returning councillor, as you will know, this process is being undertaken in terms of Section 5 of the ICASA Act, which speaks to the appointment and councillors and appointment of councillors to council. Maybe to just get into it, then, Advocate, please just just speak to us briefly about who you are. You've been here before at ICASA Council. Why do you still think that you are a suitable candidate to lead this institution?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I'm also greeting the members of the committee, honourable members. Let me thank the committee for giving me this opportunity to come and demonstrate why I think I may be in a position to continue honorable members, I've been in this city sector more than 25 years. When I was a student, I studied the ICTs at a different level. It was a subject to do with outer space satellites. A subject which I continued to specialize on in when I went to Canada. Again, it was space. It was a vision that South Africa would be a space power. Unfortunately, we're still dreaming. I served, when I came back, I served broadcasting. Actually, before joining broadcasting government side, I was with Telcom. So I've experienced operator side in the regulatory environment. And then I went to the IBA, serving broadcasting. After that, I went to the department. The title, my titles, when I was in the department, is the shift director.
Sorry, Advocate, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Honorable Subrata did make a request. Can you try and speak closer into them? In fact, this is very uncomfortable to be sitting with this thing. Can we ask the technical team, maybe they can get a stand or something? Please do continue.
All right, thank you. When I was working in the office of the DOC then, the title was Chief Director. But in practice, that was a COO position. Because just before I left, the department evaluated the job and it appointed a COO. A COO is somebody who runs the department operations. That I did. At the same time, I was in the postal environment, postal regulator in the department. Postal regulator was within the department. So I regulated all these three: broadcasting, telecoms, and then postal. Without forgetting then that I also served in another regulatory environment, which is the South African Space Council. I like technology, not for the sake of being a tech, but to serve people. I was not with government when I initiated the process of resuscitating the Space Council of South Africa. Let me recognize the help that I received from colleagues then. But I'm the architect of the Space Council of South Africa. I worked with other people, but I led the process. Minister then, when launching the national space policy, recognized that I had to call from Mount Elif, Eastern Cape, to advise him that there was something called Space Affairs Act, and there was something called Space Council, and they were both dormant.
Sorry, I can see you going down memory lane now, so I must bring you back. Before I hand over to the members, you're obviously seeking a second term. What is it that you believe you would be bringing that is different and that would assist ICASA moving on if you were to be returned to the council? What do you think?
Honorable members, there is something called continuity. When I joined, there was COVID. We had the challenges of COVID. I think during the last 2 years, it's when we had to run with processes. I am familiar with the programs of ICASA. I am familiar with the problems of ICASA. The value that I think I can bring to this organization is understanding the weaknesses and the strength of the organization. Something close to me when internally is that department called HR. People. It is about people. Systems, whatever system that we may import, may not deliver something for the community of South Africa. It is the people of ICASA. When they are well resourced, when they are well capacitated, that they can deliver. If we say ICASA must work, must regulate in the public interest, it is in my mind that we need to be serving people. We need to be serving people. That is what I think I can bring to this. And with all my scholarly attributes, my experience, I've got it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Advocate. Honorable Bodlani.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Thank you, Honorable Member.
I think you are really passionate about the issue of space. There's something problematic about these mics because they're going higher and lower. So I'm not sure if it's a user problem or the system problem. Yesterday we had a meeting, a joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee of Science and Technology. And on the agenda was the issue of the National Communication Satellite and how South Africa could be leading in that and we are not. For you, you have already spoken at length about your experience in that space. How do you link the two as an ICASA member, if at all? What would be your advice on that? Because our understanding from that, it is something that can really advance South Africa.
Thank you, Honorable Member. ICASA is critical in that environment. ICASA needs to work with the Department of Communications. Technically speaking, the function of licensing, of doing coordination, when one is launching, every frequency arrangement, it is done. That function is delegated by the department to ICASA to interact with the ITU. So ICASA is very critical. That is coordination of frequencies, coordination of orbital slot in space. I am aware of the desire to launch a satellite. We have been trying to do that since 2000 plus. It's like a mercury. We need to coordinate. We need that satellite. We have been left behind by other countries. There is revenue that is going outside when we use the satellites of other nations. But besides that, long term, it is strategically not correct for Africa and South Africa to be a perpetual consumer. Strategic interest. It is against that if we continue with what we're doing. So I'm saying there is a need of collaboration, department and ICASA. For that matter, it goes beyond that. You have got other departments, you've got other interests. You launch a satellite, it must be used, it must be, financially, it must be supported. It's a national question, Honorable Bodlani.
Chair, I hope I'm still within the 5 minutes. So how does the regulator of the future look for you, especially considering that you've been in the sector for the many years? And how does ICASA approach the future that we are in now? And talking about 25 years, what has been your contribution in terms of mentoring others who are coming into this space?
Right. Let me start with mentoring. I had the privilege of mentoring graduates when I was in the Department of Communication. It is a passion I continue to have. Evidence. If you go to Nigeria, you will find a graduate of South Africa as a consultant. If you go to ITU, you will find a graduate of South Africa working there. If you go to International Telecommunications Satellite Organization, you will find a graduate. If you will go to many organizations, ICTs in government, those are graduates of our program. I was a professor, quote unquote. Now, regulator of the future. I agree with you. It is not the regulator of the future. If in 2000 we had something called ICASA, Institute for Software and Satellite Applications, we talked about virtual reality, we talked about robotics, we talked about software, but we thought there was still a future. That program died. There is no future. Future is yesterday now.
I will carry on until the chairperson stops me. You are seeking a new term as an ICASA councillor. What portfolio did you had in this current term, and what do you think was the biggest impact?
I was lucky to be in the consumer. There is something called the Consumer Advisory Panel. I hope I'm understanding when you say portfolio. I was in that committee. It's a statutory committee, Consumer Advisory Panel. The complaints, there are people there, there are members, but there's a chairperson who is supposed to come from the council. I was that person. It made me to link with consumers, not to manage ICTs from a boardroom. The complaints out there are serious. It is about the impact of our work as ICASA. That was exposed to that. We have got new regulations now. We've got a new committee. We were upgrading the work of that committee so that we can have an impact. That is one of those. I did a controversial program, which people like, subscription inquiry. I did it, again on a technical ground. We had to stall it and do what we call OTT. We are almost there with that program.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Member, I think the first thing that I like to understand from you, you are a councillor, or you want to be a returning councillor. But my question is, what do you think that can be relevant to change the ICASA?
Thank you so much for the question. What is it that can be relevant to change ICASA? We are getting the mandate from the legislation, from the laws. We are also, ICASA is also getting the mandate from the national policies, NTP, and the medium-term development plan. Those are guiding us and the laws. Your question, what is it that can be done to have ICASA changing or to have an impact? One of those without, again, I've said that as ICASA internally, we need to understand our weaknesses, internal analysis, something that has been done. We have also interacted with stakeholders. That is external analysis. The main thing is impact. Collaborating with government, again, DCTT. The laws that we have as a country are unfortunately outdated. There is a document that is dealing with governance. who is governing ICTs? You will get two answers there. It will be government, DCDT, and ICASA. I want to add the third one. The third one is portfolio committee. But it's always missing. The laws that we are trying to implement are outdated. ECA, broadcasting, postal. When we talk of a new environment, we need new laws. What will people say? What laws did we have? What made us to fail? Is the instruments that we are relying on are failing us. We will all be guilty, the three parties.
Thank you for that response. The other one that I'm trying to check is the issue of funding is still relevant for the government or for the state to inject the funding for the entities.
All right. Entities. All right. All right, entities in ICASA in particular. Well, the talk of funding ICASA goes back to IPA. It has never been solved. We can do studies to check other countries how they are funded. It is a debate that is very, very difficult. There is a need for South Africa to consider at last how to fund this regulator of the future, so-called future. There is a need. It is a treasury. It is DCDT, ICASA. We need to come up with a template of a means of capacitating ICASA. We need systems, or ICASA needs systems to do the work. ICASA can bring more than 8 billion revenue if it can have those systems. For ICASA to have those systems, it needs money. For ICASA to regulate this sector, it needs money. It is a painful topic. As I'm saying, it has been there. Yes, there is a need to fund ICASA. It is another national question. Not to fund necessarily human resources people, but to fund ICASA, for ICASA to bring returns to the national treasury and also to properly regulate the sector. About other institutions, entities, some of these institutions are strategic. If there is any request to fund, for example, post office, let us be sure that the governance issues of post office are in order. Otherwise, it becomes a bottomless pit. Are these institutions strategic? Arguable they are, but unfortunately they collapsed. South Africa needs them, whatever reason. We cannot just lose post office simply because of the past. Whether we call it mismanagement or what, post office had its glory days. But unfortunately, we watched it going down the drain. It's strategic.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Advocate Mkumatela. Advocate, I'm going to afford you the opportunity to sing a little bit of your praises. And I'm going to ask you, what makes you stand out amongst your colleagues, and specifically in the tenure of your last period as an ICASA board member? I'm focusing on that. In your ICASA board members, what makes you stand out that's uniquely you? And what will they miss of Advocate Mkumatela if he is not returned to the board?
Thank you for the question. I've got a passion for human resources, for people. I also served in the REMCO, HR and REMCO committee. REMCO will miss me. I like people. I understand where they come from. I know the value of people as assets. At the same time, I don't like mediocrity. If we're professionals, let us be professionals. If we must deal with our human resources in a professional way, let's do that. We've got a huge budget for HR. It's a crisis. We need to deal with those issues. So it is not a matter of fencing in people just like that. It is about fencing a professional environment in HR. I am a leader. I've said that. I'm a leader. In the international space, arguable. The whole UN system, I do understand it, starting from United Nations. If we go to UPU, I understand the politics of UPU, that is postal, international. ITU, I understand that environment. All the UN system, I understand the agenda, the direction. I am a team person. I am a team person. I think former colleagues, I don't know. I claim that I'm a team person.
Thank you. I will just expand on that conversation. You come out as a person who has tremendous amount of knowledge of the book, you know, of policies and procedures of United Nations, etc. The challenge we find in South Africa is a lack of implementation of the knowledge we have. And I think as people, we have tremendous amount of knowledge, but our weakness is implementation of doing the right thing. So talk to us about what Advocate Nkumatela, in which your knowledge manifested in something that's tangible, other than having coached people. Maybe you want to tell us of a particular person that you had coached out of your personal coaching, he or she is excelling, or a project that your institutional knowledge has manifested itself in.
All right, I think I've already indicated that the person who is leading South Africa in the ITU is my graduate. The person who is representing South Africa in the international ITSO, it's called ITSO, in Washington, is representing South Africa, is also my graduate, former intern, and also leading in the organization here. The person leading FPB is also one of those people. I've produced leaders. I've reproduced myself.
Thank you. And my last question, Chair, will be, if you're given an opportunity to return to ICASA, what will you do differently to address the socio-political challenges we face as a country, and in terms of, in the context of the ICT sector? What will you do uniquely different with the knowledge that you've amassed?
The biggest crisis is monitoring. Monitoring compliance by licenses. If we can do something serious about that environment, if we've got limited resources, we need to acknowledge that we've got limited resources and do whatever we can so that we can manage compliance by licenses, educate consumers to complain. There are things that are normal in South Africa and they're not supposed to be normal. The network signal not there, the network not whatever, all the quality of service, it's normal. It should not be normal. Consumers, ordinary citizens should be complaining. Licenses should be complying. We cannot fight crime if we don't know who is using numbers. It's a sensitive area, that RICA environment, the SIM card. this issue of scams, we need to control. Other countries have controlled that, have taken decisions, other regulators. Nigeria is the example. We cannot have a situation where people can just buy a SIM card, X amount of rands, and then you throw it away, you use another SIM card, manipulation of caller line identities, and the masking of numbers. That's criminal. So I'm saying compliance, monitoring, enforcement. Let's have money in that environment from within, if we cannot get it from Parliament or from Treasury.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Advocate.
Good
Are you
morning,
still
Honourable.
okay?
Yes, I'm okay. Okay,
very
thank
much.
you, thank you, thank you.
Can we get
s-
a glass here for the
yeah,
water,
for the
please?
water.
Please. Thank you.
Advocate, since you want to be a returning councillor, I'm going to ask questions that relate to your experience and maybe how you can advise either legislature or ICASA going forward.
We can hear you perfectly.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. So I will ask mainly around your experience, and I'm going to request that you keep tight in terms of responses. I have a few questions that I just want to slip in if you are able to assist me in that regard. The first one, I want to piggyback on Honorable Bodlani's question around the funding model. We agree with you that ICASA requires funding. In your experience, in terms of the funding model, what do you think should be included, or what should be changed, or maybe where should the funds come from? That's the first question. You can respond. I'll come back with others.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We have got, ICASA was busy with the funding model. I will be jumping the gun. And what I'm going to say is personal. It has got nothing to do with what I had. One way of funding regulators is to get a percentage from the money they are collecting from licenses, X%. It will not be just like a fantasy, but it must be justified, that percentage. So that is one way of funding regulators from the licensees. I think that is the preferred one, because if one thinks of getting a bigger allocation from National Treasury, then you are competing with so many other people, including social welfare system, the grant system. Is not getting a percentage. I think that one is better.
Thank you, Advocate. The second question is around the strategic objective of ICASA, which includes promoting competition, digital agenda, and improving stakeholder and consumer experience. In your experience, how is ICASA doing in achieving this strategic objective? And what would you suggest as an area that it still needs to improve on?
Okay, promoting competition.
So in terms of the general broad strategy,
Okay.
do you think that ICASA is achieving its strategic objectives? If yes, is there room for improvement? If yes, which area should be improved? If no, they are not achieving strategic objectives, what can be done?
All right, there will always be room for improvement. ICASA is regulating a big sector with a legacy. When we licensed as a country, Vodacom and MTN, we gave them an advantage. They were very young then. Telkom was big. But today, mobile is big. these two are big. To break then that quote-unquote loophole, it is not easy. When you are licensing, whether it was Neotel, whether it was Celsi, including the mobile of Telkom, it had to face the challenges of the two big players. So that is the legacy that then we need to deal with as a country. Whether you will have to go to court to do some of these things, whether you will be doing piecemeal, like call termination issues, etc., and other interventions. But that one is a big one. And then again, right, you said I should be short. Yeah, so that is it. I think I've given you the big elephant in the room.
I'm okay with the response, Advocate. Thank you very much for that. You would agree that ICASA finds itself in a very complex and fast evolving digital landscape, particularly when you look at developments around 5G, data privacy, OTTs and the like. Can you just share with us how you personally would have handled these complexities in this environment? And how would you have kept yourself up to date with these particular technological advances?
How I wish that the regulator could be working hand in glove with DCDT, expeditiously for that matter. There are issues, for example, if you deal with internet regulation, if you deal with OTTs, there will be that argument that what mandate, do you have a mandate to do that? Do you have legislative power to do certain things as ICASA as the regulator? Where is the policy? There is something called, well, it's not something, it's an attempt by government to come up with what? A white paper, audiovisual. It has been coming. We've been waiting for that. ICASA has been waiting for that. If again as a country, not blaming anyone, but taking responsibility as citizens, we had fast-tracked that process, maybe would have solved certain things. However, ICASA cannot be just like sitting. We need, as I've said, we need to move with speed and do certain things. AI, there is no policy on AI, but we can do something about the content and how AI is used. That is ICASA. There are certain things that we can do, but it's easy for players to say you don't have a legislative mandate. We need policy to move fast. We need law legislation to move fast. We need ICASA to come up very, very fast with regulations. Not the future, but today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rana, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Matthias.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Advocate. I'm the nice one out of everybody.
Believes that.
Advocate, just quickly, I just want clarity. Were you appointed in 2010? Did you serve on the ICASA board? I have your name listed, but there's no clarity that our researchers could find whether you ended up being appointed or not.
No, not 2010.
So the first term that you served was now the 2020 to 2024.
Yes,
so what happened
yes.
there in 2010? Because you were shortlisted, you were even gave a declaration that you were involved. You had to give a declaration about your businesses and stuff. But you had applied in 2010. Maybe you can just speak to that just quickly.
All right. I will not remember now the year exactly going back, but there was a time there was a recommendation from the minister. I think it was Minister Nyanda then. There was a recommendation that was supposed to go to Parliament. And then I had to give space representation. There had to be, it's diversity, it's color in South Africa. I don't know whether it was William Carey or who, but I had to leave space for somebody. Yes, yes. And then that was it. And then it was changed last moment when I was celebrating already.
Ah, shame. So it didn't have anything necessarily, the appointment didn't, or from your understanding, it didn't have anything to do with your the declaration that you had to give in regard to companies that you were.
No, it was politics of South Africa.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it was simple politics, representation.
So we know you have a very glowing CV, and your experience is extremely vast from what you've shared and also what I've read on you. This mic is awful.
I know.
And we're here at ICASA. Do you see? It brings me to my question about operations. Thank you. I think this is going to be a bit. No, not really. I think we can properly diagnose or characterize the issue of not just our entities, but our government departments, whether it's local government and provincial government, that it's not so much on a policy level, it's not so much even on a funding level, but it's generally on operations, us being able to implement, us being able to project manage. So I want us to talk to, you've served the period 2020 to 24. Each of those periods, right? I'm going to our Auditor General's report, and you've had findings. And one of the findings that bothered me the most, which was just presented in our last presentation, was that consequent management. So you were obviously part of last, during that period, the 2023 and 2024. And the Auditor General said this: disciplinary steps were not taken against some of the officials who incurred and or permitted irregular and fruitful and wasteful expenditure as required by section blah blah of the PFMA. Talk to me about that, because you were part of the board at that time. Do you know who the officials were? Were you one of the officials who were involved, or one of the officials who permitted this, and there has been no disciplinary steps in this regard?
All right. Honorable Matthijs, yes. It was not me. I can only be guilty as a leader in the organization, executive director, board member. That area is an area that starts with, I'm not sacrificing CO, it's operation CO. But board members are supposed to be responsible for certain actions, especially when they come to AG. There is a line, but when it comes to governance, board members must lead. I won't shift the blame. What I can say is that what I've discovered is just like monitoring, which I highlighted, there is a culture that must change. When I said something about human resources, that my heart is there, but professionalism is what is in my mind. There are issues that must be done in that environment of operations. When I started, I said HR is a key division. HR must sit with that who is employed in this organization. If there are gaps, we need to close those gaps. There is a problem there. There is a problem with operations, and HR must pull up its socks. I take the blame, but there is culture that we were changing. Hence I was saying there is a need for continuation. If there are new board members coming, this is what they need to be taking from the members that are remaining, that we need to change the culture of this organization. Lastly, we didn't have a chairperson. It disorganizes an organization if we don't have a chairperson. We've got a chairperson. He is running around dealing with these issues, leading the council. We needed a leader, not acting chairpersons. No blame. As a board member, I take responsibility.
Thank you, Advocate. So we note that the importance of continuation of institutional knowledge. At the same time, if we want to uproot a culture, and then you bring in people who are already part of that culture, because you've served for 5 years, for example, and you want to come back there. So how are we going to change a culture when you have been part of that culture for 5 years? Because generally, when you want to change something, you need it must, so when people come in, they're not ingrained in a culture. They come in and they're saying, we need to do new things. So you've been part of this culture for 5 years.
For 4 years, honorable. Yes, it's 4 years. Even if it's 2 years, it makes no difference. Even if it was a short period, I said I take responsibility. When one has diagnosed the problem, but remember I said there was that COVID period, and then after COVID we had to deal with issues. Now we had no chairperson, we were settling. I am not part. As a lawyer, I understand the essence of law enforcement. I understand the directives from Auditor General. I understand. So as a lawyer, it's not me to be part of the culture of non-compliance.
Thank you, Advocate. So I just want one more, two more, please, but it's quick. This one is just a follow-up, I beg you, Chair. Just quickly, so I want clarity that you are saying that in terms of the consequent management, you were not one of the officials who incurred this fruitful and wasteful expenditure, and you are not one of the councillors who permitted this irregular expenditure and fruitful expenditure under your watch.
I've never been involved in operations. From CEO down, those are the people who are taking decisions concerning certain issues and spending of money. So I've never authorized any.
You're not responsible for authorizing any
No.
expenditure?
And then lastly, if for any reason I missed a flight, because that's another crisis. If for any reason, I don't know if it's there, I don't want to say I'm clean. If for any reason I missed a flight, again, it's operations. You've got a service provider which is dealing with flights and everything, travel. If contract management by ICASA is not 100%, then ICASA has got a way of claiming from that service provider. I don't know that detail. So I'm simply saying I'm not aware of any that I committed, but I know that I've never authorized. Thank you.
And one more, this is a big one, data costs. We have not seen, and this is something we're very passionate about, and for the sake of the entire country, we have not seen a significant drop in data costs. In fact, South Africa is ranked number 37. I mean, even Malawi's data costs are 26 rand cheaper than ours. What was going on there in the board? Because we had the spectrum sale that was supposed to significantly reduce data costs. What were you as councillors and board members doing there that we are still having such high data costs in our country, and you have failed to regulate?
Well, after the auction, CELC issued a statement that we are not going to see what we are expecting to see immediately. They needed to roll out the infrastructure. That was CELC. One would expect that would be what others would be saying. However, as ICASA, we've done, like, call termination is one of those measures of trying to push down, because after when you do call termination, you are reducing there. It should flow. It should filter down. I've said earlier, Honorable Mateus, that there are issues of compliance. There are issues of competition that we need to be dealing with. Yes, you are correct. We were councillors, but at the same time, we are consumers, we are citizens. The data costs, when you compare with other countries, yes, they are high in South Africa. They should be down. They should be down. That is the impact that we identify that we need to do those things.
Thank you. Honorable.
Okay, thanks a lot, Chair. Advocate Kumatela, I will just have one question from my side. There is a perception in the county that the South Africa is losing a huge amount in terms of not regulating or needs to regulate the OTT. So this perception has been lingering with us for over a long time. But what's your view on regulation of OTT? Should the South African go for it, or what's your perception?
Yes, thank you for the question. My view is that South Africa should regulate OTTs. Not long ago, one of the players, Netflix, was raided in France. It was also raided in Amsterdam, that's where the headquarters of Netflix are, for tax-related issues. So Netflix is regulated in Europe. Europe regulates, but Africa and South Africa are not regulating. Yes, there's a tax question there with these OTTs. I'm not going to go to that area of fair play. It is another area that for fair play, because there is an issue of should they be paying tax or should they be paying money to the operators? That is the question. Data, are the operators not getting money from the data that consumers are buying? So that one, I'm not going there. I think I've answered. We need to regulate the tax issues there. But therefore, it's not only money tax. There are also content issues that should be considered in that environment. Yes, we need to regulate the impact that they are doing to other operators. Yes, we need to regulate. Consumers' interest, as I've said, content, yes, we need to regulate. It's done somewhere. We just need not to be bullied as a country and as a continent. We must regulate.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually, I want you to go to fair play. I hear to be interviewed for a position in the regulator, and I would like to know what you are on the issue of fair play. But also in your responses, you spoke about, you said, and I quote you, you said breaking a duopoly is hard. Now, views on competition, do you think that we should be looking at the convergence of the industry given the emergence of fintech and convergence of various technologies, or should we be rather looking at, when it comes to competition, the whole issue of consolidation, which I think the telco is pushing towards? It's on. Did you hear me right, Advocate?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, just for the members who did not hear me, I was saying that we would like the advocate to tell us what his position is on the fair play debate. And then secondly, if the advocate could speak to us on his view of market consolidation, or whether we should be seeking, rather than seeking, allowing the consolidation of the market, still trying to bring in new players, small players, where it's perhaps others argue it's been proven it's not working. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, Chairperson. Let me start with the difficult one, competition. Competition Commission recently blocked a transaction. And they had arguments that it will stifle competition. That is that body, independent body there. there is also an argument that for survival, players need to consolidate. And we have got a consumer that we need to consider, a consumer that we need to consolidate. I think each and every transaction must be considered separately. We should not be doing a blanket approach. Each and every transaction, the consequences of each and every transaction. We should not say it's a free-for-all consolidation. What is the consumer benefiting from that free-for-all? Instead, we must be particular. This transaction has got these consequences. So that is my take. It may be something that is happening internally. It may be consolidation that is involving a local player and a foreign player. What is that transaction doing to the other players? It can be a big player in South Africa partnering with an international player. It may disorganize the South African market, other players. That's why I'm saying each and every transaction must be dealt with as a separate matter. No formula. That is my take. We should not close doors. On the fair play question, if you are considering broadcasters, there are obligations. Local content is one of them, for example. There are obligations. Broadcasters have got, traditional broadcasters, they have got conditions that they need to implement. The other ones don't have those conditions. It is unfair. It is unfair. It is not fair. I'm saying fair play is needed. It is unfair for OTTs not to have conditions and just be fair to things as they want, getting money and going away. It disorganizes the other players. I don't know whether there is telcos. The argument with telcos is telcos must justify, they must convince me, because you said, what is my opinion? They must convince me that with the infrastructure being there, with the OTTs using that infrastructure, with consumers buying, from whom are consumers buying that data? They're buying from the operators who have invested in the infrastructure. That's one. And secondly, who is encouraging consumers to buy data with bonuses and what call this midnight packages to stimulate that buying and usage of the network? It is the same operators. And then if there is an argument of congestion, maybe it is deliberate because you have encouraged consumers to buy data and use the network. But at the same time, the operators are increasing the capacity of network on a continuing basis, which means it is business for operators. They must convince me then that they are really losing.
Thank you, Advocate. The last question from me as well, because we're running over time now. What role, you spoke about something very close to my heart when you said you allowed the post office to collapse. We were all there. What role do you think that the regulator can play in ensuring viable funding, not just for the post office, but also for the SABC? Do you think that there's a role that ICASA can play, especially around the funding of these two entities that fall under your regulation?
Right, yes. Post office. Yes, we can play a role. We need to consider regulations, our regulations. Are our regulations assisting post office to make business long term? That is one, our regulations. the money for post office to take off, we all know it will be coming from government. There might be other proposal, money coming somewhere else. Government has got initiatives, but there is money coming from that side. ICASA can only facilitate the survival of post office. One is, as I've said, regulations. And then we are not going to be involved. ICASA cannot be involved in business operations of the post office. But the post office needs to have a business that makes sense. I've said something about obligations. Are those obligations not onerous? What other formula can be done to still do those obligations? We don't necessarily need brick and mortar building of post office for post office to deliver. It can partner with a local chief in a village and deliver services. It can go to a clinic and have whatever caravan there. I'm not running post office, but I'm simply saying post office cannot run away from delivering, but not necessarily owning buildings or renting as they have been doing. So there is a business that must be done by post office. Can we move post office to serious sectors, e-commerce, online transaction, financial?
Sorry, Advocate, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. Let's look at regulation,
Yes.
right? Let's leave the business model either of the post office or the SABC, the things that would be in your control
Yes.
as ICASA. What regulations need to change, if any? Yeah.
One is the regulation concerning obligations. One other regulation that I may consider in that environment, or not necessarily regulation, again, compliance. There is a court case. What is it that we can do with courier companies? What obligations are they having? It is the same topic like OTTs. Courier companies are doing something in the reserved area. What is it that ICASA is doing? It's either we level the playing field for those couriers, or the courier companies they lower their profit by doing USOs. So there is something that we can do. Now I'm saying there's a court case. We are just looking at that court case, and then we need to do something with courier companies.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Advocate, for your diligent responses to the questions that have been asked by members. At this point, I will ask if you have anything that you would like to declare before the portfolio committee, whether it is, I almost said in the members. Is there anything you would like to declare that you believe would have an impact on the decision that we would make if it was to come up and we're not aware?
No. As far as I know, I've got no conflict to declare.
Thank you very much, Advocate. And then, is there any questions you would like to pose to us in terms of our process? We are seeking, we would really wish to be able to submit our recommendation to the National Assembly by December. Obviously, that's dependent on time. Are there any questions you would wish to pose?
Honorable Chairperson, it is normal for people to ask questions at the end. I've got a plea. My plea is that if this committee can assist the sector and be part of the three players and not leave the sector with outdated laws. We are suffering under these laws. That is the plea. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you, Hajira. I think you can escort. Thank you. Thank you, Baba. Jen, you want a glass? Ich meine, Doctor, I understand the next, I'm not sure Hajira may have gone to get the next candidate. Thank you, Doctor. I believe that we should be back on now. And once again, thank you for your patience. As indicated, I was welcoming you and asking you to speak to how your experience, your expertise would have landed you on that seat right now, and what value you believe you can bring to ICASA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members.
Try and lift it up a bit, ma'am.
My name is Mandisa Kumalo, and I believe my experience and skills, they span through various capacities in the public and private sectors. And what I have done, I have worked in the telcos, I've worked in the public sector. I'll start with the public sector, whereby I work with the military veterans, and with military veterans, you have to be fair, and we are doing redress for the issues that we've gone through as a country, and also trying to uplift our military veterans community. And in my role, I work with them towards the end of their lives, whereby we bury them, and I've done policies and MOUs whereby we collaborate with other public entities and government entities to make sure that we bring these programs, as we know that the fiscus is low, and we try to make sure that government do a holistic management of dispersing these benefits for the military veterans. And I've also been a spouse of our head of mission in different countries, whereby I supported him to make sure that the country bilateral relations are done in an effective way. And as a spouse, you also have your own role to also make sure that you collaborate and cooperate with the other entities. And we had, in all these different countries, we make sure that we are fully participatory in the upliftment of our host country. And we do local charities, we support local charities. And doing that, you have to collaborate with the host government and also with the communities whereby you'll be assisting. So you don't just become a diplomat, you also have to work and make sure that as South Africa, you are seen to support the country, the host country, and which is what we have as Ubuntu. So we export Ubuntu to all the various host countries where we are, even though we are spouses. And also, I have worked in the telcos. I've worked with Swaziland, Eswatini telco when I graduated in Swaziland. And there I was the assistant planning officer working on the network and the financial planning of the network. I've also worked with Telstra in Australia, and there I was managing and directing change management during the digitization process, working specifically with technicians, looking at them to buy into the digitization process, and getting all the challenges and mitigating the risk with management so that the rollout would be smooth. So in that role, this was done through the different states. It was just not only one state. So we had to travel to the various states and do report writing, which is part of my strength, and the research as to what change management entails, where I had to implement the change management process in the digitization space. I've also worked with, I had a stint with Ericsson, where I was doing business analysis for the customers who were buying the equipment from Ericsson. That was a short stint. And also in the community sector, I've worked with a research company that was doing incubation for the, I would say, the downtrodden in the south of Chicago. And this was, we're trying to incubate their businesses using the Mondragon model, whereby there is employee ownership.
I'm going
for
to
the
stop
process.
you there. I'll stop you there, Doc. I think in the interactions with members, you'll have an opportunity to delve into some of those models. Let me start this side. Honorable Subrati.
Thank you, Chairperson, and welcome, Dr. Kumalo. Dr. Kumalo, I'm going to have a conversation with you surrounding the SABC. I've got 3 questions, and I'd like to run through that in my allocated time, so please support me in this. Dr. Kumalo, even though you have applied for the ICASA council position, ICASA regulates, amongst other broadcasters, including the SABC. The SABC is faced with non-payment of TV license fees, which is one of the reasons it's not in a very good financial position. And members of ICASA council are expected to have good personal integrity and no criminal record. To start with, Doctor, do you own a TV set? And is your TV license fee up to date?
Yes, it is.
Is it up to date?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Kumalo, following up on that, SABC has had challenges, as I alluded to. So my question to you is, what is your understanding of the challenges it faces? And how has the intended SABC bill sought to address some of those challenges?
My understanding of SABC is that it is a public broadcaster and it needs to be independent. And in the independence, it has to have funds allocated by government. But however, due to the fiscus that we have and the issue that from what I've read in the media is that there is some mismanagement, and those issues need to be dealt with by the executive, and the SABC cannot be allowed to be getting funding from private entities, because the information that we need from a public broadcaster should be independent and fair, and also the information has to be cascaded down to the community. So SABC needs to be there. We can't just decide that SABC cannot be funded. And I think it is a misnomer for Treasury to say the monies for SABC are not there. Advertising revenues can be allocated or can be sought by the management, but they should also make sure that they are not compromised, because they have to maintain their independence. And I think with those challenges with regards to license fees, what technologically there should be a way of enforcing that license payment to the public, because without the license fee, how do they operate? We have challenges on technology, whereby we have OTT over the top, whereby people can streamline using the internet instead of paying, and they can access Netflix and all those things. But we still need SABC to exist as an independent entity to provide information for the public.
No, thank you. Let me quickly go to my third question. So I think you've tried to give us, depict some of the challenges. And I think what's very notable is the migration from the conventional TV sets we have to an online streaming. So the SABC bill was intended to redress the gaps and ensure that SABC continues to maintain its public mandate. And hence the SABC bill was proposed. The Minister of Communications and Digital Technology has, it's common knowledge, he's made an application to the Speaker to withdraw the SABC bill. Now, as a senior member of ICASA, if you're successful, what are your reflections on this decision of the member of the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies to withdraw the bill? And particularly, what are your reflections in the context of the political climate we find ourselves in?
My opinion is that this is an unfortunate thing to be done, and I do not think that there is any one individual who has the leeway to withdraw a bill. It has to be done in collaboration with all the stakeholders, not unilaterally. Because as we have mentioned, this is an independent public entity. And we as ICASA, and if I think we should plead with and make sure that all the processes are followed, because there are processes for a bill to be tabled in Parliament, and it's taken more than 10 years. So if 10 years has gone and the bill hasn't been amended, how long will it take to restart? And because the funding model is simple. Funding model is Treasury should make sure that there is money allocated for SABC. And the way that, for instance, ESCOM has done to make sure that people pay their electricity and stop bridging using technology instead of enforcing it using technology, instead of thinking that you're going to follow and implement going door to door like we did with TV licenses. People just ignore. But if this is enforced technologically, then we will be sure that the TV license monies are given, are paid to SABC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Doctor. I have only 2 questions. The first one is a general question. I'm trying to test your understanding of the ICASA mandate. In your understanding, what does it entail? And how will that balance the interest of consumers, operators, and stakeholders? That's the first question. Thank you.
My understanding of ICASA is the mandate is to regulate the telecommunications, the broadcasting, and postal services. And the mandate also is to make sure that licenses are given to stakeholders who want to operate in this space of telecommunications. Also to regulate the tariffs for the service providers, protect consumers, and also align our policies with international bodies because we operate in a global environment.
Thank you, Doctor. I take it that because you are a new applicant, you would have done some research around the operations and workings, as well as decisions of ICASA. Lately, ICASA went out on a spectrum auction. In your opinion, what do you think, or what is your understanding to be the resultant benefits of spectrum availability to South Africa's economy, connectivity, and South African telecoms users? Thank you, Chair.
The spectrum auction that was done by ICASA, it allows the service providers to give speedy services to the consumer, and also to make sure that service providers can implement the latest technologies, and we have broadband access to the services, and also this was an open auction, and anybody who had the money to attend the auction was allowed, which was inclusive. So depending, there was no biasness that was done. And this open auction allowed any individual that wanted to play in the space. The benefit was that there is no monopoly and unfair treatment between service providers, because instead of some service providers hogging the spectrum was given to the people who could pay for it. And there's also allowance of spectrum sharing, especially for delivering services to the underserviced areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Welcome, Dr. Mandisa. I'm going to be quick. Let's talk, you were on the issue of data costs and the spectrum sale. How do you think ICASA should have handled it? Because they are mandated to regulate data costs. So the issue of, well, not the issue, but the response of service providers, whether it's LC or Vodacom, our responsibility there as ICASA is to regulate that. And how do you think ICASA should have done better in regulating the data costs? It cannot be, and I'm going to drive home this point to everyone that comes here, I'm sure everyone's going to be tired of hearing it, is that we pay 26 Rand more than Malawi in data costs. And it is ICASA's responsibility, they are mandated to fix that, and they have not done so. So what do you think should be done? And if you are given this, or if you are appointed as a ICASA councillor, what's going to be your first thing in regard to data costs? Because it affects every single South African.
Thank you, Honorable. With regards to data cost, there has been a misnomer in regulating the data cost, because it cannot be that as a country we are talking of redress, inclusivity, and also trying to manage the digital divide that we have in the country. So those things should have been taken into account. And also the service providers were not correct to exploit the poor, because this was clearly exploitation. Somebody buys data, at the end of the month, that data you are told is finished. Where did it go? This was your money. Maybe you wanted to make sure that data belongs to the individual who has bought it. Other countries make sure you can have your data cascading throughout the year, not that on a monthly basis you have to be renewing or buying more data at all times. And as ICASA, this has to be redressed immediately. And from where I sit, because the data that has been taken by the service providers is mostly from the poor, because people who can afford, the middle class and businesses, they have contracts, they don't care about the data. But for the poor, there should be a dispensation whereby, because this has been going on for the longest time in the country, and it cannot be that we say we, as ICASA, you are regulating and you want to do a redress, you are also looking after the consumer, you protect the consumer. This is not protection of a consumer. And these complaints need to be attended to ASAP. Thank you.
Let's talk about the post office. Do you know that the post office is the only entity, and amongst all courier companies, that has a license to deliver parcels under one, is it 1 kilogram? Yeah, 1 kg. And it's ICASA's responsibility to issue these licenses. What's going to happen when you become a councillor? Because we have companies that are operating illegally here in the country, and ICASA hasn't done anything about it. Got DHL that's delivering F&B and ABSA credit cards and whatever cards. They don't have license to do that. It has also cost the post office a lot of money. I mean, outside of the post office being incompetent to be able to do that, it was something that ICASA, along with the post office and the department, should have been able to step in, so we could have also generated income from that. So once you appointed a councillor, how are we going to fix all these illegal operators, DHL, RAMs, everyone who is operating illegally, delivering parcels under 1 kg, and they are not licensed to do so? And we have a whole institution called ICASA, where ICASA councillors get paid over 1 million rand, their remuneration, and they cannot even regulate this illegal processes that are happening. Thank you, Dr. Mandisa, and I'm done.
Thank you, Honorable. Regulations are there to be enforced and implemented. And ICASA, it was probably a mistake or an oversight not to regulate these service providers. And I think from where I sit, our laws are not enforced. And this is one of the laws that needs to be enforced. And ICASA is there to implement and enforce these regulations. And these companies that are operating without licenses need to be penalized or fined, because stringent fines need to be given so that people know that South African laws are there and regulations are there to be observed, not to be sidestepped. It doesn't matter whether you're FNB or ABSA, because it starts from, if FNB, for instance, and ABSA, those are big companies. They know the rules, and not observing our rules and regulations just says that what country are we going to have? So fines, stringent fines need to be put in place for the people who do not observe our regulations, and this should be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Kumalo. Let me invite Honorable Bodlani.
Good morning, Mama. How are you? Ma'am, can I just please confirm your current position? Because the CV that I have talks to you being presently Director of Military Veterans Heritage, but also it talks about you being the acting chief director of Heritage. I'm not sure, what is your current position?
My current position is Director of Heritage. The acting position I was given for 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That clarifies that. Thank you so much for availing yourselves and for this opportunity. I think for me, the first question starts with your nomination letter. Half your nomination letter speaks about the support that you were giving to Ambassador Viga Khumalo. How do you get out of, and I would call it shadow, into this role? How do you see yourself coming out of half the nomination letter speaking to the support that you were giving as a diplomat versus the role that you are applying for now? How does that help you? How does that set you apart from any other applicant for you to be ready for this role?
The support role, as I have mentioned in my introduction, is that you are there to make sure that the bilateral relations and the stakeholder relations with the host country businesses that my husband was engaged with. You also play a part because you support him and the family supports him. I will give an example, like one of my kids at school who knew that her father was an ambassador met another kid who was the CEO of Starbucks. We have Starbucks today. She made sure that that CEO meets with my husband and they looked at the investment and also to have Starbucks coming into South Africa. So as a family, you support in those instances. It's soft skills, and those soft skills will stand me in good stead to cooperate and also to approach other businesses and other countries if need be for us to be effective in ICASA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, you also speak about the mismanagement of the SABC, but you also spoke about the National Treasury needing to fund the SABC. How do you manage the two? What do you advocate for? Because there cannot be mismanagement and perpetual bailouts. So how do you balance that in your view?
In my view, the people who are appointed into any public entity need to be vetted, and they should have the expertise to do the job. And if they are already there, there are other ways and means in government whereby those people can be paid off or changed, because in effect, if there is mismanagement, there should be some administration that institution should go under administration so that it's put in place. Just like in ESCOM, we had load shedding, and after we had a board management change, now we don't have load shedding. It is not by sheer luck. It is by the government making sure that there is proper management and the right people are put in the board and also in the management. And with the Treasury, I don't think Treasury has got the leeway to not fund SABC because it is a public entity and it is the mandate of SABC. It was put in place for the public, and we cannot as government pick and choose, because looking at the books to say that there is no money for that SABC is generating, it should be helped to make sure to advance and also to generate some money with advertising, and our executive is there to make sure that our institutions work and they are managed properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mdungwa, what is your take on the funding of the SAPC?
My take on the funding of the SABC is that it should not be partisan, for one. It's an independent entity. Funds should be allocated by government for the SABC. That is a non-negotiable because it's a public entity. And the budget should not be partisan, that today we have a minister from DA or tomorrow we have a minister from ANC. The budget should not be affected as it is done in other countries like Australia and the US for public entities that are meant for the public. It's not a private entity.
Thank you. And another question, I think I have only two questions. The other question that I'm trying to check from you, what are your views on changing of management from the SAPC, especially on regulators level in ICASA? Regulators level, especially in ICASA. Yes, the change of management within the regulators of ICASA.
My take with the change of management is that there should be an overlap so that there is continuity and also institutional memory. Because if you have change of management, for instance, in this case, there is 4 councillors whose contracts have expired, and there's 4 councillors who are remaining. So the incoming incumbents of the regulatory will be teaming up with people who have the institutional memory so that there is continuity instead of changing management of the regulatory en masse. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Dr. Kumalo, the back to the question of the post office that was asked by Honorable Mateus. The issue of the post office to be where it is now, it's a postal entity that had an ISP license, that could have done e-commerce. It could have been done very well within a government. On your opinion, what us as government did we miss? What could we have done better to salvage post office or to make post office better, and in view of as a ICASA regulator as well? What could have we done better to save it?
In my view, the post office is an institution that we could have used as government, as the regulatory, as a state entity. I did my thesis, and my solution, because I saw a problem with the SASSA disbursement of funds. That's a lot of money that government disperses. And that's a lot of money that government gives to the service providers who disperse those monies. And the risks involved for the people getting up in the morning to attend those, to get those monies, and also the risk that the trucks who are carrying those monies have to endure with cash heist and all that. What we could have done with the post office was to make it a state bank, as it was envisaged at some point. I don't know what happened with those plans, because if the state, as a state bank, the monies that are being paid to service providers who are dispersing those monies, the post office would have been able to disperse monies and also get revenue from SASSA. So in effect, what we are doing is we're working in silos instead of having comprehensive strategies whereby you know what the left hand is doing and the right hand is doing. SASSA, for instance, in my solution was that for SASSA to be effective, we have mobile network operators. We have a high adoption rate of mobile phones. People have access to mobile phones. The only thing that is required, the post office would have been a state bank, that the monies are done through the state banks. It still can happen that we can resuscitate the post office and do a different model whereby instead of SASSA dispersing through service providers, it can disperse these monies through the post office, and also resuscitating the post office, which also has a reach to the underserved communities and the financially excluded, and also mitigate the risks that SASSA has as we speak now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumal. I can tell you, you've gained what is it? A fan in the Post Bank, because Post Bank wants to keep paying those grants of SASSA. Ma'am, just a final question from me. So, if you were to be appointed to the Council of ICASA, what do you think are the challenges facing ICASA? And what would you want to do towards the resolution of those challenges?
First of all, the challenges that are facing ICASA is the implementation and enforcement of the regulations. This starts with the telcos, for instance. The telcos have a leeway, for instance, in the data space, as I spoke earlier. And this should be such that the regulations are enforced, and we ensure that the internet services and the traffic for broadband and internet is dispersed fairly from all the service providers. There is no unfair competition. Enforce competition, implement robust cybersecurity to protect the consumer. Also enforce environmental issues, to have all the infrastructure, the mobile phones, to make sure that they are sustainable for one, and they do not emit carbon emissions, whatever they call yes. And have efficient technologies, and e-waste is done properly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumalo. Let's thank you for having shown an interest in this position. I think that to serve the nation is one of the highest callings of any individual. So thank you very much. Can I check with you if you have anything that you would like to declare to the committee? And by that, I mean either a conflict of interest, or alternatively, if there's anything you would want to declare upfront to us which could have an impact or a bearing on your appointment that we should be aware of.
Thank you. Before my declaration, I just have one issue which is I'm passionate about, and I probably want to declare that, not declare, to kind of highlight, because there is this issue of Starlink. Because Elon Musk is a South African, we should adopt it, whatever. But for me, as a citizen, we should be aware and have a vision as to how this technology is going to be implemented. Do we want to be managed from the US? Do we want our intelligence and our data to be taken by Elon Musk to use in the US for whatever? And do we want to be spied on by America? Those are the issues that we need to look at. And going forward, how are we going to protect our consumers and also our service providers? What about our laws that say we need 30% of black economic empowerment? We have associations in ICT who also need to play in the space. We can't have a conglomerate coming and taking money from poor South Africans and making money for himself, and then we as a country, we will not have an industry. So in effect, it will be colonization of our telcos. And what I would like to declare is, currently with my employer, I am on suspension since June. And thus far, the suspension, there has not been any charges. There's allegations. The investigation has been going on for 5 months, which is legally not right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doc. Do you have any questions for us?
My questions for you is, with especially the post office, as I've seen in different localities, they are being closed. What is the vision with the post office and having Postnet taking, taking over the services that would have made revenue for government? Because Postnet is doing exactly what the post office was doing. But what is the long-term vision for the portfolio committee with regards to the post office?
Okay. I think the very first priority for the portfolio committee is to get the post office out of business rescue. And once it's out of business rescue, and should you be appointed as a council member of ICASA, is to help us to tighten the regulations to ensure that the post office is able to thrive, we're able to protect its sub 1 kg monopoly, and to look at how we can then review issues of regulations around it. So there's quite a bit of work going on there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So in terms of legislation, we must recommend to the National Assembly to recommend to the Minister an appointment of 1.5 number of people that we're looking for. So we will be putting through a recommendation of 6 names. Our hope is to get this done before National Assembly rises in the first week or so of December. So we'll keep you notified. And then as you depart the process thus far, have you felt that it was fair and it was transparent as it related to your nomination?
Yes, I think it was fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much. I think the Secretariat will be there to work you out. Thank you, Doctor. Right. Honorable members, I think we should start. Is it on? Okay. Ms. Gabriel, thank you so much. And I do apologize. I ignored Honorable Mateus on the side there when she was saying the Portfolio Committee on Communication can't even get sound right. I chose to ignore her.
I'm involved in it, you're not alone.
So we do apologize for that. As you would know, there is a constitutional requirement that the meeting is not only public, I suppose, but we ensure reasonable access for anybody who would be interested to follow the proceedings. Hence, then, we had to delay a bit to try and get this equipment working. My name is Kusela Sangonitigo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. With me, on my immediate left, is Honorable Bodlani. Next to her is Honorable Sitole, and then right at the end is Honorable Ngubane. On my right is Honorable Subrathi, followed by Honorable Matafa, and then Honorable Mateus at the end there. You're welcome. I just want to make sure that you're at the right place. So you are here to interview for the Council of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. These interviews are being undertaken in fulfillment of Section 5 of the ICASA Act, which require such a public process. We've had the pleasure of going through your CV. It's Miss, right? Miss Gabriel. And I think maybe just to start us off, if you could speak to us about, you know, what value you think you're going to contribute to ICASA, but also because you've had quite a bit of experience in the sector. I'm also keen to find out from you what you think are the immediate challenges facing ICASA and what needs to be done in that regard. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Members. It's an absolute nerve-wracking pleasure to be here today. I'm very, I feel really privileged to have been shortlisted. Thank you. Honorable Chair, I know that there's a lot of very accomplished people that have been shortlisted for the ICASA Council, and I can't claim to be any better than them, but I think I may have some things that could be a little different and useful for ICASA going forward. You've seen my CV, so you know my ICT experience and background going back to 1998 in Telecom Regulatory Division, working as the parliamentary liaison, working in Parliament as Minister, seconded to the Department of Communications a few times for the Telecom IPO, for the introduction of the second network operator policy preparations. I was part of the South African delegation to the World Summit on Information Society in Geneva, organized by the ITU. And then one of the best time of my life was chairperson of the Universal Service and Access Agency. And we rocked and rolled that agency. We brought in $500 million new funding from the National Treasury, put in an amazing, robust strategy, cleaned out the place, clean audits. National Treasury even gave us $150 million to recapacitate. This was in 2008, 2009, when every other government department was getting budget cuts. Unfortunately, my term ended, and then everything went downhill. USAS has been mired in problems. So are most of the agencies that have fat coffers. Joined BMIT as a director and was part of a very great team of experts who put together broadband feasibility rollout strategy in 2020-21. But there again, that fell through the cracks of cabinet we can discuss that later if you have more questions about it. But my expertise for ICASA, I would say three main things. The one is that I am very strong on strategy, on sustainable strategy and ICT development. So I am very passionate about how ICTs can be used for development. Africa is a terrible situation of having the highest GDP coefficient in the world, and linked to that huge between the rich and the poor, we have a huge digital divide. And 30 years into democracy, it's inexcusable. ICASA has a really important role to play in universal service and access, in driving down prices, in ensuring that broadband is rolled out. I really firmly believe that broadband should be a human right. We should make it a human right. We should have free broadband. And if ICASA sees a dead spot in the country, they need to know that people's rights are being taken away. A learner needs to have a laptop in front of them, not computer centers in school where the principal locks the door and is scared to let the kids use the computers because they may break something. We are now in the fourth industrial revolution age. AI is on us, and we have hobbled and really disadvantaged our economy, our young learners, our unemployed, our SMEs, by not having access to broadband. So that for me is an absolute passion, and that's what I bring to the table. I'm a strategy expert. I am a stakeholder engagement and public participation expert. That's what I do. I've been also set up the Institute for Stakeholder Relations, private and public sector, to push consultation, to push public participation. And that is key role of ICASA, to get people talking, to get people thinking. It's not like we do not have skills and expertise in South Africa. To get 100% broadband, to get cheaper data, it's too high. We all know that. Services are shitty. We really, is it not parliamentary to say, my apologies. Suck? Can I say suck?
I don't know about suck either.
I'm trying really hard to be diplomatic. You can see I'm an activist for development. So all I can say is that ICTs, and I've worked in so many sectors, from telecoms to defense to health to education, at every level of government, urban renewal projects. I've worked for international governments and companies, transport, and I know that ICTs is the lifeblood of any economy and any society. It's the thing that drives our global competitiveness. It drives our education. It drives our ability to participate in the fourth industrial revolution and to deal with AI. We've dumbed down our education to maths literacy, whereas coding needs to be the new language in schools. So we have a lot of work to do, and I think ICASA has a great role to play in that regard. There's been a lot of great progress made, but not enough. Definitely not.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you so much for allowing us to meet with you and have this engagement. I could count at least 6 nominations under your name for this position. And I suppose that is a vote of confidence with the people that have nominated you. You speak about having worked at ICASA. And maybe you could speak to us about the work that you did that contributed to the USAF, and also calls for the USAF funds to be used to assist the SABC. There hasn't been a formal call, it's just talks in the corridor. What would be your opinion on that?
We did a lot of work at ICASA to clean up the place. The first rule I as chairperson implemented is that no member of the board would get involved in any tender. You will not be part of any tender committees, you will stay away. There was 0 tolerance for any form of tender interest. So governance was strong, and we put in a really strong audit committee. So we got clean audits, and that gave the National Treasury faith, which SABC unfortunately has not been able to do, to give the National Treasury faith that they're on a turnaround path. Okay, I'm being unfair. SABC has made some progress to clean up. They have. But I think the complete overhaul is needed for many of our state-owned enterprises in the ICT sector. We haven't kept up with the times. We are still working on 20-year-old legislation, and poor ICASA is also hobbled because they can only work on a mandate given by the legislature and the department in policy. So the cart cannot pull the horse. So it's unfair to expect ICASA to fix the problems. But from a thought leadership perspective, at least, ICASA can bring everyone together and say, we have a mandate for universal service and access, and we need a plan for broadband and to drive down prices. So back to your question, Honourable Chair, Honourable Member, on the fund. So we put together a really good strategy for how we could bridge that gap between affordability, profitability of rolling out to underserviced and rural areas. Underserviced would be like townships and the fringes of the cities, but rural areas is deep rural where there is no infrastructure. So a lot of developments have happened now with mobile technologies, which make life a lot easier to connect those areas. So we did a lot of work to get the money in the fund unlocked for the first time. It was $500 million, I think, every year that ICASA
satellite services. I mean, there's registration fees. So it was looking from, based on its mandate, how it can generate a model. Let's talk about the post office. You get appointed tomorrow. What are you going to do as a councillor at ICASA? Because we have the post office that is now under business rescue, and primarily because of ICASA not providing the regulatory, if that's the word I'm pronouncing, oversight. We have courier companies such as RAMS and DHL who have services or have agreements with huge banks like FNB and are entering into these agreements with them. I'm just as a start to deliver bank cards. And these courier services are not licensed to deliver anything under one. So that's a huge amount of money that the post office has lost out on. So what would you would say that ICASA needs to move in that regard?
I would immediately begin to enforce compliance and to deal with the courier companies who are doing illegal things and stop that immediately, because if that's cutting into the future sustainability of the post office, then ICASA needs to act, and swiftly. You cannot have a business case or any turnaround strategy for the post office if you allow the private sector to come in and ride roughshod over its allocated business area.
Okay, and then that goes into my next question, where we spoke about ICASA going up against big business, like huge corporations, in terms of they have to regulate. And my observation there is that it's not that they are going up against big business. Big business cannot regulate itself. That's why we have a body that regulates them. It's the same with our court system, right? They also go up against huge companies when matters come before that. So when we talk about this balance, how do we see that? Is it because we appoint councillors or board members that are easily influenced? Because they must be able to stand up against big business. We also have, for example, the competition, which they also have to stand up against the big 5 companies like construction or whatever it is. And that, so I think my question in all that is, what is the qualities that we need of an ICASA councillor, because they are going up against like your big Vodacoms that do have vast services, and what must they be able to do? Because we are even in this mess of not being able to regulate data costs, and it's their job. And we have sold, we've auctioned a spectrum, there's been no significant cost. And whatever we do at the end of the day, we need the people of South Africa to benefit from it. And the biggest thing that ICASA is going to help South Africans with is with data costs. So talk to us, or you know, just give us some background on what needs to happen there at ICASA. What are the qualities of the councillors that need to be there, that must be able to call those companies into line and say, no, we're moving like this, and not be influenced by that. Thank you, Chair.
So I would say there are 3 main things. The first one, which you were maybe surprised that I'm saying it, is that you need to be humble and recognize that you don't know everything. And consultation is critical. So you have to consult with all the different stakeholders. And the big operators are a stakeholder. Democracy is built on business being able to talk to government and influence regulation and policy and legislation in a way that benefits the business to make money, but also to provide better services to our people. So having that stakeholder engagement, customer-centric, ICASA needs to see the operators as its customer too, not just the public. So what service is ICASA giving to the operators? A free and fair environment to operate, regulatory certainty. So play nicely with us. Let's sit around the table and let's look at what are we supposed to do together. And if you're going to fight, then you need somebody with big steel cojones. Am I allowed to say cojones, Chairman? You need strong, independent thinking councillors who won't be afraid to speak. But that's not the way to regulate. We should have collaboration. We should be able to educate our operators as well on why this is good for everyone, to not be ending up in court fighting each other and wasting everybody's time and money. It gives everyone a bad name. The whole country suffers. So a collaborative regulatory approach is my way to go. I will always pursue stakeholder engagement and consultation with as many stakeholders as possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gabriel. So the final question from me, your passion for, I think your passion and your activism were shining through in this interview. So what I would want to know from you, now you get appointed as a councillor at ICASA. The first issue that you're confronted with is having to advise the Competition Commission. Vodacom wants to merge with massive other players, and you have always held this view that we should be looking for more black players, more SMMEs coming into the market, and the costs are high. So these telcos, the Goliaths that you speak about, are pushing for consolidation. What would be your recommendation in that regard? It's a two-in-one question. Similarly, based on your activism, you are supposed to advise the minister on a policy directive around BEE versus equity equivalence. All of those issues that I'm raising are things that you're going to get confronted with should you be appointed. So what would be your view in that regard?
Thank you, Chair. I think market consolidation has pros and cons. Some of the arguments that the big guys would put forward is the ability to save costs, efficiencies of scale, and rollout of services. But we know from past experience that when you consolidate big players in the market, it never goes well. We have lots of examples of that. If you have too powerful players coming together and joining up, it's not good for everybody else. It's not good for competition. And hidden within the details, it's very difficult for them to remain a separate financial relationship from each other and not be unfair towards the baby subsidiary or company that they own. So it will discriminate against other players, although the other players didn't seem to have a problem with it. But if the Competition Commission, it's within their ambit to look at what could lead to collusion in the marketplace, so I would respect that finding. Although I know on the other side it's bad for rollout and broadband rollout, but perhaps we need to look at other ways to fix that. But BEE for me is very important, especially women's empowerment, because we don't see enough of it. We have the same male players benefiting, and it doesn't trickle down, because when you empower a woman, you empower a nation. So I would like to see more women-owned BEE companies in the ICT space. Globally, women are still very disenfranchised in the ICT, in the world, especially in ICTs. So that would be something I would drive. But BEE is important, but not just with the same old faces getting richer and richer and richer. How do we trickle this down?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gabriel. And once again, let me thank you so much for making the time for this interview. I just want to check, is there anything that you would like to declare to the Portfolio Committee, either a conflict of interest or something that if we were to become aware of would obviously impact on our decision on whether to appoint you or not?
I have nothing to declare. I am a volunteer director of the Institute for Stakeholder Engagement, but we will discuss with the chairman and whoever if that is going to be a conflict, but I have no conflict currently in the ICT space at all.
Right, and then can I check if you have any questions for us?
When will you decide?
The date that we are working with is to seek to table this for consideration, so table the names for consideration to the National Assembly before the House rises this year, which would be in the first week of December. We are compelled by legislation to make a recommendation of 1.5 names for the minister to consider. So we will be putting forward 6 names where the minister will then select 4 to fill the vacancy. All right, thank you, Madam. And have you felt that the process thus far has been free, it has been fair to you, and transparent?
It has, amazing. And I must say, kudos to this committee for using social media so effectively. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please make sure she gets that whole booklet, the heavy booklet of non-parliamentary terms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members.
Thank you. Ridiculous. They can't put the mics in their mouths. Members, when you're ready. Dr. Maumela, thank you so much for joining us. I hope that we did not keep you waiting too long. We have been having some technical difficulties that we are hoping to sort out, particularly because they impact the ability of members of the public to follow these processes. So I'm putting that apology up front in case the wife is sitting at home and she says, I was watching and then I couldn't, and then, and then I couldn't see. Yeah. We'll have to re-record it for you. So sincere apologies for that. So my name is Kusela Sangonitigo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications. With me on my left is Honorable Bodlani, a member of the committee. Next to her is Honorable Sitole, and then at the end is Honorable Ngubane. On my right, Honorable Subrati, followed by Honorable Matafa and Honorable Mateis at the end. So you are welcomed to this interview for the position of Councillor of the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa, ICASA. This interview is being undertaken in fulfillment of Section 5 of the ICASA Act, which requires that the process is held in the way that it is right now. So you are most welcome. Doug, maybe just to start off, could you just give us a sense of, you know, your experience, your expertise, the qualities that you believe would stand you in good stead to make a contribution at ICASA?
Okay, no problem. Thank you. So to begin my experience, I suppose that I have to go back to where I come from. I come from Venda, somewhere in Limpopo, in a village there. So I believe that the experience that I had growing up in such an environment actually helped me to prepare me to be where I am today. I remember when I was still in primary, we didn't even have, there was not even electricity around the area where we stayed. No problem, thanks.
This is
I mean, I grew up in an area where there was no electricity. The TV experience that we had was the TV that we had at home, which was solar powered. So 9 o'clock watching Mubango, the vendor show, people would congregate into our house so that we can watch TV. And again, also we know and understand that also during those times, the connectivity, there was not so many people that had cell phones, so you find that we had to go to the mobile phones as well to be able to communicate with the people that we wanted to communicate. Then years later, I then moved to town where I did my high school, and it was there that I was fortunate enough that my brother gave me a book about careers, and then that's when I fell in love with a picture of around engineering. Then I went on to study my electrical and electronics engineering degree at VET. And to be honest, I did not know any single electrical engineer in my life. The only reference that I've had of seeing an engineer was a picture of Professor Marwara in that particular book. And then we were asked as well in varsity to go interview an engineer, and then my brother fortunately introduced me to Prof. Marwara back then in 2007. And fortunately as well, while I was busy studying, he came to become the dean at UJ, and then I then became his research assistant after some time there, and then that's when I also met Prof. Noromondo when I was doing my fourth year project in artificial intelligence using telecommunications at the University of Johannesburg. Then ultimately I then did my master's with the both of them. And I was doing my master's part-time while working full-time at Trustnet. And when I got to Trustnet, I was fortunate enough that I got there the time when there was a mandate from the government that the state-owned companies must start running R&D. So I was one of the R&D founding members at Trustnet, and our emphasis on putting in AI projects, and we did some great amazing work there with Dr. Mavaso in the AI space. Then 2015, I was very much intrigued with the economical language because I was not understanding when we were solving the problems of the business side now. Then that's when I took an opportunity to go do a master's in Japan. So this was my second master's. So a second master's in Japan in economics. And then that's where I learned a lot about how you see technology being applied in the different countries in an advanced country. Then I came back from Japan. And I also worked in Japan for 6 months. Then when I came back from Japan, I went back to, I then was hungry with an idea of doing a PhD, because what I realized then was that when you're doing economics and also in AI, there's this belief that an agent must be self-interested. But that's not how we're raised as Africans. We're raised that you must care about the community. So the idea there was to say, how can we have a community-interested agent within the AI system? And then by doing that, in 2018, I registered for PhD, and we developed the first AI algorithm to be developed, conceptualized, and designed in the African continent. So that is what we have, and we managed to put Ubuntu and modeled Ubuntu mathematically. And I did that part-time while working at Trustnet, helping to establish the data science department there. Then I moved to Standard Bank. Then I also helped to accelerate the AI capabilities there. Then that's when I ultimately moved to Vodacom, because then one of the things that I realized that I need to learn there was how do we get to put AI in the infrastructure to help accelerate it, going back to the mission that I had when I came back from Japan, because when I had offers when I was in Japan, my answer was always that I need to go back and contribute back to my continent. And if there's any question on what I think that I believe that we can contribute, that is pretty much there to say We are at an age where there's lots of emerging technologies. When we read on the acts that we have, we're not touching on these emerging technologies. How are we going to regulate them? How are we going to ensure that the young players, the startups that are starting on these things are also being considered and protected, and the bigger players are also being regulated? And that is the premise and the things that are coming into this role.
I think you almost read my mind at the end, but I'll ask the question again because I want to be clear. So your last two jobs have been at Vodacom and Standard Bank, huge corporates by any stretch of the imagination. Why would you want to leave what I'm sure are nicely paying jobs to come to ICASA, which these members refuse to even give a 2.5% increase on their salary?
Well, as the mandate for ICASA says, it's for the public, in the interest of the public, right? And I believe that also you guys who are here, you are here also because of the same reasons. So as I said, I had offers from companies like NVIDIA to say come for the interview, and I refused back then because I said there's starting to be a booming of AI interest in the continent. So why not contribute back to the continent? Because we have so many opportunities and so many things. And if you look again now, for the mere fact that we're saying that our policies and our acts don't even touch on these emerging technologies, means that we're steps behind. And if we're not careful about that, then that's when we'll continue on the streak of being consumers of technology. I mean, I think the latest report that you had from ICASA shows that we are net importer of technology. And I mean, then it means that in the other front, we're going to be a net exporter of the brain that can actually make that technology. I mean, if I can even just put it into perspective, I had my first computer when I was in second year. And here I am managed to get on and develop my own AI algorithm. How many other GPUs are out there? And that is what we are coming to say, if we can be in this position to help for that, then.
Thank you. I'm going to keep the members on their toes, and then this time start with Honorable Mates. Dr. Maumela, you will have 5 minutes with each of the members. So Honorable Mates, over to you.
Remember during COVID, we couldn't share mics without spraying them. Okay, thank you, Doc. Quickly, I forgot that I need glasses to see properly. As a councillor, so you have to deal with big businesses and you have to be able to regulate businesses that have money, lots of it. How are you going to deal with that? Because they're going to come, they can... It's not outside of their character to bribe councillors, not only bribe, but also just heavily influence. And your job is to regulate. How are you going to deal with that? Because we already have an issue. And let me just give you the backstory. We have this huge issue of ICASA's failure to regulate the cost of data in this country, even after the spectrum sale. So they are either dragging the feet, and maybe you get, when you're answering that question, also speak to how do you see, when you are sitting on that board and you're meeting with the other councillors, what are you going to push for that we can make sure that the cost of data is reduced drastically in this country? And in case you don't know, Malawi we pay 26 Rand more for a gig of data than Malawi. So you can see that the task is big ahead of that. So just speak to me about that, or speak to us rather about that.
Okay, thank you. From what I'm understanding here, there's 2 questions. The first one is pretty much in plain terms, bribery question, right?
Or influence.
Yeah, I mean, on that one, having also studied a whole lot of concepts in Ubuntu, which is at the forefront right now of talking about ethics. When you're talking about ethics in Africa, we know that is the spirit of Ubuntu, which is there because it encompasses integrity. So on that front, I have no issues. I don't have any past in my life where it talks about where I come across being influenced through money. And again, like back to the question that the chairperson asked, leaving the corporate work to come and do and be here. So that's because I've made up my mind to say that, you know what, I want to contribute back to the community. So on that front, please, honorable member, do not be alarmed. I'm pretty much sure you have to be assured that you have an integral person in here. When it comes to the cost of data, so this is the part where we need to talk about the infrastructure, that the investments within the infrastructure. And this is where now, especially in the day and age where we're talking about AI, like in the emerging technologies, I mean, we're talking about all the IoT devices, everything, the blockchain having to be processed and all that, right? So this is the part where we now need to start looking and saying, who are the players that are playing within to go on and fund? Because this does not have to become another from only the telcos industries. The other industries, the other sectors need to start playing part, because if we don't enable for data to go down, it means that even the banks will not be able to do their AI applications, which at the moment, most of them are putting lots of money towards that. And also again, if you're looking at from also the drive that needs to come from the SSME sector as well, to say if we don't put the drive for the cost to go down, then it means that the small companies will not have the time to, will not be able to develop new technologies that will open up new economic opportunities that ultimately can help us create jobs.
So in summary, you are going to be able to develop good working relations with these big businesses, and if you need to pull out the whip, you will do, or you have capacity to be able to do that.
I'm glad that I will have you guys in the committee to help prove that weight.
You bring it back to us. The other question, you sound very passionate about artificial intelligence. In terms of South Africa, in its policy development around that, do you think we are behind? We need to play catch up, and which institution or entity is best placed to start developing our policy framework on that?
Yeah, I mean, we are very, very far behind. It's not even funny. And the institution that can actually help a lot in helping us to develop, to catch up, I do believe that is ICASA, and especially in the sense that if you look at AI is then composed of three different structures. There's the AI infrastructure. There's the infrastructure on connectivity. There's the infrastructure on computation, and then there's the application layer. But the first two speak very highly to ICASA, because when you're talking about connectivity, it connects back to the question that you were asking earlier before about the data cost, because then we have to drive for that, for the connectivity to happen, right? Because if there's no connectivity, then it means that there's no latency, and most AI applications, some of them require real time. So if that is not possible, then we'll have an issue. We come back to computation. We don't have enough data centers for other companies to come and say, okay, so we can deploy our stuff in here so that the latency problem can also be reduced, so that the computation can also be increased within our environment to get our AI going. And then when you come to the application layer, this comes back again to the part where I said it's all the sectors that need to come to play party, because the application layer will require a whole lot of harmonized policies from the different players that we have. So it is an effort of every single person, especially when it comes to the application layer, but the connectivity infrastructure and the computational infrastructure, the connectivity infrastructure, which is basically our towers and the likes, the fibers, and then the computational, which is our data centers, that is basically reliant very much on ICASA.
Thank you. Are you happy that I'm done?
Thank you very much, Chair. And Masiari, doctor.
Ndao yandu.
Vuvwa.
Narotaka.
Koribu woman.
Ndende.
Nendi na mibuzo mibiri pets. The first one. No, I have only 2 questions for the good doctor. But before I do, let me just ask if whether maybe I need glasses like Honorable Mateis to read your CV. I did not pick up any date of birth or ID number. and there is no ID submitted. Let me tell you why it is important. Us sitting here as politicians, in all our engagements, we try to ensure that where there are multiple appointments, we try to diversify and cover as many demographics as possible. And age is one of those areas that we consider. You look very young, but with all these strings of achievements, I'm tempted to think that I might take a chance to say that you qualify to be considered to be young. I'm not sure if whether you're comfortable to respond to this question here or after the meeting, because you are live.
No, I can respond.
You can respond. If you don't mind, how old are you?
I'm 35.
You are 35.
Yes.
With remarkable achievement, I must commend you for all that you have achieved. And yeah, I hope that in this interview, you'll be able to respond in terms of what we are asking.
Thank you.
The first one is a very simple question that you should shine. I only have two. In your understanding, what are the primary responsibilities of a councillor at ICASA? You can respond and I'll ask my second question if I still have the time to do.
So the primary responsibilities of the councillor at ICASA will also, firstly, also to contribute towards the policies that govern their sectors. And also when you're there to help with the resolutions of any disputes that might come, especially from the clients, our stakeholders, rather let me put it that way, which includes customers. If customers have any complaints against anyone in the sector, then we can help to in the resolutions of that. And then also if there is also any other dispute between the different players that we have in our sector, if the other person is complaining that maybe the other one is utilizing the allocated spectrum, then we also come in to help with the dispute for that, and also the licensing for the different players within the telcos, the postal services, and the broadcasting space.
Thank you very much. My second one is just on your experience. You come from Venda, you come from a village. You confirm the established fact that affordable access to communication services is a challenge for rural areas, townships, and for the marginalized. Should you become successful, what strategies do you think you will be able to bring on board to ensure that that reality is reversed? And that will be my last question, Chair. Thank you very much.
Interestingly enough, a friend of mine was doing his PhD in something around connectivity for the rural areas, and they managed to develop some technology together with UJ that I think at the moment they're looking into the licensing for that. So in that regard, I would say that innovation is one of the key parts that we should also try to focus on, which includes funding and promoting for research to be done. If one person can actually do that, coming from the area where they realized the problems that they were facing, then it shows that there is possibilities for us to move forward and be able to get such things to be done, right? And also, again, at the same time, just to also go back to let other key sector players to understand and realize that by enabling for connectivity in the different areas, it actually plays back well to their business models, to their economy, to their revenues as well, as long as they go on and change their business models. So we can help to hand guide to going towards how do we build new business models, and in that way we can also be able to let new players, other people with the new fresher ideas to say what are the new technologies that can be done. There is a boy in Venda who actually went on and used scrap materials to do an antenna that at the time when he was explaining how his idea works is that it could actually be able to give connectivity to another device. How it works on the details, that's something that needs to be studied. But again, so that shows that we do have the capacity in the country. The question is, what are we doing towards that capacity building, and what are we doing towards investing in those things that people are doing? Because the solutions come from the people who have been faced with the problem. So how do we unearth those people that are making solutions for themselves?
Thank you, Chair. And let me welcome Dr. Momela and begin by echoing the sentiment of Honorable Matafa and congratulating you, firstly, on being one of the younger candidates out of the 17 that we will be interviewing. We have 4 candidates that are in their mid-30s, and I think you are 35, and we have so I must congratulate you. I think we are very blessed that we have a nice amount of young people that we are interviewing, and I think that's very useful. I also want to compliment you on putting up your hand and for your patriotic call to want to step out of private enterprise and serve our government, and also want to compliment you, if I heard you correct, on being part of the first Africans that wrote an algorithm, and the first African algorithm. So I think well done to you, and I think South Africa needs these fresh legs as we re-engineer and recalibrate our country. So my conversation will be with you will be surrounding what I think is your passion, and that is AI. And I don't want you to be AI assisted in your voices either. So I want you to measure your pace. An observation I've made, you have a lot of knowledge, but it's going a bit too fast. So just moderate a little, just put the time on your AI voice so that you go slightly slower, okay? So that we hear you more clearly.
I think it might be the nerves.
Okay. So I'm just, this is now, I'm doing some consumer protection. So this is my question to you. So it's crucially important as we embrace this new age of artificial intelligence and technology that there must be, as ICASA board members, a level of what do we do for consumer protection. We must find the balance in innovation and technology and obviously protection. So my first question is, as an ICASA board, what do you think, what should be our plans to protect consumers against emerging technologies such as AI and cybersecurity? Maybe you can answer that first, and I'll follow up with 2 other questions.
Thank you. So one of the most important parts, and sorry about that. One of the most important parts, and I think that is actually very big key that most institutions, most countries are talking about, and I think not a problem. I lost it for a second. So yes, I was saying that I think there's lots of questions around, lots of talks around data sovereignty that is actually happening around, and data sovereignty, because it is that component as well of saying where does the data lie, right? Where does the data reside? Because that's the first component that is going to help us in terms of regulating and making sure that we have our clients protected, because if we have consumers complaining and we don't have access to the data, then we will not be able to do much about that. So emphasizing on the data sovereignty to make sure that the data stays within the country, that is one of the biggest component that we need to work on. And then that's when now we go on and rely also on our POPIA Act to ensure that we follow the protection of what the users, the users' privacies when it comes to their data, right? And when one of the challenging things that are supposed that are probably still there and still very much blurry, or which that's when now, as a person who practiced AI, we can come in and assist and see how do we move or maneuver around that. Is if my data is with you, what can you do with it and what can you not do with it? Because then again at the same time we're pushing for we have the AI national strategy, but then again at the same time we're saying you can't use the data. So we need to go on and figure out how do we as ICASA ensure that we can protect the consumers there.
Thank you. And I think we must acknowledge our uniqueness as an African country, and that in our society we have 2 different communities. So my question to you is, with AI and technologies, it's crucially important that we must have an effective digital infrastructure that enables this to happen. So my question is, what will be your plans, including a tactical approach to close the gap between communities, those who have this evolved digital infrastructure and those who don't have?
Thank you. So I do believe something like that was mentioned by Dr. Alistair Mukwena while he was still at Google, where they said in Africa at the moment, I think by 2030, the plan is that around 300 million people should be connected online, right? And then there's about 128 billion GDP that is being estimated to be raised from the fibers. So if we were to look at those statistics and look at that, to achieve that, we will have to very much emphasize on trying to make sure that the infrastructure is put in place, which means that we need to get our fibers to go into the towns. And then one of the things that I believe can actually help us a lot to try to cover some of the gap is the whole idea around the spectrum refarming, where we make sure that those who are in the urban areas, we make sure we try to emphasize that the service providers must try to provide digital services so that they release the services from the other spectrum, so that those spectrum can be repurposed to give more coverage to the people who are in the outskirts. And then we can try to phase the process in that way, because if we were to say that we're going to try to get the fibers across the country in one go, that will be a pipeline dream which we will not be able to achieve. But if we focus on saying, can we focus on the ones that we have in the urban areas to move from the traditional connectivity methods towards the new methods that we have, and then we take the spectrums that we have left, and then we try to purpose it to the ones that are in the outskirts. And I think that would be a very good tactical strategy to follow.
Thank you. Chairperson, am I allowed?
Yeah, you've
okay. Very quick one. You know, the president has identified our 3 apex priorities. One of them is employment and job creation. How do you see that AI will enable the creation of more jobs? Because many people are insecure with AI, it will take away jobs. How do you see it being a means to creating jobs in South Africa? Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. If you remember when I described that AI is in 3 components, the connectivity and the computation. In order for you to do those two, they are very much physically evolved structures, right? So that will create a whole lot of jobs when you have to do the connectivities and the building of the infrastructure. So there you're already looking at a whole lot of jobs being created. And now when it comes to the AI itself, the applications, here I am, I did not know what my career would have been 14 years ago, and here I am today being an AI specialist, a job that was never in existence. So there are a whole lot of those kind of jobs and roles that we are seeing. We have lots of young guys that are coming from economics who are no longer practicing economics that are now in the AI space. So the repurposing of jobs is there, and the jobs create, and then these things helps to create more jobs, job skills in many areas.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Botogotela. And I think just to echo the sentiments of colleagues who have really congratulated you on the great achievement, it is good to see that where you start does not define where you are going. And your life is an epitome of exactly that. I really want to circle back to the issue of your commitment to being an ICASA councillor. And this is based on what I see on your CV. And the reason I'm circling back to this is that Parliament's processes of appointing ICASA councillors is really cumbersome. What comfort can you give the committee to your commitment, especially because your track record says you were with Vodacom from 2022 to 2024, that's about 2 years, Standard Bank for about a year, Transnet again for about 2 years. What more can you say to this portfolio committee about your commitment to stay in the course so that we don't find ourselves coming back here to replace you should we appoint you?
Okay, thank you. I think on the Transnet one, you're looking at the one which talks about being in a particular department. I was at Transnet for 9 years. Yeah, so I do have track record of being committed to a place. And it happened as well that, as I said, I moved to Standard Bank, and then I saw that I needed to immerse myself within how to get into the infrastructure for deployment of the artificial intelligence models. And Standard Bank and with Vodacom at that time was already embracing that journey. And then that's when I felt like, I will actually have more contribution in the same time that I'll also be learning. And to be honest, had I not embarked on that journey, I don't think I would have raised my hand for this position, because I don't think I would have had that deep understanding of knowing that we need to break this thing down into those 3 different layers that I talked about.
I'm glad I asked the question, because that clarifies the issue of whether you've got commitment issues or not. So thank you for clarifying that. Back to your PhD. How do you translate that to the work that you will be doing as an ICASA counselor? But at the back of my mind, the question is, how do you have this PhD studied, I'm guessing South Africa, because you talk about Ubuntu, outside South Africa having an AI policy? And what would be your contribution to the conversation about AI policy for South Africa?
I think, can you please just repeat that question for me? Thank you.
Your PhD, you studied the conceptualization on the design and development of artificial intelligence and algorithms, which was a first in South Africa. This is happening outside South Africa having an artificial intelligence policy. How difficult was it for you to conduct the study? And based on what you have studied, what do you bring to ICASA? But also, as you were conducting your research, what challenges did you face with such a research in a policy vacuum? Because I'm guessing policy and legislation would have affected and informed parts of your studies.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just to put the clarity before I answer the question. So this was actually an algorithm, the same algorithm that is used to build other AI models. So you can actually put in data on this thing and build the AI models, the same kind of solutions that you're finding in other spaces. So it was not necessarily on the policies. So what we did there, and usually when you come into the policy side, an interesting thing is that in there we have, when we modeled Ubuntu mathematically, we then came up with something called the Ubuntu incentive mechanism. That is the mechanism that can actually be used to help govern different industries and different players to say how do we incentivize them, especially when you're working in an environment where the monetization, the incentive does not necessarily need to be monetized in a monetary value. So that algorithm can actually help us, that component on its own, without looking at the whole AI algorithm, can help us in helping to shape out our policies, because one of the most important things in the policies will have to be incentives to the different players, and that's where that algorithm can help us in that. And that is the contribution that I can actually help to bring in, knowing my experience within the Ubuntu, the AI philosophies and the AI algorithms and the the Ubuntu philosophies as well.
My last question, say, do you think ICASA could be more effective if it collaborated with other regulators? If so, which regulators should it collaborate with? And do you have any specific ideas on the topics that you would want to see such collaborations?
Thank you for touching on that one. So you remember on the 3 areas I mentioned, the application layer, right? And I said in the thing with the application layer is that it touches on the different sectors. And in order for us to have that good harmonization way of doing cross data between different sectors, then it means that we need to come together with the other sectors. I'll give an example now of if you look at today, you can't tell the difference between a telcos and a financial institution. You can't like banking is now actually looks like a telco looks like a banking industry. So that means that the work that has already been started of forming in the different forums, it means that it needs to be expanded more to include the other players as well. And one of the things that even just being here in ICASA, There's last mile deliveries. The guys who have the scooters, who are delivering the scooters there. If now one of the companies, let's say Zuzi, decides to go into the telco space, they would like to see how are the people that are using the telco, they're consuming the telco services, and how can they help to optimize onto delivering the products for them. So that cross sector data cross movement, and that's the part which then ICASA can help together by bringing all the other players to say, if we're in together, we can harmonize our policies in such a way that even when they come to submit their applications, it becomes easy for us to grant them access to say, no, you can go ahead with developing those solutions.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
As a man growing from rural areas of Limpopo, I was actually at Tabazimbi, where they don't have technology, enough technology. I'm trying to check what is it that we are bringing to ICASA, just as a person.
So I'm failing to follow because you mentioned that lack of technology, and then now you're asking as a person. Can you please just elaborate that one for me? Thank you.
I'm saying as a man from rural areas where they don't have enough technology. Now, if we, as a portfolio committee, actually proposed your name to be in ICASA, what is it that we are bringing to ICASA?
Okay, thank you. So my proposition that I'll be bringing to ICASA, I'm pretty much sure that already we have so many people that are very knowledgeable in terms of the spectrum allocations, the spectrum and all these other things, but we don't currently have people who are knowledgeable on the imaging technologies. And my proposition is pretty much based on that, to say we need to have our hands on the imaging technologies. We are very much behind, and that is the kind of expertise that I'll then have to bring. Bringing them, and not just bringing in the imaging technologies, and pulling closer the startup communities that we have around the country, because that is those are the ones that are actually running with most of these imaging technologies, and for reasons being that the big companies are already on legacy systems, so you can imagine that it becomes expensive for them to try to move to the other to the new technology. So going back to also settling to try to answer the question of the lack of technology in the other in the more rural and remote areas, it is the people from those areas that are actually will be able to develop the technologies that solve their solutions. I mean, we can take an example back to one of the work that UJ did with another community called Gokwani, somewhere deep in the rurals of Limpopo, where they went on and put in the solar panels, put in the power supply, put in the bakeries. So we can now think and say, but why not also allow for entrepreneurship minds by helping the guys to put in devices such as IoT devices and playing around and seeing how do you develop new business solutions from those areas, the same way that they went on and helped the guys to develop new solutions for themselves in terms of agriculture. So they can put in their sensors there in their farms and start playing around with that, and then before we know it, the technologies that will be exported to the rest of the country will be coming in from the villages.
Okay, thanks, Chair. My questions is related to digital economy and the attainment thereof. On licensing of SMME within ICASA, why are we having these small companies, mostly ICT companies, being enabled, and they always easily fall back after that? We've never seen them moving from being SMMEs up beyond that. With you coming, probably if you become successful, coming to ICASA, with the tools that you'll be exposed to within ICASA, what would you do differently to make sure that you use all the tools that are exposed to you in ICASA to make sure that all these SMMEs that will be onboarded or working with the ICASA can grow their economy, or those companies grow more than being SMMEs to move up to the high level? The tools that will be exposed to within ICASA, using them.
Okay, thank you. To answer that question, I think I'll start with a proverb in my language. I think it might also be available in other languages. Mushumo ushava zwanda. How do I loosely translate that? Yes. Yeah. So what I mean by that, right, and it goes back to the topic that is very closer to my heart, the Ubuntu philosophies as well, right? It's about realizing that from a systems perspective, you cannot solve a problem by just using one sector. It needs to be a play of the different industries that we have. So my friends who are in the SMMEs space, especially the startups, I will actually even mention one of them by name. I'm sure he's probably even watching now. Uslebo Home Leave, right? One things that they've done, these guys, is that they have noted that the thing that is making the SME fails is not necessarily that they don't have access to technology, is mainly on the financial education. So the reason why you're seeing them falling back is because there's not that part of teaching them about how do you handle your finances within your organization, how do you file your taxes, how do you do all of those things. So, and the nice thing is that already, as I'm saying, that within the communities that we've started seeing is that there are people that are helping all of these guys to come up with those things. I was also just recently finishing up reading a book, and The Traveler, and then he mentioned something very interesting there, an example which he did with the ICASA brand. And I know I'm going away from tech, but I just want to show from the SMME's perspective as well, that he used to call the ICASA by Laduma. And then they had to convince him to let go of the Laduma brand and in terms of marketing to change it to ICASA Africa. And then from there, it just boomed. So again, the reason why most of the SMEs are most probably failing is because I want to become the hero of my SMME, especially within the ICT space. So if there's anything that we can do from the ICASA perspective is to start making sure that all these companies that are SMMEs, after we've given them licenses, we give them exposure to all these guys that are offering these ingredients that help them to succeed within their career. After all the big organizations have CMOs, have CFOs, have all these people playing all these different roles, but why aren't the SMEs being given access to the people that can help them with those services as well? And that is where I'll say that my role will actually help with bringing that to the SMMEs.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doc. I've got so many questions, but I'll hold back because you come from the best university in the country, the University of Johannesburg. Doc, I'm surprised, so I'll make it my last question. I'm surprised that it didn't come up in this round of interviews. One thing that this committee is obsessed by, and I think what you spoke about on SMMEs touches also, well, related in one way or the other, is around the sustainability and the funding of our SOEs, in particular SAPO and the SABC. Now, I'd like to know whether you see a role for the regulator in assisting us ensure the financial viability of these institutions. As you answer that, maybe just also reflect on the universal services obligations, whether they are still relevant in their current form. If not, maybe what would need to be revisited there. And then finally, it's one question, finally, the spectrum, what was that thing now? The auction, so the allocation of spectrum through the auction. Have you seen, in your mind, what was your view firstly of the auction and whether there's been any benefits that have come to South Africans tangibly as a result of that? Thank you.
All right, thank you. So when it comes to organizations like SAPO, as I was even hinting around the last mile deliveries, last mile deliveries are pretty much the UPS organizations, right? And one of the things that we need to also come to the realization of is that, yes, when we started SAPO, it was to distribute letters because those were the forms of communication. And over years, things have changed. And over years, the means of deliveries have also changed. It is no longer a man in the bicycle driving around throwing up letters or putting the letters in the distribution post offices that are in the rural areas. But here's an advantage that the SAPO has as well in the moment, right? You've got many distribution points, and which most of these last mile delivery organizations, no matter what they try, they will not be able to have that much infrastructure. So why not repurpose SAPO from a dispatching
Sorry, Doc. I'm going to stop you. Also because we have run out of time, but I don't want you to look at the SAPO business model, right? They'll do their own thing. Same with SABC. But as a regulator, as ICASA, is there anything that you think you can do there to assist with the financial sustainability? I'll make an example. Honorable Matei speaks to the enforcement around the sub 1 kg monopoly that SAPO has. You're looking for funding for the SABC. Is there anything you can do as it relates to perhaps some of the other broadcasters? If you had to just, wear your creative hat, do you see any role that ICASA can play to assist resolve some of these things, given the fact that you are the licensing authority and you are the regulator and thanks.
Yeah, so if I were to think about it, I would say that one of the things that we then need to consider is the fact that, as I was indicating, the way of communication has changed and the way of distributing that communication has changed. And what are the other players, especially when it comes to things like SABC? They used to be broadcasting and now they're streaming. Can we find a way to have the two be married in such a way that we can find, we can generate revenues from there? I just saw SABC revamped their app, for example, and now it requires you to sign in. And that's something that is needed to help to generate that revenue, because now you could be able to do targeted marketing. And those are the new models of revenue that they can actually get to be able to be sustainable. And yes, we do need the coverage is a big thing that we need to work on in as a country, and the processes that we need to work on. We need to figure out how do we actually ensure that there is the spectrum is that is the organizations have been allocated to actually reaches the people that are in the different rural areas. Because again, at the moment already, I think the statistics show that for 4G and 3G, we already have 97% coverage within the country, and for 5G, we are already at 40%. So I would say that we are actually in the process of moving towards there, because if we could now be at a 40% for 5G, that shows a whole lot of progress that we have done in the past. And the fact that we have 97% coverage for connectivity, that's a fish that many other African countries don't have, and I think we must not take that lightly.
Thank you very much, Dokotela. Other questions we'll send for written reply. I'm joking. No, thank you so much. I think we must appreciate you having shown interest in this position. Our intention is that by the first week of December, when Parliament rises, the committee should have tabled its recommendation to the National Assembly for adoption. And yeah, after that, we need to submit 1.5 names, which means that since there's 4 vacancies, we have to submit 6 names to the minister for consideration, and he would then make his determination for those 4 names. Let me check with you then as we come to the end of the interview if you have anything that you would like to declare, whether it is conflict of interest or any issue that you may be aware of that, should we become aware of it, would affect our consideration of your nomination.
Yeah, I think the only conflict of interest is the fact that I work for Vodacom.
No, that's not a disqualifier. Okay, do you have any questions for us?
No, no questions.
Thank you. And then may I check, how have you found the process? Has it been fair? Has it been transparent up to thus far?
Yes, yes, no, I really enjoyed it. It was very nice. Thank you for the questions and the compliments as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. I think we are done. Members, can I suggest a 30-minute lunch break and request the Secretariat to communicate with the candidate that you will give them heads up when it's time to start the next candidate. Thank you, Doc.
check. 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2. Mic check. 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 3 1 2. 222. One two one one two, mic check. 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2. One two three one two one one two 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 2 3 1 2. Two, two. 1, 2. Mic check. Coming through this laptop. And the speaker. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Now I'm no longer coming through the speaker. Through the laptop. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. Yes. Now I'm coming to both the speaker and the laptop. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2.
Hi, good day, Prof. Can you hear me? I'm good, thanks. One, two, three, sound testing. Prof, are you able to switch on your video? Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, thanks, Prof. It's fine, Prof. You can switch off now, then you can switch on when we start again.
Colleagues, we have the candidate.
Hi, Prof. Good afternoon, Prof. I'm good, thank you, Prof. I'll now hand over to the chairperson of the committee. Thank you, Prof.
Prof, we hear your beautiful voice. We're hoping that we can be shown your beautiful face. If you bear with us just a moment. Prof, do you have visuals of us? Okay, we see you now. Do you have visuals on us? Okay, Ashley, can you help us for the prof to have visuals of the room? Prof, I don't want to waste any more of your time. Okay, now we have a problem. We are seeing what you are supposed to be seeing. But, sorry? You can see the room. We can't see you now, but don't worry. I think we will have that sorted, but maybe we should start. And apologize to you profusely for running late. We've just been having a few technical challenges, which is why we need great experienced people like you to help us regulate even this technology that is giving us a problem. Prof, my name is Kusela Sangoni Digo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications. In the room with me are members of the committee. I'm sure that when we get the visuals resolved, oh no, you can see them. So right next to me is Honorable Subrathi. That's Honorable Subrathi. Next to him is Honorable Bodlani. Then on the other side of the room, I almost said the Progressive Caucus, Honorable Mateis, and then next to her is Honorable Matafa, and next to him is Honorable Ngobane. Why do I feel like we're missing someone? Oh, and then behind me is Honorable Sitole. Prof, please feel free, be welcomed to this interview for councillors for the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. As you would know, these interviews are held in fulfillment of Section 5 of the ICASA Act. We look forward to a really insightful engagement with you as we all seek to work together to really build a strong regulator. Prof, maybe let me hand over to you. If you could please just give us insights into who you are and why you think your skills, capacity, and experience would be valuable to ICASA. Thanks.
generate our languages, because this is the central core of the systems. If we are going to talk about public facing systems, if they're going to be integrate as they already are into our everyday lives, they should be quite inclusive. And what is inclusivity outside of language, and making sure that they can actually speak to their audience. Now, in terms of my board experience, I have sat on the board of the City of Joburg. That was quite short-lived, though, for 2 years, under Smart Cities and 4IR, the committee that side. Also, and now I resigned 3 weeks back. I was the board of PICTA, which is an NGO focusing on digital skills, not only in South Africa, but as well as in Africa, and how to build a digitally inclusive society with the right digital skills that speak to the future of work with all these technologies coming into play. I have also now recently been appointed from the 25th of October into the NEMISA advisory board. And as we all know, NEMISA's mission, it has changed quite a lot. But initially, it was about skills in broadcasting and multimedia. Of course, now what we see, in terms of multimedia broadcasting, what we saw 20 years ago and what we have seen now, the industry has quite transformed in a level that the skills that we thought we were needing 20 years from now and what we need today is quite different. And this also speaks to, how to regulate all these technologies that have now entered our shores and to our countries. Now, ICASA's mandate has been to regulate broadcasting, spectrum management, postal services, also both in TV and radio, and as well as telecommunications. Now, one of the things that has thrown regulations, and not only for South Africa with where ICASA is. This is a global phenomenon, right? Even the global West is catching up to it. It's all these emerging technologies and what they come up with. So what I bring in as someone who is an AI researcher, artificial intelligence, and in this pursuit of intelligence, having all these technologies coming in and disrupting our way of life, our way of regulating, our way of collecting revenue. So what I bring to the council would be the expertise to say, this is what the technologies are, this is how far we are in terms of regulating them, and this is how the global world is viewing the regulations. For instance, one of the things that has changed quite significantly is this over-the-top platforms. So platforms that run over the internet and do not use traditional ways of streaming. And, ICASA regulates it, allocates, frequency and spectrum, and everyone knows where they stay. But how would you then regulate a service, a platform that enters our country, that broadcasts information, and produces content and provides content, but doesn't need our intervention to do so, right? So basically, it's like having a drone latch into a car, get a free ride, get to the destination, get off that car, and then just go and deliver whatever service is mandated to do. So it actually delivers, it gains revenue, but it really doesn't invest back into the country, right? And it's also quite difficult to monitor. So, for instance, with your Netflix, your Showmax, your Disney Plus, what we see as the regulations that exist now, they do not literally account for this. Now, in the global West, for instance, Canada has kind of introduced, a 5% levy to say we need to take 5% over this OTTs and invest it into local content. Some countries are still also catching up to say you can only show a percentage of your foreign content and only bring in our content. And some countries also are saying, look, you need to kind of also invest in local production houses and then, put them onto your platform. So the world is now changing. And with my knowledge of AI and what is coming into play, I bring the AI expertise, the technical expertise with the disruptive technologies. Another thing is when we see,
Sorry, Prof, let me stop you. Otherwise, the members will accuse me of having taken all the time with my introductory question. Prof, you'll have a total of 40 minutes from now. So we should be done with the interview at 14:50. Each of the members will be afforded 5 minutes to engage with you. So let me hand over to Honorable Subrati. Honorable Subrati.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good afternoon, Prof. And thank you for your very, very in-depth and very clear explanation and capturing the emerging market we are in. And I must compliment you on being, I think, the youngest candidate that we are interviewing here this afternoon as part of the 17 candidates. Prof, you've highlighted to us, and you've agreed, I think, the sector we operate in is headed for a very complex future, given the evolution of technologies such as AI, which you spoke about, this cloud computing and the Internet of Things and many others. And if so, which players will play a critical role with the regulator to ensure that the country can benefit from the digital economy appropriately? I'll follow up. That's the first question.
I mean, for us to be able to benefit, it sits at the core of what ICASA stands for, and this is fairness and transparency and inclusive digital technologies. Now, we are being faced with this transforming multinationals, right, who really know how to bypass our regulations. Now, let's look at the concept of net neutrality, where we say people should be able to pay a standard price for whichever content they actually consume, be it video, picture, or even text. Now, then we see now, particularly in emerging markets, Facebook coming in and giving out, a free basics plan, right? Now, this then throws off the fairness away. If we don't have net neutrality, then Facebook says you can access our platform for free. I mean, we know why they do it. They want data, they want to train the models. It's quite of a selfish thing on their end. But for us, then it gives Facebook an emotion, right? Therefore, the competition becomes skewed. Right. As Meta evolves and puts in more platforms, they now a monopoly with WhatsApp. They have now, moved with the free basics plan. So once they own the monopoly, it's very also difficult for South African startups to compete. It also skews public perception, right? We are now seeing people believing that Facebook is the actual internet because Facebook is zero rated or actually has a basic plan that allows you to access certain information. So we really need to tighten up with not only this OTTs, but also other players that are coming in with this, free basic plans, and to make sure that our public is very, very aware of what is information, where to get information, and also promote fairness. And this net neutrality and fair, one can actually ask if Facebook can give out this basic plan. We need to also think about how NPOs and NGOs, and I saw it on the ICASA report, is already tabled, how the public sector and NGOs and NPOs could actually also get zero rated sites, because of that is most important. Having Facebook as free rated is not important, but public facing services on the internet should be regulated, and also people should be able to access it for free and beyond just website, right? To build a digital inclusive society, we need to be aware that not everyone knows even how to use a smartphone or a laptop, right? What about people? How do we put services on USSD? And also awareness in other platforms for everyone.
Thank you, Prof. Just my follow-up question to you would be, as we get the emerging technologies coming up, there is a need to balance it. And one of the challenges we face, particularly with AI, because you've indicated that's an area of expertise, is how do we balance innovation against regulation and the lead and the requirement for there to be ethical use of AI. If you are appointed as an ICASA councillor, how would you spearhead the issue of bringing in regulations to ensure that there is ethical use of AI?
I mean, there are two aspects to this, right? How do we regulate but don't over-regulate, and therefore don't stifle innovation, particularly homegrown innovation? And number two, how do we inform the public about the services out there? Now, we need to find a kind of a sandbox to say this is how much we can take before we allow you to get to a certain level. So we need this regulatory sandboxes, because the sandboxes still allow innovation, but in a very ethical way under the bounds that ICASA would have set out. Now, in terms of the ethical use of AI, it is quite difficult because of the race of AI is being led by the global north. And the global north is deploying technologies. We don't own Meta, we don't own Netflix, we don't own Disney Plus, but they're already in our shows. So it's about us regulating how they behave in our shows, right? Without over-regulating. Now, if you look at certain countries like China, there's a very huge over-regulation, seeing exactly what goes into to the public. Which I think is not fair, and also doesn't do much for society and the community. But if you look at what Canada is doing, to say you come in and then you have to show this amount of our local content and give back to our society. Or when you come as an OTT, these are OTT specific regulations. And this is really what ICASA is still missing. And not only ICASA, I'm just saying the whole world, but especially for ICASA, there needs to be specific regulations. But also these regulations then would have to now also be amended in the Electronic Communications Act.
Dumela, Professor Mpo.
Morning. Oh, it's afternoon.
It's afternoon where we are.
Danny, how are you?
I'm well, ma'am. Good to see you. And just to also congratulate you on your great achievements and being one of the youngest applicants, and with a very well achieved career. Congratulations, and also for raising your hand for this position. We appreciate you. It means there's hope for government in South Africa. Also, Paul, you talk about being on the advisory board for NEMISA, and you talk about it being recently. How do you see the two working between being an ICASA councillor and being a NEMISA advisory board? But the question, just as a by the way, but the question I want to ask firstly is, you are an AI expert in your own right. Will coming from academia, coming off as a researcher and becoming an ICASA councillor not limit where your passion lies?
Okay, so I think I'm going to start with the NEMISA one. Thank you so much, Honorable Bodlani. I think NEMISA has always been, a skills, digital skills, particularly in its inception, it was multimedia and broadcasting. But if you look at the plan, it now wants to encompass, the future of work, and this means AI skills of the future and how to capacitate the country and give back to the NDP 2030 plan. So that is quite complementary because of and I need to say, so what we discuss in NEMISA is quite, it stays at NEMISA, and what is discussed at ICASA stays at ICASA, because of this is basically about ethics and separating those two duties. But my skills are both complementary to both organizations, because I am an associate professor in AI. I know where the future of AI is coming in the next 10 years, 20 years, and I know what kind of skills need to be, given to society, from basic education, to TVET education and your classical or universities. In terms of my passion as an academic, so I started academia at a very young age, at around 18, as a research assistant, and my research has always been built on being impactful, right? What does my research speak to society? How do I give back what I know and bring it to society? And that has been quite reflective of, the papers that have come out, my interaction with, society and civil organizations, and also industry, and the kind of impact, and sitting down with industry, NGOs, as well as some, of the departments in the public sector. So it really doesn't take away from my passion. My passion is basically, how do I use my skills as a researcher, as an academic, to make sure that everyone benefits from my expertise. And therefore, these two things are not really divorced in any way. It's really just bringing the academic expertise, the consulting expertise into the ICASA and helping, ICASA reach their mandate and get ready for the future technologies that are already actually in our shores. The future, but they actually have started to permeate.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Prof, what is your view on funding of SAPO and management of Postal Bank?
Thank you, Honorable Sutole. I wrote everyone's name down. So in terms of funding SAPO and the Postal Bank, I am quite a bit it's now, I think, ICASA trying to infringe on the operations side of SAPO and Postbank. And I am not quite sure how much power ICASA should have in the operational side of Postbank. But I can answer and say there's one thing that has put in my opinion, Postbank to where it is, and that it didn't really catch up with the technologies as they were coming in. Now, when you allow foreign players to come and do what public entities do, public entities have to catch up with the technologies, right? When you allow DHL to come and do what SAPO is supposed to do, and DHL already has the sophisticated tracking and monitoring algorithms, then of course, people deviate to where they get the best customer experience. Now, SAPO and Postbank may be public entities, but they still are customer or client facing. The client is the public, but they really need to give the customers, what they need and also keep up to trends with where they need to go. So it's about being innovative and forward thinking and very, very strategic in this ever changing world, because we allow foreign players to come and play in our markets and they come with more better ways of doing things, and therefore they attract more clients or customers or the public. But nonetheless, on the issue of SAPO and Postbank, we still need them, right? We still need these public entities, but they also need to be quite competitive and aggressive because the market is quite aggressive. Thank you, Honorable Stoll.
I even forgot what I had a brain freeze. Thank you, Chair. Prof, thanks for taking time out and also for applying for this position. It's nice to see young professional women in our space. Just quickly, we'll start off on how you ended. You mentioned we need to have state entities that need to be competitive. How do you see that? How do you see your role, particularly here at ICASA, of getting it into that space? I don't know if you're familiar with the Auditor General's reports, for example, for the last 5 years on ICASA, and also just the annual reports based on their performance plan. So how do you see yourself when you get in there on improving that space? Because we have a huge problem with operations, not just with ICASA, but also with other state entities.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Honorable Mates. I read the performance report for ICASA, I think, in terms of 2020 to 2024. And one of the challenges that I see listed here is always about legislation. But I have one major concern with the vision and the plan in place, right? It was very difficult, and I was going to ask this to the interview if I was allowed to ask questions, to say we are building an inclusive digital technologies in at ICASA. We want to give services to everyone. We want to bridge the digital divide. Now, great vision and mission, very, very doable, right? But we need to think about where South Africans are, right? How do we can say, okay, we're gonna give everyone access to those websites, for government websites, and they can come in and do a booking system. Now, there are places in our country that don't have infrastructure, right? That cannot access the services. So basically, how do we regulate beyond the obvious? How do we ensure that the digital economy here, right, actually gets to include everyone. Now, another thing that always comes up when we talk about inclusivity, and because you're talking about operation side, and this is where I'm talking about the vision, is that we need, and this is a lot of public entities, there needs to be a very specific vision with very specific KPIs. Now, digital inclusive economy, from the CEO, from the chair of council, to the councillors, to the receptionist. How does everyone working at and for ICASA contribute to the digital economy? What tools does the company receptionist need to have that ties back to the digital economy? And this is one thing that I found, because we talk about operations, that was quite unclear to me when I read this report. But nonetheless, I think having this very clear strategy that speaks to each and every milestone, each and every point in time, how we measure, instead of having this nice big broad statement and then coming and saying we're going to target 2,000 people and connect them to a community radio station, because we can do that, but how does gets back to this vision that we have is still quite unclear.
Thank you, Prof. Then let's talk about character, the character or the personality traits that we need to be a councillor at ICASA. Obviously, you are going to be engaging with stakeholders that have extremely deep pockets, who actually have departments and people that are paid to influence entities, government officials, regulators. So for example, and I want to speak particularly, and maybe I should give you a background a bit on it. So we have failed, ICASA has failed dismally at reducing the cost of data, and this affects everybody in South Africa, and worse, the poorest of the poor. At the moment, we have Malawi. I'm going to say this again. I'm sure you're tired of hearing about Malawi. No? You know it's 26 Rand. We pay 26 Rand, 18 cents to be exact, more than Malawi. So this is one of the fundamental failures of the ICASA regulator. So how do you see your role on the board in contributing to that? Because that is something real and it needs to be tangible in terms of the operations of ICASA. And then also you can also answer in that question on the characteristics of a councillor in terms of having to engage with these big businesses with very big pockets. I don't know if you were listening to the interviews earlier, but we were talking about we have courier companies that are operating illegally in this country, delivering bank cards for huge banks. And banks have signed agreements with them, and they have signed agreements with companies that are operating illegally. And ICASA is supposed to be stepping in here, finding and doing those things, and they're not doing it. So this comes back to influence and what these big businesses do. So talk to me about your experience in dealing with companies that are set up specifically to be able to deal with government and regulators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthijs. I've said this before, that just, you know how much, we need to understand how much an average South African has to work to actually afford 1 gig of data. And this is why this concept of net neutrality comes into play. And I know, you know, telcos and don't want to hear this, and internet service providers, but net neutrality is quite an important regulatory factor. We don't do it as yet. We don't enforce it. Where we say, look, whatever people consume, it needs to be quite fair and quite, you know, standard, right? Number two, you don't get to choose where you become expensive, right? So that even amongst these companies, there's no deal between, for instance, the yellow telco and Netflix, to say, for Netflix we're gonna make people access Netflix cheaper, but for Disney Plus we're gonna now start throttling, and then people struggle. And in terms of this, I always go back to the vision that ICASA has put into their reports: digital inclusion, right, for everyone. Now, once once as the council, or to regulate, for instance, postal services, once we start allowing the monopoly to be owned by private enterprises, then we cannot have an inclusive digital economy, not in South Africa, not with the divide that we have economically, because that means people who will access this nice services are people who can actually afford to, which is the middle and the upper middle class, and everyone up and above it. Now, what a councillor and this is not only about a councillor, any public servant, right? You come and serve because you have a calling to serve. You come and serve because you want to give back to the country. And therefore, no one should be putting their financial pockets, in fund, right? You engage with these big companies, big telcos, big tech, in a way that speaks to how ICASA plans to achieve its vision, right? So when you engage, and I'm hard pressed to even understand how one councillor can engage one company on behalf of ICASA without the right protocols or members of the committee. I don't see why that should happen, where I would, if I were a councillor and appointed, would want to meet with those big companies to talk about what exactly, because we have processes. Remember, one of the things ICASA has to do is be transparent. We have processes for public participations, we have processes when we do the spectrum auctions. So if people follow processes to actually do business or apply for licenses, apply for the spectrum, I don't see why this one-on-one would have to happen in the first place. And I find it difficult to see what exception would exist where a councillor decides to engage with these companies outside of the councillor's probably own personal interest.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good day, Prof.
Thank you.
Prof, I have 3 questions that I'm going to ask. As such, I request in your responses to be as concise as possible.
to have
us here in South Africa.
Thank you. Prof, thank you very much for those responses. We still have a few minutes, so I will use them. When you, or should you be appointed to this position, you're obviously going to be part of a core group of people that are going to determine certain very significant things in our country. So what I would like to know, and I'm following up on the questions that members spoke to, Honorable Mates asked you about data costs. There's a view in society that says you allow the duopoly of MTN, Vodacom in the main to continue, and what you then do is to regulate the price of data. I would like to hear your view on that, competition versus regulation, which is going to trump which one at what point? Then secondly, on the issue of transformation, There's also another contemporary debate about relaxing, I suppose, black economic empowerment within the sector. ICASA is sitting with a request for with a policy directive on that area. What is your view about that? I do have one or two others, so I'll come back. If you could just speak to these ones, please.
Okay, so in terms of regulations versus competition, I think regulation is, quite important to level the playing field. You level the playing field, you get everyone onto the right level, and then you can allow competition to now take over. Because if we say we now, I mean, Vodacom and MTN, as you rightly saw, are quite big in the space, and they have quite a large share in the market. But I think we really need to regulate, cap it, and then maybe after a couple of years, then we can come back and say, now we can think about how to then relax the laws a bit. But as to where it is right now, it is a well-known fact that data in South Africa is quite expensive. And as everything is moving to the internet, information is moving to the internet, we need for the public to be able to access this internet that we speak of, and for everyone to be able to access this internet. And they're already accessing the internet, and this is why Facebook has a monopoly, right? Because Facebook is access for free. So people then start to think, okay, Facebook is the internet. In terms of relaxing BEE and transformation, I think the case that comes to mind is the Starlink coming into our country. If we should relax the laws, particularly for Starlink. And in my opinion, right, this industry has not been fully transformed for us to even think about scraping it. The transformation agenda, as well as the broad-based black empowerment. And once we start making exceptions for one big player, what is to stop other big players coming in and kind of also holding us at ransom to say, you need my service, but I'm not going to follow your laws.
Thank you.
My opinion.
Oh, sorry,
okay.
Please do continue.
No. And my opinion with allowing big tech to come in, or those big players, and if they don't want to give back, so I mean, Starlink comes in, it makes a lot of money out of here, but what do we have to? I mean, outside of nice fast speed internet, what about locally grown ecosystems, right? The next big Starlink coming from South Africa, so we actually even start investing in our own technologies and building our own technologies.
Thank you, Prof. And then my last two issues, the universal service obligations as they stand now. What do you think of that particular framework? Is it effective? I think it's common cause that the telcos are not really living up to what would have been expected of them with those USOs. And if we were to change it, what do you think we could do to enhance universal access, especially beyond connectivity to access? So that's just my one question on USOs. And finally, you've spoken about emerging technologies. There's a whole issue of convergence in the industry, how fintech is becoming this tech and everything else. What do you think the regulator of the future should look like? Thank you.
I think the regulator of the future needs to be able to anticipate, right? What technologies are coming in, and it's quite for the global south, even for South Africa. It really it's really not that hard for us to see, because of our technologies are being pushed down from the global north. So, for instance, what we see as virtual reality now is already being piloted in the US with the NFL games. So at some point, it will be deployed into our TV screens via these OTT platforms. And once someone can be immersed in a football game at the comfort of their house, then we have to kind of think about how we need to regulate that. But it's coming because it's already been piloted. In terms of universal access, of with telcos, and how they work around there. I'm going to be quite honest, Chairperson, to say that I have never even looked that well into that issue of USOs. I'm not sure. I don't even know what the issue would be there. So, is there a penetration in terms of access of I don't know, telephone lines and mobile networks? Is mobile network a problem in South Africa in terms of penetration? Are there places that don't have at all penetration? I mean, I've been to a place, but that was by choice to get out of that. They were using walkie-talkies, but I'm not quite well versed in that topic.
Thank you, Prof. Because we have run out of time, let me allow that one to slide. But I mean, as much as it's said that we have up to what, 97% coverage, quality is still an issue, but you find that, our public schools, our government institutions and so forth still remain unconnected, or if they're connected, there's no access. So you have fiber lines running through, but there's no access, let alone impact, which would be the next stop. But Prof, thank you for your time. Thank you so much. And again, our sincere apologies that you had to wait for us. I know we're supposed to have started a lot sooner. So I'm going to turn over to you, whether you have any questions for us, except for to say right up front, in terms of process, the committee is expected to make a recommendation to the National Assembly of 1 plus half. I always struggle to say this. 1 plus half of the vacancies we have, which means that we need to recommend 6 candidates. Our intention is to ensure that we do this by the first week of December, before the House rises for the year. And yes, we will keep you updated in terms of process. So may I check if you have any questions for us?
Thank you so much, Chair. Just one question in the interest of time. Based on the reporting and today's interview on my end with honorable members of the committee, what is the most ideal candidate that is needed right now at ICASA to help with the biggest issue that they have? So what is the biggest issue and what is the most ideal candidate?
I can take it to say, luckily, we have 4 vacancies. So it's not that one person would necessarily fit what we're looking at, but just to give you a sense, all the issues that the members were speaking about here. Firstly, the issues I was asking around transformation, the issues Member Mateus was speaking to in terms of ethics and commitment to doing the right thing, especially under difficult circumstances, the technical expertise that is required, but also, I mean, we do have a bias. If you heard some of the questions that you were asked about the post office, it tends to be a stepchild, the poor cousin in what is being regulated, and perhaps not much focus being given then. This is in addition to, obviously, the focus on emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, and so forth. But clinically, in terms of expertise and skills needed, which is aligned with the Act, so there is a need right now for somebody from an economy background, a corporate finance background, a legal background, the broad spectrum, which I think you would fall under in terms of engineering, everything, artificial intelligence, data mining, strategists, broadcasting specialists, consumer affairs. So that's the reason why I was saying, luckily we have 4 vacancies. I'm sure not everybody is going to have everything, but we're definitely looking for people who will also bring, forward-thinking expertise to the regulator.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Madam. And then let me check if there is anything you would wish to declare. We asked this, whether you believe that you may have a conflict of interest in this process, or alternatively, anything you may be aware about that if we were to find out should or would have an impact on the decision we would make around the recommendation?
Madam Chair, I think I've declared all my affiliations.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then finally, have you felt that this process was fair and transparent thus far?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Where are you, Prof?
I had to travel to Germany. I arrived yesterday.
Okay.
So I'm in Germany right now. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You
you
keep
so
well.
much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
At ICASA.
I don't know all the names of all the members, Chair.
Okay.
But I can read the ones that are nearest to me.
Right.
And
So
some of them I know from some time back. Yeah.
Okay, maybe just for standardization, right at the end is Honorable Mates. Next to her is Honorable Matafa. Next to him, Honorable Subrati. Then on my left, Honorable Bodlani, followed by Honorable Sitole and Honorable Ngubane at the end.
Okay.
So
Thank you,
please
Chair.
do feel free, welcome to this interview. Maybe just to start off, Doc, you would be a returning member if you were to be recommended to the National Assembly. Can you tell us what it is over the last 4 years you think you would have done well, and what you didn't do as well that you would want to come back and finish with ICASA? Thank
Okay, thank you for the question, Honourable Chair. You know, it suddenly seems as if 4 years is a very short time. You feel as if you're kind of running off your feet, you're busy, you've got committee meetings here, there, and everywhere. But I do think there's some things where I've made a little bit of a difference, as much as I can. Possibly the first one I would start off with mentioning is one of the early regulations which we did. One of the committees I sit on deals with universal access and service, and we put in place a set of universal service obligations for RAIN and Centec, covering some community education, training colleges, and community liaison centres, learning centres, I beg your pardon. And the challenge of that particular regulation was you've got two service providers. Centec was to provide the local area network, RAIN was to provide the connectivity. And I think what I was able to bring to that was my experience of so many failures that I've seen in universal service obligations, ensuring that the two licensees came together, that their obligations dovetailed, that they coordinated with each other. So I think that was an early success. I think another area that I would pick up would be some of my work on spectrum. So I've been for quite some time chair of the IMT Roadmap Committee, which is the committee that looks at spectrum allocations for mobile services. And we ran through a process where we did what are horribly known as radio frequency spectrum assignment plans, which really set out what the spectrum band is, how it's going to be used, how it's going to be assigned, and some of the transmission, etc. parameters. And we put out a bunch of 10 of those. We're still in the process of doing some of the tail end work on that. For example, in the IMT 450, which is, I mentioned particularly, it's very interesting, the incumbent in the band is Transnet. And what we are planning on doing, it's still in the pipeline, I think the Gazette was only out a short while ago, was to give Transnet's license along the railway lines. And so there would be another license not along the railway lines. And I think that, I mention that because I think it's the first time in South Africa, should it go through, that we will be assigning spectrum on a non-national basis, which I think is important. I think spectrum, we really need to look at some of the alternatives and options that have been done elsewhere. Ofcom has done some excellent work. You colleagues will be aware of the fact the FCC has done some very good work in that area. Third area perhaps is call termination regulations. That's still in process. I left just as we were getting ready to publish the final Gazette, and I don't think it's come out yet. But what was interesting about that is a standard competition market analysis, looking at the market for call termination, looking at what the problems are, and then putting in place some regulatory solutions. Not an easy thing. We've been litigated against in relation to the findings document. We run the risk of potential litigation with the final set of regulations. But you have to do what you have to do. And yes, it's true to say that voice calling is a declining market, but it's still a substantial market. So that was an important area. Third area, some of the other areas I'd like to mention are things that are not necessarily tied to regulations. So, for example, we recently launched the Regulators Forum, which brings together, I shouldn't say we anymore, it brings together ICASA, .ZADNA, the Film and Publications Board, and the Information Regulator. And it's very important, it's something that I've been pushing for a long time. It's very important, in my view, that regulators with an angle on the digital economy, one way or another, come together to look at issues where there's co-jurisdiction or where their mandates kind of intersect with each other to develop common approaches, share information, etc., etc. So I think that was a very important step forward. We're hoping, from ICASA's side, ICASA is hoping, that the Competition Commission, the Consumer Commission, and the Financial Services Conduct Authority and others will join that particular structure. I think it's a very important step forward. Finally, if I can just mention, I know giving you a long answer, we recently ran a public consultation for our next 5-year strategy plan, something I've been pushing for some time. And I think it's actually a groundbreaking move. I think it's the first time that ICASA has done such a consultation on a long-term strategy plan. So I think there's a lot of work. Sorry to give you such a long answer. There's still a lot of work ahead. There are things that are coming at us that we need to deal with. We've got license renewals to deal with, the issues of spectrum, particularly the upper and lower 6 gigahertz band. There's a lot of work ahead that one would like to see finished. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. Can I hand over to Honorable Bodlan? Oh, sorry, I did mention we'll give each of the members 5 minutes to engage with you, so we'll probably keep here for the next 40 minutes.
That's fine.
Thank you.
And 5 minutes, question, answer. but let me allow me to please ask my 2 questions at one go.
Sure.
For you, having been part of the last spectrum sale, and I'm hoping I'm correct with that, what was the biggest lesson learned? And if you were to write a report for the next round of councillors, what is the one thing that you think they should take, considering how long it took with the spectrum sale, how it was opposed by some, it was opposed. So what is that big thing that you think if they take it for the next round, it would really make the process easier? And what sort of things would it unlock? And the last question, as you answer that, is to say, having been in this position in the last 4 years, what skills have you imparted to young people in the sector? Thank you.
Thank you. May I answer straight away, Honourable Chair? Honourable Bodlani, thank you for the question. Look, there are many lessons from the auction. One of them is don't get taken to court. But probably for me, the biggest long-term lesson for the auction is to think through the universal service obligations that you want to attach to the auction very, very, very carefully. My sense is that they were added to the auction. I wasn't part of the direct team dealing with that, but obviously the decisions, the issues, the litigation, etc., comes to council. And so council has to deal with that. So getting the universal service obligations right, making sure that they're workable, enforceable, doable, and that they actually make a difference. And my academic hat coming back, that what happens is researched properly, that some independent entity researches what is done and writes a report to say, what do we do that was right? And where do we make mistakes so that we can fix them next time? I could go on, but that's probably for me the biggest lesson. Skills, look, I was an academic for some 15 years, so I'm very passionate about skills development, skills training. I try my best to encourage the staff at ICASA to engage, to be a thinking and a learning organization, keep abreast of what's happening in the world. Not only local news, it's not just Tech Central and My Broadband and the others. You've got to know what's happening elsewhere in the world, so keep ahead of that stuff. I think one of the innovations I try to put in place, it needs to be more institutionalized, is running at least once a month a forum or an event where you get somebody who's a speaker. It may be an overseas consultancy, it may be a researcher, whatever the case might be, to come and talk to the staff at ICASA about a particular issue that would help them grapple with and come to terms with and understand the issues better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Prof, my question is, we have a challenge of emerging technologies. So as a member that was serving in ICASA, when we submit your name as to the next term of your scenario, of your time, what I'm trying to check, what plan do you can put in place now to protect our consumers.
Okay, just the one question.
And then the other one, Honourable Chairperson, I think the other one is the issue of funding of SAPO. What mechanism now or system you can put in place for this funding of SAPO and the management of Itara Bank, of Postal Bank?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. You know, emerging technologies, I think it's very important. We don't have the funds, we don't have the staff at ICASA to do the kind of work that Ofcom does. And I'm sorry, I tend to be a fan of Ofcom, but they have an enormous budget compared to what we do. And they put out every year a report looking at future technologies. So I think there's a lot we can do by seeing what other people are researching and reporting on and looking at emerging technologies and technology trends. I mean, there's satellite to the phone, there's satellite broadband, there people are debating about 6G and how 6G should be designed and configured. You've got to be aware of those kind of things and try and pick out the issues that are relevant to you as a regulator. And obviously consumer protection is one of the areas of our mandate. And so we would need to look and see where consumer protection comes up in relation to emerging technologies. In terms of SAPO, I think that's more the headache of the members in the Honourable Committee than our headache, although it is a headache for us because I've sat for 4 years looking at the reports coming from SAPO, and it's been a dismal string of reports watching the entity struggle. And you know, I'm very concerned about the long-term future of SAPO. I know the Minister has plans to look for a private sector partner. There was someone in the wings, I think, a couple of years ago. Whether that would make a difference, clearly the Post Office has to move away from doing postal services. The days of the letter are really gone now, but they have an enormous network. They have a mandate to provide services to people in rural and remote communities. So there's a network that could be leveraged there. So, you know, the Post Office should have been thinking about this 15 years ago. We're coming a little bit late to the party, and somehow there needs to be a strategic plan to turn that entity around. Maybe move it away from postal services. Sometime many years ago, they talked about making it a repository of an email address for every South African. That never happened. And that's probably too late now for the email address part of it. So I don't have a simple answer. You know, it's an entity with a big network and it needs to be doing work. You know, there's a lot of talk about e-commerce, parcel delivery, etc. But they're sitting behind all the other private sector players that snuck in to the space, have in a sense taken the ground from under their feet. So I don't have an easy answer, I'm sorry.
Now, you were part of ICASA over the last 4 years. To the questions that Honourable Sithole is raising, why are we still lamenting the fact that the regulation, I mean, almost every candidate that spoke today spoke about the fact that we need to regulate over-the-top services, right? Why has there been no movement there? And I know it's not us, because we're not sitting with any legislation that we're not processing. And secondly, on the Post Office, I mean, they're one of your licensees, right? You have authority to regulate them and the industry, postal services, which I'm assuming, I could be wrong, includes courier service. So how does it happen that this monopoly of the post office is eroded, you know, and the regulator is silent while you're looking at these reports every single year? Thanks.
Honourable Chair, if I may, let me start with the SAPO question. I mean, we regulate the Post Office in terms of an outdated piece of legislation. It goes all the way back to 1996 or 97, if I'm not mistaken. So that needs to be updated. It gives us certain powers in terms of receiving reports from the post office and trying to make sure that their financial affairs are correctly and accurately reported. And I think a team at ICASA has done an excellent job of analysing that work over the years. But there's very little that we can do to make sure that they turn that business around, other than pointing out, here you've got problems, your insolvency position is not great, etc., etc. I think, the way in which kind of Postnet is the sort of main opposition to the post office kind of snuck in, and there's allegedly some kind of contract between the two of them, which I don't think anyone's ever seen except the people who signed it. So yes, it kind of snuck in. I'm sure you're aware of the court case. They went to the CCC, Consumer Compliance Commission, and we found in favour of the post office. It's now been litigated against, but essentially it has to be done by us. The post office, as it currently stands, hasn't had the capacity to run that set of litigation itself. So that's still in court as to where things will go. Personally, and this is a personal opinion, I think it should have been recognized a number of years ago that the monopoly approach to sectors, as was the case in 1996, we thought Telkom was going to do it all. Okay, and it clearly hasn't been the case. So some kind of much earlier recognition of the eventual liberalization of the sector would have assisted policymakers and legislators, that's yourselves and the department, to prepare for that particular eventuality. And unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. So a little bit of a fudgy answer, I know, but it's a tricky situation, and there aren't easy answers in this one. On OTTs, yes, it comes up all the time. I think there are a number of angles in relation to OTTs. One of the problems is that OTTs, and we're talking about the big folks, the Netflixes of this world, don't pay tax in South Africa. But there's an initiative that's underfoot, championed by the OECD, which will deal with that particular issue and require them to pay tax, and either pay tax in the countries where their customer base is, or pay tax domestically and transfer that money to. And I believe the minister's predecessor, the current deputy minister, actually indicated at his last budget vote that we had actually signed up to that agreement. If you go to, I looked at the list the other day, there's some 140 signatories signed on to the protocol, and we're one of the signatories. So that might deal with the taxation issue. There's a question as to how you deal with the regulatory issue, and that's partly to do with the way in which the ECA is written. The ECA, as it currently stands, doesn't give ICASA any jurisdiction over streaming services, and that's probably something that needs to be looked at. In terms of the debate is kind of hitting the airways in South Africa, the fair share debate, where the telcos, your MTNs, Vodacoms, Telcoms, etc., are claiming that they should be paid to carry the traffic that's generated by Netflix and others. I think it's not an easy debate. I think there are arguments on both sides of the case, and that's certainly something that's likely to hit us as a regulator, hit ICASA as a regulator going forward. So yes, I think the Act needs to be amended to bring OTTs within the purview of ICASA. It would deal with things like streaming broadcasting, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My question as well is mainly on SABC, because I saw you on your CV, there was Save SABC. With all what's going on currently, the withdrawal of the bill by the minister, and as well with what was proposed on that bill, what's your thought of that? And that's the first on SABC, withdrawal of the bill and everything that was good as an improvement in the proposal. as well as you've already mentioned a lot of things about, I think it's what I was going to ask as well. If you can add more, the main question is, what is an unfinished business? You spoke about the Transnet railways, you spoke about ICASA, rain licensing that we're involved in. You spoke about the ECA Act that doesn't give any jurisdiction over media regulation. What more are the unfinished business that must convince us as this panel that you deserve to come back?
Okay, thank you. The SABC bill, of course, has been quite a controversial issue. There's been quite a lot of things flying around the airwaves. I mean, and it's, again, it's a personal view. The SABC is a national asset. It's a critical, and that's the reason why we've inherited their Chapter 9 powers, because an independent broadcasting, public media, we should be saying now, entity, is critical for our democracy to continue to thrive and flourish. So that's always, for me, the starting point for the SABC. My role that you're talking about is I was a member, an active member of the Support Public Broadcasting Coalition, the SOS Coalition, before I came to ICASA. Obviously, I stepped down, but I still have a passion in that particular area. You know, I think there were issues with the bill, and ICASA did make a submission on the bill, which I think pointed to two of the issues that the minister identified, and I think colleagues on the committee will agree. One of the problems is, how do we get the public media mandate of the SABC funded? And that's a huge problem. I think as ICASA was concerned that pushing it out to another 3 years was actually going to, it's a problem, because South Africans don't pay their license fees. I think the compliance rate now is somewhere around about 15%. In the UK, when it fell below 95%, they started getting worried. And we're sitting at 15% with the cost of compliance chasing after people who don't pay, eating into that paltry 15%. So the funding is a critical kind of problem. I think it's also important as a public broadcaster that you need to ensure that it's independent, which means at arm's length from the minister. And you need to ensure that you have an environment where it's a public media entity. It's not a government voice, it's a public media entity. And one must always think, we always used to say when you're doing legislation, think of what it would be if the opposition was in power and you were not the people writing the piece of legislation. How would that legislation work if another party was governing, had the minister, and was appointing, etc., etc.? So I do think the issues of ensuring there's a proper separation between the powers of the minister and the powers of the public broadcaster has been a second area. Thirdly, and I think ICASA made that in their submission, there's currently a process to finalize a white paper. The first draft was an excellent piece of work on audio and audiovisual content services, if I've got the acronym correct. And I think the view of ICASA was that needs to be put in place before the bill really makes sense, because the bill still, so much of it deals with the SABC as a broadcaster, not as a provider of public interest audio and audiovisual content services. So that policy framework would, I think, make the amendment of the bill easier. Whether it's done by amendment, as I know some of the members of the committee feel it should have been done, or whether it needs to be withdrawn and then retabled, well, you can argue either way. But the important thing is we need an SABC that is a public interest media voice, that is independent, that's strong, that's well financed, that will take us forward. And how we deal with that, you can argue one way or the other. There was another question, I've actually missed it now. Oh, unfinished business, my apologies. ICASA is created as a Chapter 9 entity because there will always be unfinished business. You know, you've finished one set of regulations, there's another set of regulations coming on the table. One of the committees I've been working on is developing a strategy for the regulator of the future. And I think that's critically important, that that work gets completed and gets done, that we look at market issues, market trends, international good practice, etc., and put on the table a proposal as to how a regulator, whether it's ICASA or not, should be structured to deal with the things that are coming at us, OTTs as was earlier mentioned, and to be able to come and deal with the things that are currently unforeseen that will come out of the sector towards us. So that's one set of unfinished business. There's a huge challenge that ICASA is going to be doing in the next couple of years. A number of licenses are coming to the end, and that's a massive undertaking to renew those licenses. These are the MTNs, Vodacoms, Telcoms, etc. of this world. I would like to see the work that I've done on spectrum completed. I was chair of the IMT Roadmap Committee. If I were to be reappointed, whether I'm chair or not doesn't matter, but I think it's very important work looking at what spectrum is necessary and dealing with all of the challenges, the satellite to mobile, the satellite to broadband issues. And also, we have another auction on the horizon. And getting that done and getting it done better than we did last time, I think is very important. I would like to be able to be part of shaping that kind of process, including in relation to its universal service obligations. I can see the chair's getting agitated on time.
No, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. I see my question in SABC was taken by honourable member before me, because I had noted that Dr. Lewis was part of the Save SABC coalition from 2012 to 2020, so I was particularly interested in asking Doctor about SABC, but he's responded to that. Dr. Lewis, my question to you is that ICASA is governed by several legislation in delivering its mandate, such as the Electronic Communications Act, ICASA Act, Postal Services Act, and the Electronic Communications Transactions Act. Now, some of these legislations have not been amended in more than 15 years, bearing in mind that technology is changing quickly. If you were to recommend changes in legislation, which areas should be changed to keep abreast with technology? And my second question to you is, and I'll ask both at the same time, it has been reported, because satellite, and you alluded to satellite technology as you were answering the last question, it has been reported that government is set to relax broad-based economic empowerment rules to allow companies, some multinationals, to operate in our country. What is your view in this regard?
Okay. In terms of legislative amendment, I think there's quite a lot that can be done and probably needs to be done. I know there's an ECA bill on the table, and I know that the authority has done some work in making recommendations to areas that need to be amended. And there are a number of these. For example, the inability, as it currently stands in the legislation, of community broadcasters to submit a late application for renewal of a license, whereas commercial broadcasters can do so. So that, and there are a number of other areas. Our Complaints and Compliance Commission only statutorily provides for a chair, not a deputy. And that can sometimes stymie the work of that particular entity. There are a number of others. I've just mentioned two. I could go on. So I think there's work that needs to be done in terms of amending the ECA where it's possible to be amended to cater for some of those things. Including, for example, I understand the Minister wants to issue an invitation to apply for individual network services license, ECNS licenses. And that's currently blocked in the absence of a ministerial invitation to apply in the legislation. Is another area that could be amended. I do think that there needs to be, and one hesitates a little bit about suggesting these processes. I was part of the ICT Policy Review Panel in 2012, and we tried to recommend and look forward into the future what the sector would be in recommendations. These things don't happen in 12 months. They happen in several years. So I think there's work that needs to be done looking at postal services, electronic communications, digital services, and looking at the various pieces of legislation. ECTA you mentioned, very little comes to ICASA in relation to that particular piece of legislation.
Dr. Lewis, if I can just interject there. In a rapidly evolving environment like ICT, you mentioned these take sometimes years. And as a senior member who's been in this industry, how can you contribute to fast-tracking that? Because we can't wait for 7 years. We've got AI. We've been having a lot of conversations around AI, the ethical use of AI. We can't wait for 7 years. In 7 years' time, AI might become redundant. So my question to you is about acting expeditiously in a leadership position with regards to these amendments to these regulations.
I mean, I think the work on Regulator of the Future project is one of the things that could do that, make recommendations to where we need to do. But ultimately, there needs to be a process, and I agree with you. It needs to be as expeditious as possible. You know, in legislation, there's a slow process, unfortunately. Regulation is similarly a slow process. You put a draft, you put it out for consultation, you have public hearings, and so it goes on. So there are good reasons for those things to be in place. But yes, I agree with you. We need to work as quickly as possible and to try and get something done. So let's see what we can do with the current legislation to extend it where it can reasonably easily be extended. And then let's look at what needs to be done long-term to deal with the trends and issues facing the sector as a whole. I guess it's not an easy answer. We need to work as fast as possible. I agree with you. And we need, that's why as a regulator, for the future, we need to be agile. We need to be reactive. We need to see ourselves as a collaborative entity working together with yourselves, with the department, with the licensees, to enable the sector to flourish and grow, to grow the economy, provide services, bridge the digital divide, etc., etc.
The reason I asked that is over lunch, and I end of here, having a chat with the CEO, and she alluded to us that one of the challenges we have is regulations. So we need to ensure that there are enabling legislations to allow ICASA to perform its jobs efficiently. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And if I could just finally pick up on your second question, if you don't mind, that's the BEE issue. I mean, I think it's important, and ICASA's position all along has been, and I would agree with that position, is that satellite services such as the kind provided by the entity that you're referring to are an important part of the ecosystem, yes, but they're not going to bridge the digital divide. That cannot be afforded by end users, which is their market structure, in remote villages, rural communities, informal settlements, etc. And so, but it has a role to play. However, you don't go around and change a piece of legislation for one person. Okay, if you're going to change a piece of legislation, you do it for good reasons. And they're excellent and very important reasons why BEE has been put in place within our institutional environment, our legal environment. Is in the Act, in the ECA for ICASA in terms of licensing these services. And yes, we need to do that. There may be a case at some point in time to look and see, well, are the mechanisms we're currently using working? And that's maybe a useful question, but the point is the imperative to make sure that it's a South Africa for all South Africans, that we deal with the injustices of the past, that we build this as, continue to build this as an inclusive society. Those will never go away.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Lewis, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Two very short questions, but before I ask the questions, let me thank you for your contribution in your previous time as a councillor.
Well, thank you, Honourable Matafa.
The first one is around the funding model. Having been in the institution, would you say it is adequate, it is properly structured? If not, what would you recommend innovative ways that maybe you are able to generate revenue for future sustainability? The second one is not a trick one, I promise you. It's a sincere question. And it almost touches on how Honorable Subrathi ended. There's a growing narrative that we are unable to develop in this sphere because there's not sufficient political support. Do you agree? If you do, please share with us in terms of which areas, us sitting here as politicians, should give you more support as a council to ensure that development happens and then you are able to execute your mandate fairly. Thank you very much, Chair. Those are my questions.
None left for the Honourable Matthys. No, I don't hope. Honourable Matava, funding model. I mean, the problem with the funding model really is that ICASA, if we're to be, we need to have the necessary resources. And you've had it from the CEO who's come and made presentations to the Portfolio Committee. We currently have a little bit of an excess of 300 staff members. There are currently some, I think it's 108 vacancies that are on the organizational organogram, but they're unfunded. We need to be able to pay our top people and attract the top people. And that I'm talking about the people in the engine room of the organization. Councillors come and go, but we need to be able to attract top people in spectrum engineering, broadcasting, licensing, etc., etc. And so we need the money to be able to do those resources. We need to be able to do proper regulatory impact assessments. We currently very seldom do them, although they're provided for. They're not required, but they're provided for, so that you look at a situation and you say, if we do a piece of legislation, will it make things better or will it make things worse? So you need to look at what you're doing and try and measure what you're doing. All of that costs money. So that's the reason why, and we understand the constraints that face the fiscus, we understand the economic difficulties that the country faces. And there are a number of possible ways to do it. I know that there was a proposal, I think it was in the 2014 amendment to the ECA, but it may have been much further back, for ICASA to retain a portion of the fees that they collect for license fees. And I think it fell out quite late. There was a technical reason why it fell out. So that's one of the avenues to allow the authority to retain a portion of license fees. You don't want to make that too open-ended, otherwise you land up with a situation that faced our colleagues in Botswana a number of years ago, where they were collecting money and they had this enormous pool of cash and they didn't know what to do with it, and they found a way to give it back to the fiscus. So you don't want to open the doors to a floodgate, and money that's surpluses that are unspent for good reasons need to find their way back into the fiscus. So that's one potential funding model. There are other jurisdictions where the regulator imposes a levy on licensees. That's the case in Namibia across our borders. I believe I was chatting to the CEO of Telkom Namibia the other day, and he says that there's litigation to try and remove that. The licensees obviously don't like it. It's called a regulatory levy. Something similar happens in the situation with Ofcom, where they agree publicly how much money they're able to keep from the fees they collected. So there are a number of potential avenues that need to be looked at, but they need to be looked at carefully. It's not a question of writing blank checks to ICASA. It's a question of finding the kind of money that can be used effectively, and that's you colleagues will be there to hold, should be there to hold the authority to account on that score, to actually do their mandate and do their work better. So I hope that answers some of the questions. There is a committee at Council looking at funding model options, and there was previously some work that was done. I forget by the name of the consultancy that did it for, I think, the department looking at options. In terms of political support, Honourable Matafa, you know, I think government needs to see that the digital sector, the ICT sector, covers every single component of the country. And it's good to see that the President is currently already taking a very strong role in relation to ICT. It's good to see that we've got a new, young, energetic minister who's doing that. It's good to see we have the continuity of a deputy minister who knew his stuff. So just making sure that people understand the role that ICT and digital issues and digital technologies play in the economy. They're everywhere. They're in agriculture, they're in tourism, they're in mining, they're everywhere. So trying to, from your political side, to try and make sure that the other portfolio committees, the other ministerial committees are aware of the role of ICTs and the fact that they need to engage with the work that you do and the work that the authority does and the work that the department does. I don't know whether that helps. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Dr. Lewis. You're in the hot seat because you are a former ICASA member. And it was the EFF that lobbied very harshly that we don't increase the remunerations for ICASA councillors. And it was based pretty much on the fact that I can be religious sometimes, but I think this is a basic philosophy that if you are faithful in the little things, we will make you ruler over much more. So in terms of funding, I mean, and you started off and I guess you ended the conversation talking about requiring more resources. But the resources that ICASA has had I've got the Auditor General findings since you started there, and I'm not saying they're all related to you in particular. But as a board member or a councillor, obviously, of ICASA during this period, what were the conversations that were happening on the board when you received the Auditor General's report? I mean, just even the last one, some of the Auditor General's findings was on procurement and contract management, where it says there was non-compliance identified in the procurement process for the real-time spectrum analysis. It talks about the fruitful and wasteful expenditure that was employees, and they were also for officials, and there was no recuperation of that money. And I mean, these are really damning findings. And particularly since ICASA demands high levels of professionalism from their councillors. So generally, this level of findings that we get, we shouldn't be getting it where the councillors are of a certain standard. So it's telling us that it's not necessarily about professionalism, it's about, you'll tell me. But what conversations happens there? Also answer the question, are you one of the officials that was involved in wasteful and irregular expenditure, or were you one of the officials that were involved in allowing this or not following up on those or holding those accountable for doing so, which is part of the consequence management?
Okay. Thank you for that, Honourable Matthys. At the authority, we try to deal with, from the council level, with the engagement of the Auditor General on a formative basis rather than a summative basis. In other words, we don't sit back and wait for the final report and then say, oops, we've slipped up here, we slipped up there. We work with the Auditor General throughout the entire process, and where the Auditor General points out issues, and yes, there are some issues, we don't have a clean audit, and it's one of our annual performance plan targets to try and make sure we do get a clean report from the Auditor General. So at a council level, we take that very seriously. We have identified the particular issues. You didn't mention the 30-day invoice payment. No, it goes back a way before that. We've tried very hard to get a handle on that. We've introduced a number of measures, trying to, for example, setting up a single point of submission of invoices. But there's still some that slip through the cracks. There's sometimes disputed invoices, which don't necessarily get flagged as disputed invoices and therefore land up falling outside the 30 days. So we've got a recently appointed CFO, and we have been working with him to try and make sure that particular loophole is streamlined. I would like to see, and I asked for it, I think, at one of the last council meetings, I want to see numbers. I want to see how many invoices come in every month and how many miss the 30-day cutoff. One is too many, but obviously if you get 1,000, you don't want 800 that miss the cutoff. Whatever that number is, it should be shrinking month by month so it can be completely clean. So that's a critical area for us to get a clean audit. In general terms, what we have done as a council, and my colleagues would share my view on this, is we've set up a regular report from the CEO. We put it on the council agenda on each and every one of the areas where the Auditor General has raised concerns. And so we get reports on what's happening, what's been done, and demanding that, in fact, each of those issues is dealt with. You know, it's not a ship that you can turn around in 5 minutes. Any large institution, 350 staff is a reasonably large institution, is not going to be able to be turned around overnight. I'm not saying that it mustn't be turned around. Yes, it must. And yes, it's the responsibility of the council as the board that oversees the CEO and her senior managers in the running of the organization to make sure that each of those issues is center and front of mind in terms of the working of the authority. That, for example, compliance with the 30-day invoice things is built into the performance agreements of every single person that's dealing with invoices. On the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, you know, some of these are little things like people who missed a flight for one reason or another, and I'm trying not to incur any for yourselves at the end of this particular set of proceedings. For every single one of those, there's a report that's taken, and where it's, you know, there's a process that can be followed whereby consequence management and writing off of it can take place. But those come before council, so the council can look and decide that the fault that led to the issue has been identified, and then measures have been put in place to make sure that those things don't happen again. I don't know whether that answers your question. But bottom line is, as the council, it's a set of issues that we take very seriously and that we deal with at the council on a regular basis to make sure, or to try to make sure, that they're duly addressed.
Just quickly, while my favorite chairperson covered me on the issue of the South African Post Office, but it really took me aback where you said you watched as the Post Office was going downhill as part of, well, not you personally, but you as a councillor, when there was interventions that ICASA should have done. Number one was regulating the market of postal or courier services rather for 1 kilogram and less, that has now been operated illegally by foreign companies where that should have been done. So that should have been something where ICASA should have stepped in, and there should have been some compliance. Let's talk, and maybe since you are here, you'll tell us how come our data costs, how has ICASA failed to reduce data costs for such a long period? We pay 26 Rand more than Malawi. Again, I will say it for everybody. And this is a sore issue. Explain to us, that will be my last question. I won't ask anything else. But how is it that you have not been able to regulate the price of data? Well, are you being influenced by these big companies that have big pockets?
No.
Let's hear it. Thank you, Joe.
You know, the issue of data prices is a complex one. And there was a recent article, I think it was on Tech Central, identifying some of the issues and some of the problems. I don't think it's true to say that data prices have not fallen. They have declined in nominal terms. I think it's about 5 or 6%. Yes, it's a small percentage over and I can't remember how many years that was measured over. Given the rate of inflation, that's actually a real decline as well. It's bigger than the normal decline in terms of headline numbers. But the problem is when you look at data costs, what are you measuring? And when I used to teach my students, when we dealt with quality of service regulation, we used to say that every fall in quality of service is a hidden price increase. So you end up paying the same price for a lower set of quality. And so you need to look at what we are measuring. What's the quality of service? What's the download speed, the throughput speed, et cetera, in the South African market? I'm not suggesting that data prices are not a problem. But what I'm saying is it's a complex field, and what you compare against what? Are you dealing with the power hours versus are you dealing with the 30-day bundles? Are you dealing with the 50 megabyte bundles? Are you dealing with the 20 gigabyte bundles? So it's a complex terrain, and trying to understand how our situation compares with the situation of other countries in Africa and worldwide. You also need to look at what the gross national income per capita in the country is. The Alliance for Affordable Internet suggests that 2 gigabytes of data should not cost more than 2% of an average monthly income. I think we sort of just below the cusp of that particular measure. What ICASA has done in relation to that was we ran a data services market inquiry and concluded that the process that we run is you have to define a market, investigate the market, decide where there's insufficient competition, and then put in place regulations that will promote competition and drive the prices down. So that data services market inquiry did that work, found out that there was not sufficient information upon which to base an accurate intervention. So they put in place a regulation that requires the dominant licensees in that market, the big players, to provide information, I think it's on a quarterly basis, that would give the authority the basis to actually intervene more substantially. So I think watch that space. It's something, maybe it's a piece of unfinished business. It's something we need to pick up and we need to deal with. So data must fall in terms of prices because it's critically important for the economy, it's critically important for citizens. But it's a complex minefield of what you're comparing with what, and it's a difficult area in which to intervene on a regulatory basis. But ICASA is planning to intervene on a regulatory basis as soon as we have the relevant information. I don't think that answers you, but it does say that we're working on the problem.
Thank you. Honorable Mates. Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. Just a parting shot from me. So you were here for 4 years. What, in your view, or what is your view of the not the organizational structure, the data bundles are running out, the English bundles. The structure of ICASA, you have executive directors who obviously work within administration. You're expected to lead, but you're not really part of operations. So what is your view on the structure of ICASA? Is it effective the way that it's structured? And would you have any recommendations on what needs to be done?
That's a very, very difficult question. I know that has been looked at in a number of jurisdictions. Some people suggest we shouldn't be a full-time executive board, and there are certain regulatory models that go along that particular line. You know, as the council, the board has oversight over all the major decisions. So regulation doesn't get published without going through council and without thoroughly being interrogated at council. Doesn't mean we don't make mistakes. We try not to, but sometimes we don't get things 100% right as we should do. It does create a certain kind of difficulty and tension because obviously the organization as an entity, the accounting officer is the CEO. And under her sit a number of executives, executive managers dealing with technology, licensing, etc., etc. And so ultimately she is the person who steers and runs the organization. At the same time, you have councillors who chair committees. So there'll be a committee. One of the ones I've just stepped down from was dealing with the end user and subscriber service charter issue, which would deal with some of the bundle rollover issues that I think you're alluding to. And that does create a certain amount of tension because you're chairing a committee, but the actual executive line of authority down to that committee goes to the CEO's office. So there are some difficulties and some tensions, but I think both sides, both the CEO and the council, are committed to work together and to try and make sure the structure works. I'm not an organizational development expert. I know it's been discussed and debated a number of times. I don't have a nice, easy fix, fire all 9 of us and just let the CEO run the show. I don't have an easy fix like that. It's something that I think probably needs some looking at attention. What can be done to make sure the organization functions effectively? I think one of the issues, and sorry to sneak this in as well, skills development, making sure that the staff members at ICASA are trained, are exposed to research, are required to study, etc., to upskill their skills level, not only in regulatory issues, but in project management issues, in human resource management issues, in interpersonal issues, etc., report writing, etc., etc. There's a lot of work that needs to be done upskilling the organization, amongst other things.
Let's leave it there. Thank
yes,
you
I'll
so
be here
much.
all afternoon otherwise.
Yeah, we don't want you getting that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I think this is a big thing at ICASA. It's been mentioned twice now, the missing the flight. Thank you.
It hasn't happened to me.
That's what the other guy said.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. Maybe just to outline our process, I mean, as you know, the Act requires us to make a recommendation to National Assembly to recommend to the Minister 1+half names. So we will be required to put in 6 names. Our intention is to ensure that we do that by the first week of December, before the House rises for the year. I am compelled to ask you if there's anything you would like to declare to the committee, whether it's a conflict of interest or anything that, if we were to know, would affect our decision making.
There's nothing that I have to declare in that score. I mean, I'm currently unemployed. And I'm not asking you to take pity on that. I mean, your concern is competence and skills and taking the regulator forward. So I don't have any particular question. I understand the work that you do is very important. And we do take, at the authority, I certainly take, and I think all my colleagues do, take the oversight role of this committee very seriously indeed.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. And then if there's no questions, allow me to ask you, thus far, have you found the process fair and transparent?
Yes. No, and I'm very impressed that you've actually got it together this time. I think from my point of view, I see the new members of the committee and I'm impressed. I think this committee is very engaged with the issues, very keen to make sure that they understand, interrogate, and oversee the work that they do. So I've been impressed with that, and I've also been very impressed. I know our chairperson has banged on your door saying, and I've been there when there suddenly were 4 of us. It's not an easy situation. So yes, I know he's pushed, but I'm very glad that you, as chair of this committee, and your colleagues have pushed very hard to move this process forward quickly, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doc. All the best on getting that flight. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
I need coffee. I've got an apology from Honorable Matafa. What time do you need to leave, Honorable Matafa? Hey, we're fine. We're catching up on time, but then we still have. I'll make it. When a slave driver is you. And I need coffee, actually. I need to change the Nancy.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Honorable members, if I can call us to order. Please do forgive us, Mr. Slepe, it's been a long day. We are not normally disruptive. Thank you so much. I know that we're running a bit late, so we do apologize for keeping you waiting. And thank you also for allowing Dr. Lewis to come in once you were aware that he is facing challenges with time, so that's truly appreciated. My name is Kusela Sangoni Digo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. With me are the members of the Portfolio Committee, starting on my far right, the right wing. Is Honorable Mateis at the end, followed by Honorable Matafa and Honorable Subrathi. And on my left is Honorable Bodlani, Honorable Matafa, and Honorable Ngubane. Aibo Sitole, sorry, Honorable Sitole. Honorable Sitole and Honorable Ngubane. Sir, you are here to attend and participate in the interview for the councillors of ICASA, our Independent Communications Authority. These interviews are being held in line with Section 5 of the ICASA Council, which denotes the process to be followed to appoint councillors. We are going to give a total of 45 minutes for the interview. 5 minutes will be for each member to engage with you on various topics. Let me maybe just start off by trying to break the ice, asking you why you think we must recommend you to be a councillor.
Good afternoon, honorable members, and thanks for this opportunity. Yeah, I have been in the ICT industry for, I think, more than 20 years, and I worked for the operators. I worked for the regulator, and one of my passion that I have is to looking at those people that are in what we normally consider as being underserviced area, getting them connected. And the other part is just to make sure with the advancement in technology that's out there, that says the authority must be innovative in terms of looking at the licensing regime and even the regulations that says there are new technologies that are coming in, how do you accommodate them, and in the process making sure that even the consumers are protected. And I believe with experience that having been there, and one would be able to contribute quite a lot towards the advancement of the mandate of ICASA.
Thank you, Mr. Slepe. Tell me, in your opinion, what are the biggest challenges confronting ICASA now?
One of the things that I think one of the other things that I've picked up is one is with regard to, if you look at currently with the issue that has been at hand with regard to Space Link, that talks to there are these other new technologies that would come up, and with quite a lot of people that are having interest. Now you would find that there are regulations that the regulator has to enforce. Now when faced with some of those technologies that go, some of the operators will go and lobby and all of that, then that becomes a bit of a challenge. Like you take the issue at hand with the Space Link that talks to for the operators that are supposed to get your individual license, there's a requirement for the 30% BEE. Now, then the issue is, it's a technology like that, when it comes in, now do they comply, or do we accommodate them based on the investment that we're looking at? now which becomes a bit of a challenge. But at the same time, there are existing operators that are out there that are complying with the existing regulations. And you can't just decide to have a separate dispensation that would accommodate these other new guys that are looking into coming into the country, whereas we have the existing regulations that guides how licenses should be issued and all of that. I think those are some of the challenges that ICASA is facing. And I think one of the other part that I've just I've always had that concern. It's around your when licenses are issued, especially your spectrum licenses, then you have your universal obligations that are imposed. Now, if you look at the operators, when they look at say, as part of the universal obligations, we are saying go and connect, provide connectivity, say in the rural areas or schools in the rural areas and all of that. Now you look at the technology that they are using to connect in those areas. They're not even considering the spectrum that we have allocated in terms of making sure that they provide those services in those areas. I think those are some of the things that we need to look at and see how we can better make sure that our communities are connected and even protected in terms of the services that are being provided by the operators.
But I think for me is what has been coming throughout the day, to say that we have not really moved with the times in terms of updating policy that regulates this sector. How do you see that? How do you see yourself as an ICASA councillor operating in an environment where policy has not really moved, but the technology has moved? I hope I'm
Yes. Yeah, I think one of the role of ICASA is to, with some of the issues that might be of a challenge to ICASA. I think ICASA has a role to influence the policy, and because it has that direct interaction with the minister, it's still they have that responsibility to make sure that they influence the policy. But if there are regulations that can be amended, and as long as they will not be violating the existing policy, they can look into amending some of the regulations to accommodate that. As long as you must remember, as long as the policy has not been changed, it becomes a bit difficult to go about that. If someone has to take you to challenge you legally, then it becomes that much of a challenge that you have to deal with. And I think to me that would be my take around it.
What would be your contribution as a new councillor? This is a new question. What would be your contribution as a new councillor to ICASA? You've got 4 years to serve. For you, when you look back at the end of the 4 years, what is the one thing that you want to have achieved for you to say, my 4 years was a success?
Okay, I think mine as a champion for universal access, I think that would be one of those other things that one would be championing, and making sure that we have those communities that are not connected, making sure that they are connected. And the other part, we have been talking about high cost of data. And one of the things that I've picked up, and there's this other, it's a small ISP. They just came to me and said they want just to assist them in trying to get, they are rolling out the Wi-Fi. Now the issue is them getting internet access that they'll sell for their business. Now you look at the IP Connect, it becomes even more expensive and prohibitive to the small entrants in the market, which is some of those other things that we need to look at and see how we can deal with the operators and make sure that does not become prohibitive. Even if you look at though it is not more on the ICASA side. You look at the government with regard to SITA, those point of connections, they end up being more prohibitive rather than enabling the new entrants to come into the market and make sure that they provide the services. But I think to me, my passion would be as ICASA, universal access and making sure that those people that are in the outlying areas, they are connected. Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mr. Celeb.
Yes.
Thank you very much for taking your time to come here. But my questions, I have only one question for you. What strategy do you think of when it's come to underserviced communities? Because we talk about those underserviced communities. So what strategy do you have in your mind?
Okay. I think with regard to the underserviced area, one, I know we have part of the lucrative spectrum that almost everyone wants to have. Now, which in terms of the cost of the spectrum, in some instances becomes a bit prohibitive. Now, if one was to look at that hybrid of your unlicensed spectrum, your Wi-Fi network that provides connectivity in the rural areas, and at the same time look at your I would say your Wi-Fi hotspots in the rural areas, wherein you'll have those kids there, enable them to be able to apply to universities, to be able to apply to NSFAS and all of that, and even do their homeworks. Because in one of the rural areas where we have a church, as one is traveling, you would find that there's a municipal office close by. Now you would find these kids will just be outside trying to access internet there. Now you can see there's that need, and if as government we were to push and make sure that we provide those services in the area, the take-up will be quite high. People have that interest and they're willing to access those services. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. One of the biggest delay in South Africa to realize its digital investment value back is what is called digital divide, the ICT literacy or unaware. So in reference to ICASA, what can you do when you now, in case it happens, you come and become a council to assist using ICASA to close this biggest gap?
Okay, I think one of the technology that is always available. It's looking at satellite services and considering that the prices are going down, wherein you'll use your satellite to do that part of the backhauling. Then from there, have some Wi-Fi, like I indicated, Wi-Fi towers around there to provide services in those outlying areas. But the other part, like I indicated in when we're starting, it's my take. And that's what ICASA has been doing with regard to the universal service obligations, and making sure that as part of those universal service obligations, those underlying areas, we make sure that the operators don't only cherry pick the areas where they're making money. We always look even into those areas that they consider not being profitable, because if you allow them only to look at where they're making money, they'll continue having 2G in your rural areas and not even have a 3G or 4G in those rural areas. I think to me, it's that push as the operator, just make sure that with some of the obligations that we put, we enforce that and make sure that the operators do comply. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Salepe. Let me congratulate you on being one of the shortlisted candidates and being before us this afternoon. You touched on, and you started a conversation on 2G and 3G, and I want to just expand on that. I've got two questions. One has been asked before, but I would ask you this question, that there was an expectation in 2022 when there was the licensing and sale of high demand spectrum and generated 14 billion into the fiscus. So the first question is, do South Africans benefit from that sale of spectrum? And the next question, which is probably more relevant to this conversation, you mentioned that you want to be the one of the things we can consider for you want to be a champion for universal access. Now, South Africa's mobile operators will be prohibited from activating any new 2G and 3G devices at the end of December, and will have to shut down their 2G and 3G networks by December 31st, 2027. Now that means necessarily that all those who have been accessing internet, even at a low quality and at a cheap price, will be further compromised. So my question to you, and this is now obviously the 2G and 3G is in the sunset phase, how do you think that this deadline, sir, should be met? And what transitionary measures should be put in place to ensure there's that smooth transition, at the same time to ensure that there is no increase in the affordability graph to data as we move from 2G to 3G, and as you alluded to, move away from 2G and 3G to 4G and 5G. Thank you.
Okay, I think thanks. My take, I think with the first question that talks to the spectrum, the high demand spectrum that was licensed, did we really benefit as South Africa? As part of the fiscus, yes. I'll start there with, from the fiscus side, yes, we did. But if you look at where the spectrum is really being used, my take, it's not, yes, in terms of improving the data speeds and all of that, but like I indicated with that passion of the connected areas, the 5G will start in Sandton. In Marlborough, it will be there after 5 years. Now, which in terms of the sector, it hasn't, in terms of increasing the speeds in the urban areas, it has done that. But where people would want to have those other speeds and all of that, it hasn't really make that impact. I think that would be my take. That's why I started with the fiscus, yes. But in terms of the real, in terms of the speeds have increased, but where they are needed, it hasn't made, I don't believe it has made that much of an impact. I think even if you look at the coverage of 5G currently, I don't think it's, the footprint, it's too big. Then with regard to the issue of the 2G, the 2G and the 3G, one, it's I think the cost of your devices are going down. The cost of the devices are going down, and my take it's with us getting rid of the 3G and the 2G. We should be able to, because most of the devices that have been, even the kids that we have, most of them are using, the phones that are using are 4G. It's just, I think the goggles at home where would have the challenge, where they're still using those, it's one of the challenge that we need to look at, and we cannot just be hard and fast. If you look at the digital, the migration to digital, I think in some instances we need to be realistic. If with broadcasting it took us so long, how many times did we extend? And sometimes we need to be realistic. You look at the issue at hand with the meters. Now you must understand the environment that we find ourselves, that it's not that clear cut that just says, yes, it's going to stop. But the operators must make sure, even on their network, that in some instances, do that survey and look at different areas that says in these areas, how many people do we have who are still using those devices, and try, if they're in a majority, try and accommodate them while still encouraging that part of the migration into the new devices that will be out there.
Chairperson, as I hand over, just be careful, the Gogos are watching this as well. They take their live streaming very personally.
Thank you very much, Chair. That is Lebedumela. Legai. I only have 2 questions. The first one, you have touched on a broad spectrum of primary responsibilities of an ICASA councillor. Yes. Just put them in a nice packaged way. What is your understanding of the primary responsibilities of an ICASA councillor? And then the second question, very briefly, what do you think is the benefit to the country's economy and to South Africans at large as it relates to the spectrum auction?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
I think the first part is on the role of the ICASA Council. I think the first part with regard to the role of the councillor is to look at ICASA has a mandate to regulate the industry. And as part of that, and to implement policy, because the department comes up with a policy, and as ICASA then we implement the policy. Now, as part of the implementation of the policy, we need to look at, we need to be guided by that policy around your spectrum, around the legislation that is available, so that we are able to protect the consumers, because that's the key mandate of key mandate of ICASA is to regulate in the interest of the public. Because if you don't do that and protect them, then they become much more vulnerable to those that will be calling us and telling you that your contract has expired, now you have a free phone, whereas in effect you are not having that free phone. I think it's that responsibility of ICASA to make sure that in the operators, when they are providing the services, the end users are protected. And that would be my take in trying to cover almost all of them once. Then the part of the spectrum on auction. Can you just get it?
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Sorry that is late. The question was, what do you think is the benefit to the South African economy and to the end users of communication services?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I think the first part is when it comes to the South African economy. There's a study that has been done, and the World Bank has done that. That shows that a 10% increase in penetration of ICT would have a great impact on the GDP, about 1.38% in the increase in the GDP. Now, with the sale of the auction of the spectrum, one of the benefits would be to us in terms of the fiscus. One of the other part is I would say the increase in speed and making available new technologies to be used, to be utilized, or to be introduced in the market, and with that take up, then from there, you take, during COVID, people were able to work at home, and even now, with the 5G and all of that, we believe with that spectrum being made available, at least it will enable part of that remote working and all of that. And I think those are some of the benefits that we have And yeah, I think that would be my take around it.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Salebi. Mine is quick, very quick. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge your acknowledgement or your understanding of the material conditions, because I was talking about this yesterday in our portfolio committee, of being able to streamline our project management and project implementation along with our regulations and policies, taking into account the material conditions of the people that we are supposed to service. I just saw now that people are lining up in Soweto to get their meters done, do you know? And it's like all last minute. So the importance of communication and making sure that we roll out programs and we don't invest these huge amounts of money and without taking into consideration that. So I do appreciate and acknowledge that. Mine speak to, so as a councillor, you are dealing with stakeholders, and stakeholders that are extremely influential. They have departments and people, they pay a lot of money to come and influence regulators and people who are part of the regulating. So obviously you fall, or you will be one of those people if you are appointed to the board. So talk to us about, if you have experience in that regard, but what it is that is going to, that you are going to maintain the integrity of the institution in your engagement and being able to engage them, but also to be able to regulate them, because there are going to be those times when you're going to have to pull out the whip, which is like already long overdue with some of these stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay. I think people will come and lobby. And that part we can't even run away from. And the main thing it's as the councillor in ICASA, what are you there for? Because once you miss the why you have been appointed as a councillor, you must remember, being a councillor, you still have that responsibility towards the country. We still have that responsibility towards the state, even the consumers. It's not only about the state. You take the stake. The operators would always want to circumvent certain things and make sure, in some instances, maybe there are favors and all of that. But it's as the regulator, one must. That's why it's the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. One has to be independent in terms of making certain decisions. And I always say, sometimes your conscience tends to talk to you, especially when you're not doing certain things the right way, unless you have trained it to accept there's something that is not right, to be to take it as something that is acceptable. And to me, it's that part that just says, I think in one of my other roles, I'm a pastor. I think in one of my other roles, and my take, it's always do what is right and what is expected out of you. And we can meet and talk and all of those other things. The principle remains as principle, and you must make sure that it is carried and implemented as it's supposed to be implemented. Thanks.
No, Honorable Subrathi used your 5 minutes. And Dadesilepe, thank you very much. And I think that your interview set a tone, I think, around consumer issues and servicing underserviced areas, which clearly is your passion. Now, I put it to you following up on the questions that a number of members raised. So we had the spectrum auction. We raised 14 billion rand for the fiscus. I'm led to understand that within 3 months, 4 months, the telcos had already made revenues of 75 billion off the back of that auction spectrum. Now, should you be appointed, if you were to be appointed as one of the regulators, would you still support auctioning as a way of allocating spectrum? And given the fact that, I mean, you said that, you know, the benefits are not necessarily accruing to South Africans as a whole. There's been a view, and I'm testing this with you, there's been a view that says you take this spectrum that is not yet allocated, you assign it, let's say, to broadband, I never get this company right, BBI, yes. Broadband Infraco. It's, you assign them the spectrum, they create a wireless open access network, and the telcos, everybody must rent spectrum there. Is that something you think would work better if you don't think that auctioning is the best way? I'm just asking, which way would you think it would make sense?
I think that is the wireless open access network, like it was envisaged. That's one of the other ways that one can look at. There are, in some other jurisdiction, they went that route. They even ended up having some of the operators surrendering the spectrum to that entity. And I think with having been at ICASA when we were doing the license conversion, and with the litigations that we have, I think those are some of the hurdles that we might find in trying to implement something to that effect. But to me, that's one of the other things that you can consider, especially with the remaining spectrum that is available. And to me, it's, and at the same time, even when it's done that way, considering that you have your Centec, you have your BBI, it shouldn't start in them using that spectrum. They shouldn't start in the most lucrative areas. They must go into those areas because it is government that is putting money towards them providing those services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Selepe. You woke us up. I think a very interesting conversation. We have come to the end of our engagement with you. Maybe let me ask first if you've got any questions for us.
Not really, but just to thank you just for having considered me to shortlist me to be in the shortlist, and it's to me it's an honor, and I just want to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Selepe. Is there anything that you would like to declare to the committee? Anything that you may regard either as a conflict of interest or anything that if we were to become aware of would have an impact on our decision to recommend you or not?
I think so far I can't say, except that I'm a director in a company where we're doing consulting in electrical engineering, and I think that's. But over being in the sector, I think so far I don't see anything that would be of conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Seb. Final question. Thus far in the process, have you found it to be fair and transparent?
It's fair.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Fair. And yeah, I think considering the number of us and all of that, I think it's, I would say even the fairness part of it. I think even the questions, I think you.
You must never see us coming.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Selepe. We are hoping that we will have concluded our report and made a recommendation to the National Assembly by the first week of December. The Secretariat will continue to communicate with you.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
And stay blessed.
Thank you, you too, Pastor.
Pastor, that might work against you. Pastor from which church?
put Toti down. Down? Must I do something on the microphone? Or is it fine? Okay, excellent. So everybody, I can't see it, but I can feel it. Thank you. Oh, please, that would be very kind. I will miss. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, okay. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Jurgens, am I pronouncing it right?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and let me thank you firstly just for your patience with us today. I know that we are running a little bit late, so we do appreciate you taking the time and really just waiting. We're truly grateful. My name is Kusela Sangoni-Digo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications. I am accompanied by five other members of the committee. We've unfortunately just had to excuse one member, but rest assured we still have a full quorum, so your interview will not in any way be jeopardized. Right on at the end, on my right, your left, is Honorable Mateis. She's a member of the committee. Seated next to her is Honorable Subrathi. I am in the middle, and then on my left is Honorable Bodlani, followed by Honorable Sitole, and followed by Honorable Ngubane at the end. We are interviewing the nominated candidates for the position of ICASA councillor, and you have been shortlisted as one of the candidates. So I heard one of the members congratulating another candidate just now. So just for having made it this far, it really speaks to the strength of your CV and your qualifications and experience. Ms. Jurgens, may I then just start off by asking you, take us through, the experience, the expertise, the capacity that you believe that you possess in order to make a valuable contribution to ICASA.
Thank you very much, and may I first of all also thank the committee for choosing me as one of your shortlisted, and I'm very proud to be one of the 20. My background is quite varied, like you most probably can see from my CV. I started off life as a diplomat and then have moved into financial services and into other directions, and then my directions changed because of my sight loss. My condition was not, I was born with my condition, but I wasn't aware of it till about the late 1990s. And then it still took about another 14 years for me to have difficulty with normal independent living as part of my sight loss. So, and when I started having problems with independent living, I started becoming involved with organizations in the blindness sector. Now, one thing that is really important when you are blind is to understand the importance of technology in your life. There was a very famous lady from IBM in 1996 that said, her name was Mary Pat Radebar. She said, technology makes life easier for everybody, but technology makes life possible for persons with disabilities. And that is why I got really, really very involved with advocating for accessibility of and access to assistive technology in South Africa. Today, I am considered a world world-renowned person on assistive technology. I was recently appointed to the World Health Organization to advise them on assistive technology. But I myself consider myself actually more knowledgeable on ICT assistive technology, and it was really by chance that the Minister of then Department of Post and Telecommunication Services started a process of stakeholder engagements where he wanted to for the normal Electronic Communications Act, which requires that community be contacted. But he also did something really special. He set up a stakeholder engagement specifically for persons with disabilities. And at the very first meeting of this chamber, I was elected by my peers to set up a working group which had 11 subcommittees to look at all the ways that the Electronic Communications Act can be utilized and the implementation of the Act can be utilized on behalf and for the benefit of persons with disabilities. So this project was very successful. We have many accolades from this. Actually, I was also honored to be nominated by the South African government for a prize from UNESCO on the digital inclusion of persons with disabilities. So, so that's basically why I think I have got something special to give to the ICASA Council.
Thank you. Maybe let me just follow up on that one, Ms. Jürgen. So, in your opinion, what would you believe right now is lacking in the regulatory environment specifically as it relates to accessibility of technology and I suppose just access broadly?
Well, there's quite a few issues. Of course, ICASA has made big strides by a few years ago, now nearly 3 years ago, at long last promulgating the Code on Persons with Disabilities. But there's two big problems with the Code on Persons with Disabilities. It is being drafted in terms of the Electronic Communications Act, and so it does not include the Postal Service. So there is currently no code for access of the postal services for persons with disabilities. And this is a very big problem, especially for the blindness sector that have two large blind libraries in South Africa that use the postal service and the blind postage regime to send books to blind persons around the country, reading for pleasure and reading for academic purposes. We have a big problem that many of our children, blind children, currently can't get their books because of the fact that the post office, the post office has been declining, and there's no requirements in the Code on Persons with Disabilities with regards to the post office. That's the first issue. The second issue I picked up, I just stepped down earlier this year, actually beginning of this year, from the Consumer Advisory Panel of ICASA, where I served for 6 years, representing persons with disabilities. And November last year was the first reports due from licensees to ICASA on their implementation on the Code on Persons with Disabilities. I believe licensees most probably have given in those reports, but ICASA has told me in a meeting that there's no way of monitoring if these, how these things are implemented and how successful it is implemented. That, for me, is a huge problem. And I think it's not only with this, it's an issue that ICASA has with regards to capacity, especially with monitoring and reporting of how regulations are implemented. Then thirdly, and one of my biggest gripes, is a type approval. The type approval process at ICASA has got, in my view, do not protect persons with disabilities. For instance, the type approval process here is any device that transmits, have to go through ICASA type approval. So this includes devices that's used for point-of-sale technologies. And point-of-sale technologies have digressed in South Africa. The International Telecommunications Union set up a standard many years ago about how point-of-sale technologies should, which ones are accessible to persons with visual impairments and other types of disabilities. And but the type approval process have no requirement that for a product to be approved as type approved for use in South Africa, that it must be accessible to persons with disabilities. So I hope that if I get the chance of being on the council, that I would be able to do something to make life more accessible to persons with disabilities in South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Jurgens. So I will give each of the panel members 5 minutes to engage with you, starting with Member Bodlani. Honorable Bodlani.
Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you.
Same here. I do not need to tell you that the sector is headed for a very complex future, and you are part of that future. And we talk about artificial intelligence, cloud computing, the Internet of Things. How do we use all of those things to benefit the digital economy and to ensure that we take everybody along, in your view?
I believe that is such an opportunity. Internet of Things, cloud computing, like you've said, AI, and I would also include into this blockchain technologies. I think, one of the tasks of ICASA is to foster innovation, to foster foster industry growth, and these are all sectors that we are tiny in South Africa. And if we have if we can invest in our infrastructure and just have more high demand availability, high demand spectrum availability, and infrastructure for that high demand spectrum availability, so that the loads of businesses that's in these fields can start up, I think we can there could be a boom in South Africa. I have actually looked at how many businesses South Africa has in those fields. It is a handful, and most of them are in Cape Town. I found one in Gauteng, and I think that's something which me as a person that comes from a rural area, and I grew up in a rural area, I think if we can have infrastructure a little bit decentralized and have opportunity zones identified, this could be a game changer.
Thank you so very much. You have already told us your interactions with ICASA, and I'm sure you will understand, and even better than ourselves, I beg your pardon, the funding challenges that ICASA faces. How do we then deal with the limitations on the funding model with the current legislation? What challenges did you face in doing your work in terms of the funding model, and how do we deal with those challenges with the legislation as it stands?
Yeah, it is a problem. It's not only a problem at ICASA, it's a problem at all departments of state and state-owned enterprises. advisors and regulators in the South Africa that we have currently a funding problem. And I think you can look at it from two ways. You can either say, okay, this is what I'm given, what can I do with what I'm given? And that is basically what I would suggest. Because, you know, to go and fight with Treasury and say, look, we need 200 more million or whatever, that's difficult. You can try, you can do it, and if it works, good for you. But I would suggest that you look at what you have and set priorities. If your priority is job creation, or if your priority is to foster job creation or to foster industry or foster innovation, you know, look at the programs that ICASA has that is in those and audit them. I think ICASA needs to do more in-house regulatory impact assessments. Because if we do that, if we know what is working and what we can do what we can do the same way, and it's going to work, and it's going to be successful, and we know that it is money well spent, I think we can go far. The problem is we have a lot of programs which is all underfunded. So rather prioritize and fund those that is important, because I think what will happen is National Treasury will see, ICASA is achieving. There's growth in the sector, there's innovation in the sector, and next year we might get that extra 200 million. The second option, of course, is to try and lobby. You know, guys like yourselves, the ones that is in charge of the budgets, that, you know, but then it's also important that when we as an organization go to the Portfolio Committee and to Parliament and to Treasury, that we know, that we can prove and can say that if you give us this 200 extra million, what are we going to do with it? Is it going to be, what will the effect be of that? And I think for that we need proper data, and that is where I think we need to start concentrating at ICASA. Proper data which can underpin our decisions.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is that we have a challenge of dysfunctionality of SAPA and maladministration of SAPA. So now, how, as a member of ICASA, if you have been getting that chance, how are you going to deal with the issue of fundings of SAPA?
You know, for me, it's very sad. I've got the South African Post Office is very close to my heart as a person who are blind. Without the South African Post Office, you know, blind people are really struggling. And so I have worked very hard when ICASA did their mail inquiries recently to try and also give the view of persons with visual impairment and other disabilities and explain the importance of the post office. But you know, I think we made a mistake many years ago. We thought the fourth industrial revolution meant that we were leaving paper behind. We thought that this means that people will be emailing and no longer posting. And we didn't give enough attention to the post office. And things like, for instance, you know, we have a reserved regime for the post office, but it's not implemented. Nobody worries about it. Nobody is taking it seriously because it wasn't taken seriously from the regulator's side. And now to claw back things that is done by courier companies is going to be very, very difficult. So I personally think what you need to do is you need to have a strategic session with the post office and see, okay, what makes money at the post office? What services, because the other thing that is important, you must remember that South Africa is not all like Pretoria. South Africa has places where the post office is the lifeline of that community often. It's the only place where there's internet sometimes. It's the only place where you can get your employment applications off. People depend on the post office. So I think it is also important that the government must understand that there are certain services which the post office offer which isn't making money. And I think there must be a partnership between the post office with things and to concentrate on doing well where they can make money. But I think we should also be talking to government and say there's certain things like delivering the blind people's books and like serving underserved areas where there's only a few people and it is not very viable to have that post office, that the government must also understand and come to the party.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I think thanks a lot for coming. It assists us or even the country to be aware of some of many things that we neglect on people with disabilities, especially on the assistive technology you spoke about. The issue is rampant at Southwest Gauteng TVET College as well. There is a lack of lecturers that needs to be aware of those assistive technology in terms of training blind people. But South African government is doing enough. It's one of those government whom they have even a department to address the issue. In the ICT industry, are we doing enough? I know you've explained about the ICASA. Are we doing enough to make sure that the awareness of whatever we neglect in that part of our community, that we're doing enough as a government? Well, what more can we do generally, holistically in the government, not now at ICASA specific?
Thank you. Sorry, I can't see it, so I think I'm talking into. Okay, like that. Thank you. Thank you. I hope this is better. Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. You know, it's so lovely to get a question like that because, you know, it gives me a chance to tell you what my vision is, in a sense. Well, South Africa is doing really well with the inclusion of persons with disabilities in the ICT sector. Our sectoral agreement in the sector is, I think, the best for persons with disabilities of all the sectoral agreements. You will see that in the designated groups for previously disadvantaged, persons with disabilities is included in the sectoral agreements. But there's also further the work that are done in the sector with regards to learnerships for young people with disabilities is absolutely fantastic. And the numbers of people that are being trained into careers into cybersecurity, and coding, systems development, even just normal assistance, telephone assistance for people that have problems with their modems and things like that. All of that has come from the work that the government is doing with regards to making sure that there is, there's a broad-based inclusion of persons with disabilities. The problem that we have from my sector, from the blindness sector, and I would include the deaf here and persons with severe physical disabilities, is the problem is that we have what we call profound disabilities. So we depend on assistive technology to be able to be independent. So for instance, if you are going to employ me, you will need to get a computer system, and on that computer system there you will have to load a program called JAWS. JAWS costs about 30,000 rand. If I'm a Braille person, if I can read Braille, and I want to also use my Braille at work, which is good because Braille makes your work so much faster if you're blind, a refreshable Brailler is about 90,000 rand to 130,000 rand. So imagine if I'm now applying for a position at your company, and the next guy comes in and he just has a leg that he's just lost one leg. Both of us has a disability. So who will you take? Because that guy is not going to cost you 30,000 rand for a JAWS software program, or 110,000 for a Braille machine. So this is something which we have to look at, is how can we empower companies to also give people like myself a chance when I go for an interview. And that's not only true for the blind, it's also true for persons that's deaf and people like who have severe physical disabilities like cerebral palsy, etc., etc.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Jurgens. Did I say it correctly? So on your CV, we have that you are a member of the Consumer Advisory Panel at ICASA from 2018 to 2023. So some of the work you did there was in terms of consumer regulations. This is a huge outcry of just general consumers, particularly in the area of telecommunications, whether it's buying prepaid and how that how the airtime and both data is done. Are we doing enough, both in terms of regulation and in terms of policy, in making sure that our consumers are protected from the corporate giants? And where can we have better improvement? And I'm just going to ask you two questions because they follow each other. The second one is, it also says that as the member of the Consumer Advisory Panel, you obviously engage with stakeholders, and that would have include the business sector. I think one of the biggest problems we have in our country, and I think it's actually not just South Africa, but it's worldwide, is the lobbying that big business does with regulators, obviously for their own interest and for capital gains, etc. Speak to us on that. Like, what is the qualities that we need to have as ICASA councillors in being able to approach the big players in the field and also being able to regulate them as well? Thank you, Chair. I'm short now. I've saved, I think I'm up to 15 minutes on my time.
Thank you, Ms. Matthijs. You know, you've just asked the right question for me there. I wanted to tell you about what I found when in my nearly 6 years on the Consumer Advisory Panel. But the one thing that definitely everybody, it doesn't matter if it was in Cape Town or in the Eastern Cape or in the hills of the KwaZulu-Natal or in the Drakensberg, wherever we went, that everybody complained about was at the high cost of data. They find that the cost of data is excessive. And everywhere we had engagement with stakeholders, this was the one issue that they asked us to please advocate on their behalf on how can we get data prices down. I actually yesterday had a look just to see, you know, in case you guys ask me this question, how do our data prices compare with the rest of the world? And unfortunately, we are one of the top 20 most expensive data countries in the world. Our average per gig costs is $2, which most probably is about 36 Rand now. And average of Africa, Nigeria is 50 cents. Yeah, yeah. So I mean that I promise you, and it doesn't matter if it was the richest ladies or the poorest person in the rural area. Everybody mentioned this to us. That was the first issue. The second issue that a lot of people worried about is coverage of the, you know, of especially cell phone coverage. It seems like the rollout of fiber in the towns are going really well. Wherever we went, in the Free State, in KwaZulu-Natal, if you come to a town, everybody's happy about the fiber. But the cell phones are a problem. And it seems like there's everywhere there's a coverage issue with cell phones. Or people say they don't get connectivity and something. I'm not sure how to solve this, because what we used to do is then we will just tell ICASA, they will go and check, and then they will talk to the, you know, to the licensee or operators in that area. But coverage is definitely an issue. Then thirdly, rural areas. For instance, last year we went to the Free State and had a really interesting presentation by the Agricultural Research Council that was helping smallholder farmers with soil content, and they had this lovely app that, you know, farmers, you know, smallholder farmers could check if it was planting time and things like that. For all of that, they need connectivity. And the farming community have a lot of problems with connectivity. And then lastly, something which was really interesting that we found is how difficult it is to live close to the border in South Africa. If you live close to the border, you can have absolutely no connectivity. I went myself to Masero Bridge and tested my own phone, and there was just nothing. So if you, for about, I would say maybe 10 kilometers to the border, so what the CAP then did is we decided to check wherever we went on stakeholder engagement. If we were close to a border, we would go and visit the border post to go and check how is the connectivity there. And it is awful. I mean, you can, in most of these border posts, you can pick up the you know, Mozambican or Zimbabwean or Lesotho signals, but you can't pick up South African signals at all. And this is very frustrating for the staff that works at these border posts, because I mean, the South African Police Services person at the Masero Bridge told me that she could have stopped so many stolen cars from being taken over to Lesotho if she had internet that worked, because you have to double check those numbers, you know, you have to have connectivity to check if this car is stolen, you know, otherwise how are you going to check? So, and that is not only at Masero Bridge where this problem exists. This is something which we have to sort out, because I think, you know, as a South African, if you need help there, you need to be able to call. That's the first issue that you mentioned, is what the problems are that people were finding around the country. The second issue with regards to businesses, yeah, businesses we always ask small and medium enterprises to also, come and talk to us. Some of these businesses were in the IT industry. Many of them were very tiny and very small, and were started up in rural areas. And I think this is something which we maybe as an industry must look at, is ways how we can support small and medium enterprises in rural areas better. Because many of them don't scale up at all and stay very tiny and are always in sort of like a survival mode rather than growing and becoming more stable and strong. And it's true what you say. This is not only in South Africa. If you are a large organization, a large company, then you have staff to send to all these public hearings and comments. This is something which we in the disability sector often say to ICASA. You want us to comment on regulations, but we don't have the capacity, we don't have the funds, we don't have the people. We are mostly volunteers that would go and attend that public hearing, and they need to comment on the new regulation that is coming into pass. And then the large organizations and large companies would come there with lawyers and specialists, and I mean, they just look so much more professional when they do their presentations. If you take me as a person standing there talking, I can't even do a PowerPoint presentation because it's not accessible to me. So, yes, the playing field isn't equal.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. The last questions. The last questions will come from Honorable Subrati.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Ms. Jurgens. Firstly, let me congratulate you for being courageous and putting your hands up and being shortlisted to be here at this interview, and also reminding us of the plethora of opportunities that our democracy has created, especially for people with disabilities. And I'm reminded, and you might find comfort, that in the 400 members of Parliament that were elected, one particular MP, Honourable Member of Parliament, Megan Choke Adonis, who's our colleague, is a person who's visually impaired. And she uses a technology of a very advanced level in order for her to carry out her functions at all levels in terms of debating, etc. And you might also be comforted to know that she's also an alternative member of this portfolio committee on communications and digital technologies. So congratulations to you, and therefore my questions will focus, and I'm also very comforted by your response and your depth of response and experience at the ICASA, with ICASA. So I think you will be in a position to respond to where I want to focus my attention is on change management and political will. What are your views on change management at the regulator level, that is at ICASA level? And is ICASA ready for the necessary change? If not, what needs to change? And another question I would like to ask, and that is about ICASA becoming a regulator of the future. Given the plethora of emerging technologies, what will be the most effective approach in the future? And is ICASA ready for it?
Thank you very, very much for that question. Change management is so important, and to be actually an organization that's evolving and growing, you need to be able to change. You need to be able to just shed the old and go for the new. And ICASA has got some unwieldiness to it, but it also has wonderful people. And in my 6 years that I have been on the Consumer Advisory Panel, I've met just wonderful people. So I would say, I think they are ready to shed and to shake off the past. There is problems with the regulatory process being slow. And if you do a benchmarking between ICASA and other regulators worldwide, one of the things that stands out is the length of our inquiries and how long we take to make decisions at ICASA. And that is something which I think we should work on. And also we should try to learn from, from our peers in Africa. There's, and also in Asia and in Europe and South America, and see, what are people doing in Argentina about this? What are people doing in Bulgaria to do this? Because there is, it's not always necessary to reinvent the wheel. It is already there, and sometimes you just need to adopt something new and to make it a little bit faster. With regards to the staff complement, we have some problems with certain type of I could say our knowledge base at ICASA, especially with the new technologies. I haven't been involved with ICASA since December, so I can't say maybe there was some improvements from January with regards to the employment of people in this sphere, but I don't think that we have necessarily all the skills yet. But skills is in South Africa, and we have the people, and we it doesn't mean because we don't have it now that we can't hire them, we can't promote them, we can't even develop staff into understanding the new challenges that the internet and the environment, the broadband environment actually out there is given to us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Jeggens. I think we will stop it here because we have run out of time. Maybe just to thank you once again for, as Honorable Subrathi was saying, putting your hand up for this position. We really believe that there is no more noble service than service to one's country. It's got nothing to do with patting ourselves on the back. Let me just check if you have any questions for the committee.
No, I have nothing, and I just want to say thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I hope to see you at some other point yet again.
Thank you very much. Final housekeeping issues. May I check if you have anything to declare, whether be it a conflict of interest or anything that, if it was to come to our attention, would have an impact on our decision or consideration of you for this position?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
All right. And then the process so far, have you felt that it was fair and transparent?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Jurgens. So in terms of process, we are hoping to make our, we'll table our recommendation before the National Assembly by the first week of December, in the last sitting of the House. We are expected, in line with legislation, to recommend 1.5 names. So we will be tabling for consideration by the Minister 6 names out of this process. The Secretariat will keep in contact with you as they've been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Madam. Mr. Ngoma is there. We didn't even say hello to Toki. Was that his name? Toki.
Her name is Dottie. She's a golden retriever.
Ah.
And she's my, she's making life for me. She's sort of my independence.
Yeah.
Because the difference between a cane and a dog is you can go to strange new places with a dog, which you can't do with a cane. You have to know the routes. So I don't even need to hold on to my guides. I can just say to Dottie, hold. I can walk independently. It feels like I'm in control.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really
Testing, testing. I'll be nice and loud. Thanks. I'm not going to use any water. Yeah. I'm well hydrated. Very good. You must all be very tired. Well done.
We need to get that on camera. Good afternoon. Is it Mr. Klein?
It's Klein, like
Klein.
Calvin Klein underwear.
Oh,
A lot of people
okay.
confuse me for the Afrikaans Klein.
All right, Mr. Klein. Klein, so sorry. Jean-Pierre.
JP's fine, if that's all right with you.
Jean-Pierre Klein, yes. Mr. Klein, thank you so much. For your patience, we know that we are running a little bit behind, so we truly apologize for that. My name is Kusela Sangonitiko. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications. With me, starting from the far left, is Honorable Ngubane. Next to him is Honorable Sitole. Next to me is Honorable Bodlani. On my right, Honorable Subrathi and Honorable Mates. Make sure that you are in the right place. This is for the position of Councillor for the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. And we are conducting these interviews in line with Section 5 of the ICASA Constitution, which outlines the process for the appointment of councillors. Maybe just to kickstart and to indicate, it's now 17:35. We will have a total time of 45 minutes for the interview. I will ask the first question, then we'll hand over to the panel members and they will engage you for a period of about 5 minutes each. Honorable Bodlan is always quick to point out to the candidates that it's 5 minutes question and answer. You have candidates taking the entire 5 minutes and members don't have an opportunity to raise follow-ups. So, Mr. Klein, maybe let's just start off with you telling us about you, your skills, competencies, and the value that you think you can bring to ICASA should you be appointed.
Well, thank you. No apology required for running late. This is quite early under the circumstances. It's actually my first interview in my life. I've never had an interview before. I've always worked for myself. I think that you'd mostly be interested in my career, which started off really, really young. The first job I ever did was in a church, working at a funeral. I earned my first 15 Rand. And then I went into entertaining children as a magician, the College of Magic in Cape Town. And then I went into events. And then I met a European, a peculiar man, who taught me web marketing for the Okavango Delta. Back then when the internet was around, it was one of the first things. I then launched my very first web business, and by the age of 19, I had invoiced my first million, so I've always been an entrepreneur. I then launched Lawyers Online, dealing with law. I found attorneys particularly difficult, and if there are any in this room, I'm sorry, to deal with. And I thought that I could use Lawyers Online to bring access to the general population using technology. I launched Entertainment Online, which was a very natural division for me to migrate into. I stem from the entertainment industry, and it's probably the largest entertainment agency in sub-Saharan Africa. I then launched website hosting, again using technology. I launched website design.co.za. I launched a small property portfolio. I launched a media company. I then went through a divorce, and I found myself taking some time just to write, and I got a publishing deal from Austin Macaulay in London and New York, and then I continued to write, but this time about technology, nature, environmentalism, and business, and I've now become a business and environmental technologist. So there's about 18 subjects which I study continuously through no traditional institutions, and I try to consult with businesses especially, to use technology and business as a catalyst for change. So I research people, tech, and nature, and then try to build a better relationship between those three entities, more sustainable, more ethical. I've worked in a number of industries. I have traveled to over 100 cities around the world. I've consulted either directly or indirectly with about 300 different types of businesses. And I've been very fortunate in my travels and my work to work with some change champions like Advocate Tiedemann and Seller, Davi Root. There's a long list of people I could name drop, but I don't think that's very important today. And today I continue to write, and I'm putting myself through a self-study consultancy, so to speak, and I hope that my legacy will be that of being a change champion. I think that's the elevator pitch.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Now, that sounds like a very colorful industry legacy culture that you come from, and you now want to move to the other end of the spectrum. Excuse the pun. Other end of the spectrum, you want to be a regulator. Very straight-jacketed type of people regulators tend to be. Why would you think that this would be a natural progression in your career trajectory?
Well, I don't know if that's a straight jacket. You all seem pretty normal to me. I'd like to be where I can make the most difference in the time that I've got. Digital technologies are going to be incredibly influential. There's projects I'm already working on in the sector, and I think that this could be an opportunity for me to enhance the work I'm trying to do already. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. Member Potlani, Honorable Potlani.
Hello, how are you?
Very good, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your patience. Really appreciate it. Your highest qualification is a matric.
Yes, which I never even collected because I had started working. So for the first time, I've actually had to go and get it from the Department of Education. So it's quite a thing for me.
And your plans post collecting your matric certificate?
Or
Do you have further plans?
To give it to your office.
Perfect. So with everything that you have done in your career,
yes,
what specific thing has prepared you for the role of an ICASA regulator?
I think there's a buffet of things that I've done which will add value. In addition to the list or the elevator picture that I just shared with you, I've also been involved with media. I'm currently in production and writing 2 shows. One called The Court of the People. We're going to call it The Public Protector. And then another one is for the Sizzlers massacre. So I deal a lot with social injustices. I have also dealt a lot with personalities in the management of radio, and I'm heavily involved with the internet. So that's a big spectrum, but in the studies that I do, which is scenario planning, I study future influences and technologies. So I put those into my plans, and that's really what I have my discussions with corporates and organizations about, on how to use future tech and future innovations and future opportunities to move forward collectively and collaboratively. I hope that answers that question.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. The South African Post Office and the situation it finds itself currently. What is your view on that?
I've never used the post office. I've had very little experience with the post office. I did extensive consultation with one of their competitors. And I think that if I was to give some advice on how it moves forward, it would probably be similar advice to what I give to DSTV and a number of other institutions which are running with legacy systems and infrastructure. I don't necessarily go into an organization and tell them how to survive. And I think that I would encourage the post office to collaborate. How they may do that it's a semi-private institution, isn't it? Yes. I would have to investigate. Are people still going to send post in the future? I'm not sure. The generations that I work with, Gen Z, have never, I don't think they've ever posted a letter. I once got a love letter, but that was hand-delivered. So.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to our member there. My question is that I'm checking your profile. It says you are a SIM cyber defenders. I'm trying to check because we have a challenge of emerging technologies. What input can we give it to us to protect our consumers?
Thank you for that. I forgot that's my brand new entity. I launched it earlier this year. It officially launched this month. I have done about 7 years, give or take, and part of my studies involve cybersecurity. I'm particularly interested in social engineering, so the human aspect. A lot of technologies don't work because of humans, like AI. We need to perfect human intelligence first. Cybersecurity is the second biggest risk on the global risk index, so it's something I work a lot with. And climate change is another risk. It's the only one above it, and I also work with that. I did some research, for example, on your website and if it was secure and how your forms were working and client feedback, your social media. There's massive scope for innovation and improvement, but if you even go read the social media feeds on the feedback for ICASA, I think that's evident. I'm pretty sure people know what's broken. Cybersecurity in Africa, which is what Cyber Defenders is focusing on, is bringing cyber services to all Africans, multiple languages, and using technology to access them. As for cybersecurity yourself, I always say it's called Rent a Teenager. So we've got a bunch of young people who are very skilled, and we use them on a project-to-project basis. And we generally have one-on-one consultations and workshops. And as I said, it's a fledgling business of ours. So I just know there's a need. So it's my brand new venture. I've probably launched about 20 different businesses. So 50% have worked and 50% have not. So that one needs to work.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Marie Klein. Marie Klein.
JP is fine. Thank you, sir.
Mr. JP.
Thank you.
Tell us, Mr. JP, with ICASA, do you think ICASA could be more effective if it collaborates with other regulators? If so, which regulators would it collaborate with, and on what collaboration would they collaborate on?
Well, silos are a problem. It's mentioned on your website that you try to break them down, so collaboration is imperative across the board, government, civil society. Yes, ICASA does need to work better with other regulators. Many of them are asking for that to happen. How it would happen, well, I'd have to do my research. The interesting thing for me today, especially being my first interview, was am I coming into a room of people who would like to keep things the same, or are they open to having somebody come in and maybe ruffle a few feathers? I know what kind of person I may potentially be under the roof, but collaborations are something I focus on with everything I do anyway. I think it's imperative in society. You can't survive without it. So. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Klein. Congratulations on being shortlisted.
Thank you.
And trying to ruffle up some feathers in the room as well.
Not yet.
And not yet. You did say you are a magician, not a comedian, but I think you got a natural instinct.
So I studied with Riyad Musa.
Okay.
So you know him.
My first question is a very elementary question. I don't know whether you read the job description, but this is an 8-to-5 job. Do you know that?
I've never worked 8 to 5.
Okay. So that's the terms of the employment. It's an opportunity to work 8 to 5. So my concern obviously is a very elementary concern. How are you going to manage your very your colorful and exciting opportunities you pursue, including cyber defenders having an 8-to-5 job? That's the first concern I would raise. The second thing is coming into this interview, and I'm cognizant that you mentioned this is your first interview, but ordinarily what would happen, one would research a little bit about the potential employer, and in that course, and you did mention you looked at the website, What's your diagnosis of the challenges that ICASA has? Okay. And the third question is something that's very close to us and has always been is SABC. SABC, unlike the privileged many, there are many that depend upon SABC to get elementary information, entertainment, etc. And the SABC itself is being challenged. Its very existence is being challenged. And it has got a myriad of challenges. An SABC bill was introduced. So are you aware of the challenges of the SABC? Are you aware of the SABC bill? Can you bring us up to speed with regards to that? Thank you so much.
Thank you for those three very important questions. I don't have the memory of a computer. I've got very good, if you know the computer technology, RAM, so I can process information quickly, but my disk space is a bit low, so I'm probably going to ask you to repeat those first two questions. SABC, I drive past it all the time. It's literally, I live in both cities, so I've got the smaller offices in Cape Town and then, of course, the big one in Auckland Park. SABC's painful subject for me because I've seen another side of the coin when it comes to the actual talent that it supports. And I've seen a lot of area where more support can be provided. And I have worked on that particular problem from an angle for some time now. SABC, South Africa needs a national broadcaster, and it's a very old institution, and I'd like to see it survive. It's got a funding problem. South Africans don't like to pay for things. Our TV license system's clearly not working. I have heard through the work I do a lot of, I'm trying to be as politically correct with my terminology here, the marketing department has some scope for opportunities or change. I'd like to see SABC probably open up to available resources to share costs. I'd like to see it work with more local institutions, again, also to share costs. But I don't think I think the SABC needs to think about growth, but not traditional broadcasting. It needs to move into the digital space almost exclusively. And the mechanism for that, it's going to be complicated. South Africa can't do, none of our institutions can just go ahead and do what may work elsewhere in the world because we've got other sensitivities to work around. We've got additional red tape. In some of the cases, the red tape's very, very important. Can I ask, are you asking me how I may improve the SABC?
No, I'm trying to establish your understanding and knowledge because ICASA regulates SABC, which is a significant player in the ICT market. So I'm trying to understand whether you are up to speed of the current challenges that SABC has. And obviously, when you're familiar with that, then how can we overcome them? And one of the greatest challenges we have is the funding model challenge.
All right. I don't have an answer for the funding model challenge at the moment. I am aware that that is the primary problem. I think the other side of the coin is content. I think once there's good content, people are prepared to pay. And the mechanism that we put in place to get people to pay is the answer. What that needs to be, well, we need to workshop that. Just because we've got technology doesn't mean it's going to work. You've got to get social buy-in, otherwise you'll have the disaster like e-tolls. So SABC must survive. It has to survive. That's all right. Shall we move on to your second question, which I'm afraid I forgot?
I asked you that, have you researched ICASA? What are ICASA's challenges from your research into the organization?
So I did spend some time researching. A lot of the content that's available is written by ICASA, and puts it in a decent light. I went off script and I did some researching of my own, and the light is a little bit less bright, it's dim. And I think that one of the things that I wanted to share today is a lot of the solutions for ICASA to improve are readily available and being shared by the people who are already engaging. Redoing ICASA from ground root levels, focusing on the basics is what I think needs to happen. I don't know. Yeah.
My first question was, how are you going to do all this in an 8 to 5 job? Because you got this busy life outside with all these other businesses.
Okay. I've never worked 8 to 5 ever in my life. I've now got my professional life down to probably 11 hours a day with a good gym session in the middle of the day. I wouldn't know what the time requirements are for you. I think to my advantage is I am now divorced. I don't have any cats and I have no children, which is a sad thing for me, but I'm probably more available than most candidates. So.
Thank you, Mr. Calvin Klein. I'm joking, Mr. Klein.
He is my brother.
I take it, since you have so much time even to go to the gym, that you have read the ICASA Act.
No, I have not read the entire
Imagine that. Because I'm going to ask you the question. I want you to tell us specifically what skills are you going to contribute to the board members, but it must be in context of what the mandate of ICASA is, and specifically what is expected of board members. So when you come in there, you're going to say, I am the person who is going to be able to do this for us to meet our mandate.
Okay. Thank you for that question. I didn't read it, but I did get ChatGPT to give me a summary. And I think it got the points across. And it was more of your code of conduct, which I was quite interested in. I understand you're looking for people with a technological background. Everything I have done has been based with technology. You're interested in a bit of a legal background. I've literally launched Lawyers Online, which dominates legal-related searches without ever studying law. I've worked with attorneys my entire life. I am heavily involved with law, especially when it comes to social injustice matters. When it comes to media, I've been on many sides of that table. I have produced, I have helped with funding, I have done proposals, I have tried every aspect when it comes to media, and not only limited to radio or television or the internet. I'm working with future medias. How are we going to consume VR, AR, the metaverse, all these technologies which I believe we will be entertained in and have information shared with. So I think that I've got a lot of the skills which were shared in the document and are needed on the board, in the committee. And I also think I've got some future insights and scenario planning which I can add to the mix. I think we need to look at the future, and that's pretty much everything I do, I scenario plan. I don't know if you know Clem Santa or Chantal or Ilberry, but I study and work with them as well, planning for the future.
Mr. Klein, you are on the cusp of having to just completed or just about to complete your first interview.
Thank you. I'm going to phone my mom as soon as I'm out.
Last question from me. So part of the work of the regulator should obviously be to stimulate competition, foster economic growth, basically create a conducive environment, right? I'd like to know what, in your view, if you look at our regulatory environment in the telecoms, broadcasting, and postal areas that ICASA regulates, are there any regulations that you are aware of that you believe hamper innovation, creativity within the sector?
I wouldn't be able to quote any. I'm constantly studying acts, and I always find conflicts. I wouldn't be able to quote which ones off the cuff, but law's not perfect. Laws change all the time. They need to be fluid. It involves consultation. And that's probably one of the first things I would like to do if I get my foot in the door. Meet the people, get proper feedback, meet the industry partners, get proper feedback, and then plot the best way forward and what's priority in the time that I have.
Well understood. That is the last question from the panel. Let me check if you have any questions for us.
My biggest concern was, am I meeting with people who are keen to change ICASA or keep it the same? I work with a lot of government entities and parastatals, and many of the rooms I walk into, they're like quiet people. So that was my concern. But you all look lovely, so that's.
Do you want to respond?
I think what you've experienced today is politics and multi-party at work. That simply tells you that we've put aside our political ideologies. It didn't matter which T-shirt we wore. It was just about getting the right person for the job. And you wouldn't even be able to see which one speaks for which organization. And that tells you how united we are in changing the course of this sector.
And I'm seeing that in a few places now, and it makes me very, very proud.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Klein. Housekeeping issues, do you have anything to declare? Anything that could be a conflict of interest should you be appointed? Or anything that if we were to become aware of it would impact our consideration of you for this position?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and then thus far, have you found this process to have been fair and transparent?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Members, please give Mr. Klein a hand. He has completed an interview for the first time in his life.
And man, was it an important one. So yes, thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you very much.
talk to this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nabantu Melusi Dalton Mtetwa. Nyambos. The last time we saw you, you were answering difficult questions in Port St. John's.
I tried.
But why does the telecom line not reach here? Yes. No, welcome, Nyambose, and let's thank you very much for your patience. We know that we are running a little bit late, so we do appreciate you having been patient with us. The committee probably needs no introduction to you, but for the sake of formality, my name is Kusela Sangonitigo. I'm the chairperson of the committee. On my left, the day is long now. On my left is, my right, is it right? It's Honorable Subrathi. Seated next to him is Honorable Mateis. Then on my left is Honorable Bodlani. Next to her, Honorable Sitole. And at the far end is Honorable Ngubane. So we have received your CV and wish to appreciate your interest shown in the position of Councillor for the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. We are undertaking these interviews in line with Section 5 of the ICASA Act, which outlines the process of appointment of councillors to ICASA. Mr. Mteto, maybe just to start off, talk to us about yourself, your expertise, the journey that would have brought you here, and the point where you believe you can make a valuable contribution to ICASA.
Thank you very much for the opportunity that you have given me. Basically, my journey is a long journey within the telecommunication or ICT industry. Okay. Am I audible? Am I audible? Oh, okay. That's fine. So you asked me about the journey that has brought me to here. Basically, it's a very long journey for me within the telecommunication industry, or call it ICT. I have been around for more than 35 years, 40 years. I started my journey as a technician, as a trainee technician, and I went through a technician, and I became a supervisor, and up to where I am. But the highlight is that I worked at ICASA as a senior manager doing spectrum management for about 3 years. I was managing the regions and doing the spectrum. And I then went to, in fact, I was a senior manager within the technology environment, and I ended up acting as a GM before I left. I left to ply my trade with Centec. All right, at Centec I was doing the broadband stuff. I then moved over from Centec I went back to Telkom, where I was trained. But basically, I was also involved with the characterization of the RFI, the radio frequency, at Canoven while I was still at ICASA. So I was managing that spectrum, making sure that there is no interference for us to install the SKA. And also I was part of the SIP-15 when the PICC started. I was part of the SIP-15 to ensure that there is universal access, which is deployed into the underserviced areas. I believe that with the experience that we had when we went through the NTPP at the time, which was the telecommunication policy project from the green paper to the white paper, there's a lot of experience that we can draw from. This is what has really driven me to be part of the to have an aspiration of being part of the council, to ensure that some of the staff, which is really which we have tried. They might not work. They might not have worked as much. I remember we went through the USALs at that time, and there's quite a number of things that we can do, especially with the latest revised policy where it talks about different things. Maybe we might need to explore certain other things like the when, if there is a chance to do that, and ensure that the underserviced areas, the digital divide is minimized, because we have been talking about the digital divide ever since, and I don't think we have made enough progress in that, because I'm a firm believer of the fact that it's the communication that drives the soundness of the economy within a certain country. It's not the other way around. It's not the economy that drives the deployment of the infrastructure, of the telecommunication infrastructure. You'll see where here in our country, you'll find that there is now, we're talking about the CASI economy, because the locations have now been connected. So because they are connected, then there is now, you can talk about an economy of that area. But you can't say the same for the rural areas. That's just the summary of why I'm here. And I believe with that understanding, one can really effect a change within the communication industry. I must also just state that I have been part of the Cross-Border Coordination Forum, where we have been looking at the frequencies which are overlapping into other countries, especially like Lesotho, Mozambique, for instance. When I was driving the spectrum management within the regulatory, that was one of the things, which was my responsibility. I used to chair that Cross-Border Coordination Forum with Lesotho and Mozambique, more especially, and find a way of ensuring that our frequency does not interfere with their frequency on the other side. Much as you would understand that there is no barrier, there is no wall that can stop the spectrum from flowing into other countries. So that's basically one of the involvement I was in. Whilst I was at Centec, I was also managing the license obligations, because each and every operator has to have license obligations, which was part of ensuring that we do extend the universal service into the underserved areas. So I don't know this. I've said a lot, but you said I must just do an introduction as to what brings me here and why do I think I can make a difference within the industry.
Thank you, Mr. Mthetho. We ask this of everybody who comes from the private sector and senior people like you, that why would you want to leave what we generally tend to believe are very lucrative jobs in the private sector to the public service, number one. But secondly, based on what you are saying, are you saying that the problem in reaching these underserviced areas is a regulatory one, that you have seen that you would perhaps make more impact this side than perhaps at a telcom?
What I believe in is that from the regulatory perspective, you can come up with other policies, not that there haven't been policies which have been trying to ensure that the digital divide is minimized, but I am of the opinion that with the experience, you can then look at what has been done and have a mixture of those things. And I think at where I am, it's not a matter of looking at the next job. I'm not going to say councillors are captured, but I mean, some of the younger ones, you find that you also need to land somewhere. It's only a 5-year contract, and you come in, you work whatever you need to do, but you also have to think where you're going. So So I believe that we need to just, with the experience of the understanding of how this network is being deployed, so that these operators don't pull the wool over our face. You need some strong people who will understand where we're coming from and how we can do these things. I can't make examples for now, because before you come with a policy that is going to be acceptable, you need to do some kind of a research. I don't know how the research is going to look like after that before one comes up with a policy, but I'm just thinking, you know, we have tried whatever I've indicated on the users, I've indicated on service on license applications. When we issued out the license applications, I remember at one stage we had what we call an exclusivity period for telecom, and that didn't work either, because we came with a network or a technology which was like kind of not really primitive, but was not the same as what we would have expected for the broadband. It did not do what we wanted it to do. So the policies needs to be followed by a follow-up and ensure that they are implemented accordingly and gives the result of what we want to expect, what we are expecting of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mthethwa. So we are going to have in total 45 minutes. We're already 8 minutes into the interview. We should finish by 1900. So each of the members will have 5 minutes to engage you. I will start with Honorable Ngubane at the bottom there. Honorable Ngubane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Mthethwa, thank you for coming. One question from my side. You mentioned as well the issue of digital divide, and as well as on the impact that it has in South Africa, in our society. What are your views on ICASA conducting a socio-economic impact assessment system as a standard in all its regulation-making process, as is currently not being done? What is the impact of not performing this socio-economic impact assessment system?
I'm not sure whether I'll be looking at the outcome of the socio-economic impact, but it's very critical to show how the living standards are being affected. I would love to link them to the availability of the telecommunication, on the coverage of the telecommunication in those areas where there is a big difference between those socio-economic impacts, and that's why I'm saying I don't want to preempt what that study is going to be, because for me, if I look at it, you'll find that most of the urban and peri-urban areas, they will be scoring a little bit higher on that scale than the rural one. So it takes me back to the understanding of what, once we have done that, then you need to have a way of identifying the cause thereof. And once you have identified that cause, you need to have a way of addressing it. Now, the addressing of that gap will then be maybe pointing to a different policy which is going to be relevant in order to address whatever misnomers you might find within that study per se. So for me, it's a backup it solidifies the mere fact that we need a different way of managing and regulating the connectivity of our social structures, so to say, so that they are kind of even.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Sawubona Nyambos.
Kunjani?
Sikhona kunjani?
Siyaphila Joe.
Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Nyambos, you are in this technologically scenario for a long time now. So now what I'm trying to check, what what is your view on funding of SAPO? Because I think you know what is happening in SAPO and the management of SAPO.
You can I just confirm? You said the funding. What about SAPO?
I said, what is your view about the funding of SAPO?
Oh, okay. For me, maybe I'm biased also once again when it comes to SAPO because I come from an era of post and telecommunications before the telecoms and whatever not. For me, I believe that we need. I'm an advocate of the funding of SAPO to ensure that at least, because I see a lot of potential when you find SAPO, there's got a big role to act within the society. I don't want to say you find currently as we speak, you find that there are elements of SAPO that exists, but it now exists in more affluential areas because they are protected. Once again, you come to this socio-economic argument to say because they are in more affluential areas and they are protected, they are there, people are utilizing it. But when you go to where we're coming from, in the rural areas, in the deep rural areas, you'll find that SAPO is not booming, is not something that people taking that is being more utilized. I believe once you fund that, you will also be standardizing some of the things which will really assist the very needy people which are sitting in the deep rural areas. So that will really help in balancing the socio-economic scale as far as the urban versus the rural. All right, and also SAPO, I think now it's splitted between the Post Bank and SAPO. So I'll talk about it as part of SAPO. Of course, the Post Bank is it correct? Is it, if it makes sense? I'll just put it under that umbrella. So if you look at the Post Bank, it's the easiest way of ensuring that our grandparents, which we have left in the rural areas, have got access to most of the things. So really, the funding is not really a loss. It's a matter of just management, proper management of the funds which we are providing to boost them, to ensure that they are up and running. Once again, you spoke about the management. I can't point to people how it's managed, but from the regulatory perspective, that's basically what you need to do. You need to ensure that whatever funding is given over to ensure that they are lucrative and they are doing what we expect it to do, is to ensure that you've got your monitoring and evaluation all the time and ensure that things are managed at a micro level. Because sometimes we look at a macro level and we think, yeah, give them the money, they're going to do this. But I think we need to step a little bit lower and ensure that all these things are managed and managed accordingly. That's my view. It might be a wrong view, but I still believe SAPO has got a big role to play, not only in the socio-economic environment, but also when it comes to ensuring that we balance the issues, especially in the rural areas. They need to be part of it.
Boss.
Yo.
I think looking at your CV, you have literally, you grew up in the sector. If you started in 1986 at Telkom, and your CV tells us that you've been to ICASA, you've been to Centec, you've been to OpenServe, so you are self-made in every right in the sector. When you started in 1986, Telkom was a big deal.
Mm.
And now with you sitting where you are sitting, and applying for this position, what could we have done differently as a country to future-proof companies such as SAPO, companies such as Telkom, which now has a different ownership model, state-owned companies in the sector? What could we have done differently? The SABC, the Post Bank being new as it is, what could we have done with your experience?
Yeah, I think once again, I know I'm speaking under cameras now, so.
Please, because to know where we are going, we need to know where we're coming from. And we did not know this is what the future held for us. But now we are better informed to say we go into a different future. So what lessons have you learned that we can take into the next future for the sector?
Yeah, the lessons which I think we can take up is the fact that some of the stuff which really broke the cycle or the impact that the institutions that you have mentioned, it's because they have been competing against what we call the private sector, which have got more funding to deploy infrastructure than what we had before. If you look at and the decisions which we took in order for us, whilst we were still a state-owned and there was no fierce competition from the other. If I make an example, you know, Vodacom was born out of Telkom because Vodacom had to leave to do the mobile. At that time, all right, at that time, maybe it made sense to the people which made that decision. But if you look at it, the consolidation, for instance, of Vodacom and Telkom would have been a better way of doing things. They would have competed with maybe, say, MTN. But we did not have, we had a policy, like I mentioned, which is called the TLA, that exclusivity from Telkom. Nothing, no one. By the way, one of the theses which I wrote for my master's was the impact of DECT. Ne? When we had that time, we decided to deploy DECT, for instance, which was rejected in Brazil. And whatever research we have done, we thought it's going to work here. But the construct that they used in Brazil was not the same as what was done here, all right? So one of the decisions which we have taken at that time, when we were still free, instead of building whatever we were supposed to build, we did not in time. Now we're trying to fund with people who are being funded from London, for instance. Vodacom is being funded from London. That's one thing that we did not do well. And once again, we did not follow up on most of our flagship projects and decisions which we took, especially when it comes to the license obligations. I remember some of the big companies of this world, they will get the license, they will prefer to pay penalties, for instance, you know, instead of deploying the infrastructure where they'll say it's not economically viable. What is not economically viable? When we have already given you the license. Did we buy it? What did we do? Did we allow them to pay? We allowed them to pay money, but money is not their problem. But we still sit with the problem, which is sitting over there. So there's a number of these things if you look back, all right? The same as SAPO, we lost this thing to DHL, people come in, they now got courier services. The same thing that was done by the post office. The parcel, you will get it at the post office. That's what you're going to get at the parcel. And the way post offices which have closed, Mthatha, wherever you are, you find that there is a post office, but the ones which are still working are the ones which are sitting in the urban area. You understand? So we really, like here saying, we need to look back, document, see how we then can move forward. There are countries which have got the same structure as South Africa, which are not struggling as we are struggling when it comes to the balancing of the LSMs, whatever you call it. But like I say, I'm biased because I know that with the infrastructure being deployed there, a reliable infrastructure, people can get into the markets wherever they are. They don't have to come to town to do that. So those are the things that I think we need to really look at into.
No. I can really appreciate your passion for this. And I've got one thing to say. Write a book, and this comes out of your own mouth to say we need to document these things. And until we get to a point where we understand where we went wrong, we will never get it right. We will be sitting here and be saying, oh, we could have done this and we should have done this. That's why I'm saying now, with the benefit of hindsight, how do we then position the sector? Because this sector is moving faster than anybody would have imagined. I don't think a young you walking into telecom in 1986 thought this is where you would be. But you touched on something that's very important, and that's also come up through the day with the interviews. The license obligations and the, what do they call them? The service obligations. One of the people that we saw today, I can't remember who, spoke about how, and now you bring a different perspective to say companies would rather pay a fine than do the service obligations. But what we also found here was to hear that if they do the service obligations, it's of inferior quality, that it would, the network would not be at a speed that would be sufficient to make a material difference to the conditions of the people.
True.
To take the words out of Honorable Matei's vocabulary. And that is a problem. So now you are working in as a regulator at ICASA. What do you do about that, something that you already know?
You control the regulation, all right? You implement policies and ensure that those people, they adhere to, they deliver accordingly. Because I think what happened was there was not that much follow-up. ICASA was not, can I say, fully resourced, because all of us were sitting on the other side. We will come with our own technical jargons, say whatever, the reason, we say what is the reason for us. They'll come with it's not economically viable. That's a big word, you know. It's not economically viable. And then what do? You put the policies and the regulations, and you make sure that you follow them up, and you penalize, you bite, all right? Because there is no point in you sitting at the regulatory making policies which people are just going to undermine, you know. I think that is key. There was nothing wrong with the policies, because if you can recall, even those service obligations, you know, those license obligations were well structured, and they were to the T, but they decided not to do so. But can't we put a very harsh punitive measures such that you show that if you do this, we are not going to be accepting it? We've just released a spectrum, a 5G spectrum now. What is the license obligations? Are they following it up? Is there a report? I'm sure as a portfolio committee, you do have a report. If a person does not respond, then punitive measures must be put in place, and that's it. You know, that is why I was also saying I'm not trying to position my age in this thing, but I'm not looking forward to be absorbed by MTN. After this, I'm not looking forward to be absorbed by anybody else. So you come here, you deal with the issues as they sit on the table, and you know, you get done with them.
Honorable Subrati.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Mtatwa, let me congratulate you for being shortlisted, and also appreciate the institutional and experiential wisdom that you have brought to this conversation here. It makes it a very difficult task to actually pose a question that to you, except that maybe I want to just continue from where Honorable Bodlani left, and the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. The question we have to ask is, are we insane? If we're going to do the same thing over and over again, expect a good result, different result. We want to change. We need to change South Africa. We need to expedite the ICT sector. So in your views, and you've interacted with ICASA, with Centec, and various, organizations and entities that ICASA has regulates over. What is your feeling of the appetite for change within ICASA? Do you think ICASA has the appetite to change? Do you think there's political support for development in South Africa to move this IT sector from where it is? Because you know where it is, because you have the benefit of hindsight. Now we're sitting here in 2024. We want to have this discussion in 10 years' time, that had we put that knowledge into action, we could have made a change. But that requires a political will for change. That requires ICASA itself. Are they open to change? And if you are successful, let's put it that way, do you think you can be an instrument of change?
The change is constant. If people don't want to change, rather the change will change them. It will change them in any way. They are not going to be effective. I still believe that you spoke about the political will and the political support, because once again, ICASA needs to align with the policies of this country and where the country wants to be at whatever time. So for me, I believe that ICASA is willing to change. From the time when I was at ICASA, under the leadership of Ubutman Lalanga, it has been topsy-turvy, but there's been some changes. Whether the support from the political will, because what we need to understand is that those structures needs to be respected in any way. You can't do otherwise. You need to get the support from the political heads, because it drives whatever their main objective is within the country. You also have your objective, so you need to align them. There was a time when there is a push and pull between the institutions that regulate the regulatory institutions, because remember ICASA has got a principal, and the principal in this case is the CDT, right? So those things need to align. No one can pull left and the other one pulls right. It will not work. But we need to engage robustly so on our view of how we want to change the sector, because political will and the changing of the sector might be two different things, because this is technology and you need to be acting like an advisor when you now changing, you now want to implement certain changes. So I believe, yes, sir.
Yourself as a person, as we speak of institutional change, and you've got a long history in terms of the evolution of the sector, have you evolved as a person? Have you self-developed yourself? There's lots of emerging technologies in terms of AI, in terms of Internet of Things. There's talk of a satellite, etc. Have you evolved as an individual to keep up with the pace?
In technology, you cannot stay without evolving, because in fact, previously it was much easier. Now, the technology is evolving at a very high speed. For instance, you talk about the AI, you talk about the OTTs. We never had people who are operating within a telecommunication environment without having any infrastructure. That is why Telkom was there, and being the only company which was providing the services. But now you've got people who are operating at that level, operating on top of your own infrastructure which you have deployed. That's why there's an argument in other countries about the fair share, for instance. So you need to evolve at all the time. Talk about the AI. How do you regulate the AI, for instance? So it's unlike we had the white paper, we had a policy, a Telecommunications Act, which we changed into the ECNS of late, but it stayed for a longer period of time. This time around, there is nothing. You can't sleep. You need to always evolve and ensure that these new technologies which are coming in, you're moving to 6G now, you're moving to whatever. How do you then regulate? So you need to really be on top of your game. I have evolved. We're talking about the satellite, we're talking about GEO now. Now we're talking about LEO. And we talk about affordability. Is LEO going to be the magic pill for our rural, for our underserviced areas? Is it affordable? You know, so you need to balance all those issues and make sure that you are clear on what you need to regulate and how you regulate it. So yeah, I fully agree with you. You need to evolve. We have been evolving. We're coming from the eras which were very bad, but now also on the regulatory side, you need to really, really be up on top of your game. Otherwise, the service providers will be pulling wool over your face, and you will not be able to have any impact as far as that is concerned. We'll always be talking about this language of digital divide, haves and the have-nots and whatever, but hidden under the economic viability of deploying those networks and stuff. But we need to influence it. We need to make sure that we balance those things. But yeah.
It's not on. And good afternoon, Mr. Mutetwa. You speak in my language. Regulating the stakeholders of ICASA, who are very deep pockets. There was a very sound observation that you made in regards to our stakeholders, or clients rather, of ICASA, that they would rather pay penalties than implement. And we don't only just see that with ICASA, we see that even in the mining industry. You had already answered the question, but I'd like you to just go a bit deeper in terms of just outside of penalties. Do you think we must go even as far as pulling out licenses? Because it is a huge challenge, I think, in South Africa and probably worldwide, and maybe more in South Africa, because I think we are very soft in terms of regulating. We have the regulations, and then you've identified that there's a big gap in implementation. And I guess it speaks to the monitoring. So let's talk about ICASA being able to monitor that space. What do you think would be a sound intervention? Because I think generally, Chair, as soon as the spectrum sale was done and you start immediately with monitoring, eventually after about a year, there's no need to have such a huge investment in that, because the clients, they know that ICASA is not playing. They're coming to show up every month. I'm giving my ideas away. Answer.
You've
the
already,
question
you've
first.
already answered. You've already answered.
No,
the
that
question.
was, I'm giving an example, but just talk to us about that, because I think that is the huge gap that we need in. And yeah, we do really appreciate that sound observation on the penalties.
Yeah, if history has told us, if you look at MTN in other countries, they have had the pain, and the pain they have had, they are not going to repeat it again. Yeah, so in fact, yeah, even in Nigeria, they were hit very hard. So we have not been hitting anyone here. I'm not saying we need to have it's what? You push hard for the service providers. Of course, you need to have an understanding that there is CAPEX that they are providing in order for them to deploy that infrastructure. But, even at a regional level, what I would do, at a regional level, you don't take the whole license, but you say in this area, because you are not compliant on this area, your services are not going to, because you do have the backup of other service providers in those areas. So for me, it's a matter of really pushing hard on the service providers irrespective of their deep pockets. We're not here for pockets. I mean, the chair asked about you are sure you are earning so much money wherever you are, but you are applying for. I just want to leave legacy on the things that I have been afforded an opportunity to manage and to understand. I'm very much. If you hear me talking, you'll hear that even from the time of users, it did not work. Can we beg them? Yes, maybe we can beg them and give them some tax rebates on some of the areas, identify them, whatever we can come up. But let's come up with new ideas, or if not then, because the service provider, I believe they cried so much about the wireless open access network, because of the spectrum which was reserved for them and whatever and whatnot. But they saw this as going to be a very competitor amongst themselves. That's my view, but it can be anybody else's view, which is different. But I think that's what we need to do. We need to make sure that at least we change the ways that we have been regulating and start with some serious stuff when it comes to.
Chair, I have another question. So I saw on your CV that when you were at ICASA, you were involved in frequency monitoring.
Yeah.
So transformation from the apartheid, especially radio frequency, I mean, I'm assuming when we talk frequency, we're talking about radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Only radio. So we moved from the apartheid area. Obviously, we're supposed to be in post-apartheid. We have RSG and SAFM. Their frequency does not change from Messina to Managua to Cape Town, right? And then we have a radio station like Ukosi FM that has significantly higher amount of listenership than both of these. And everywhere you drive, the frequency changes. So why wasn't that issue addressed in ICASA post that? Because we know I don't have to explain the reasons why SAFM and RSG was stabilized and our radio stations were not fixed. So if you can just give us some background on that. And I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. It might be my view. I was not part of the allocation of those frequencies, but I think the other parties had a very large support of ensuring that the repeaters on the same frequency from town to town is the same. You'll find that Ukosi got some capex for securing a frequency within a certain area, but they did not have money for a certain area. And when they now have money, they find that frequency has been used. By the way, when it comes to frequency, there was also an issue of the frequency hoarding at the time. There was a revision of frequency, doing the frequency audits, and some of the frequency which was not used. Telkom is one of them. They had a lot of frequency which they're not using, but they were just hoarding it so that the other service providers cannot get access to that. So spectrum is frequencies, so whatever spectrum is like a mine within the telecommunication industry. So I believe that has been done like that. Whether it can be changed, I believe it can be changed, depending on who owns the infrastructure, the frequency 92.4 in a certain area, and you want to buy it, and he will say, I can give it to you because he owns it already, all right? I can give it to you at a certain higher price.
So just one more. So you're saying that in terms, so ICASA sells this frequency. It's not like a lease arrangement or like it's a long-term.
It's a long-term agreement.
So we'll actually need to go and do policy changes necessarily to recall.
Firstly, you do an audit. You do an audit whether those
expropriation of frequency without compensation. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm
just imagining myself getting questions about expropriation of frequency. Mr. Mtetwa, thank you very much. There were a few things that you said that I'd like to follow up on. You asked a question, you threw it out there as rhetoric and you didn't answer it. You were talking about Leos. The words you said was, it's not a magic pill. No, you said people think that Leo is a magic pill or they don't think that. Answer the question. Would a Leo be the magic pill, the panacea that we are looking for to resolve the challenges of underserviced areas?
I believe it would. The balance will be, like I indicated, will be the cost for now. Even the operators are saying, let's not go in whilst it's still expensive. It might drop the pricing. And remember, when you go to the deep rural areas, you have the challenge of economic viability of not of providing, because the satellite is everywhere, but of us being able to buy those services. They are not affordable for now. One of the things that defines the universal service is affordability. And affordability really comes from also regulate. I think ICASA has tried and should drop the prices, forced the interconnection rates and whatnot. But they still they don't have to lose hope. They have to keep on until such time. If we need to zone the rates, we zone the rural rates. We leave these ones because we know they are affluential. We come up with some kind of an LSM price for telecommunication, whatever, if it's used somewhere in any country, we can also use it here. So for me, it's the solution because it's got the acceptable technology to be termed broadband. The normal satellites, sometimes they go to 512K, which is less than an ISDN. These things, you can push it up to 10, 20 megs, which is the standard normal, this thing. But is it affordable? That's the question.
Okay, final question with a minute left. I was very keen on to hear your reflections on the spectrum allocation. I think in a conversation, Cell C laments the fact that they couldn't participate in the auction because they didn't have money. Then the three big boys gave 14 billion rand to the fiscus. Thank you very much. We have not, though, resolved the issue of transformation, which was part of what was supposed to be the intention of the release of the spectrum. If you were to be appointed as one of the regulators, how do you think we must do the next spectrum release? And especially as it speaks to transformation. And then secondly, you mentioned the WOAN. I'd like to know why you think that was dropped, because your views on whether if we didn't go on auction, but rather we allocated the spectrum to a broadband infraco, and then companies all leased from broadband infraco, would that move the needle at all?
That's my belief. It has not been tested, but my belief is that it would have moved the needle. But once again, remember the spectrum, like you are saying, it pumped into 14 billion into our fiscus. So for the one that we were going to leave out and leave it for the one, we should be aware that we wouldn't have gotten that amount of money because it was based on supporting them, making sure that they come up, and you create a competition, and the barrier to entry, which is this very same spectrum that you're talking about, you need to relieve some of the people from it, all right? So for me, I think auctioning the spectrum it improves the fiscus of the country, and it is the way to go, but reserve some. That's why I liked the thing. Reserve some to push in the competition so that they don't become like, themselves only within that and within the ownership of the spectrum. And I think the only thing that made one to be not favorable was that issue around spectrum. Otherwise, what else would it stifle or create such a resentment amongst the market players? You know, for me, that's basically what it was. But yeah, maybe there is another way of, because if it doesn't go, you revise the policies. The policies cannot stay forever. You need to revise those policies. So maybe we need to revise the policies. Maybe there's something that we missed within the one. Maybe they need to, you know, do something else. We don't know. But as it stood, we all had our own inputs into that policy, and it was approved as is, and the one was part of it. So
let's hold it there, Nyamboza. Thank you very, very much. Very, very interesting conversation. I think very insightful for us. The depth of your experience in the industry comes through. So thank you very much. May I check if you have any questions for us?
Yeah. I don't have much question. I've been close to the regulatory before, so unless things have changed, I know how the regulator works. Okay, of course, through public consultation and everything else, as to make sure that we have engaged with the public. Of course, nowadays they can take us to court. We don't have much money to fight them, so it's a catch-22 situation. But there's nothing wrong with us taking whatever decision that we're taking and let them take us to court. But you know.
So Dibane Chachalazi. Thank you, Mr. Mthethwa. Housekeeping issues. Do you have anything to declare, whether be it a conflict of interest or anything, if we were to find out, would obviously impact the consideration of your appointment as ICASA councillor?
I don't think there is anything except for the shares which I have within the. By the way, when I joined ICASA, I had shares in Telkom, so I was told to sell them, and I did. But afterwards, the people who came in, they stayed with their shares. They had shares whilst they were still within the.
So, are you going to sell them this time?
Well, it will depend. If it's still a requirement, then I'll have to consider it. You know, you have to consider it if it's still a requirement. Before, it was like, how can you regulate the industry when you've got shares there? I mean, you are far-fetched from the shares. I'm not even having a major voting shares. What do they call this?
Thank you, Mr. Mthethwa. And then, sorry, Putom. I think it fell on the floor. Mr. Mthethwa, up to so far, have you found the process to be fair and transparent? Sorry, I'm just checking if you have found the process to be fair and transparent up to this stage. Oh, we thought we were mixing it up.
It gave me the comfortability that it's not only the questions which are created for me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mthethwa. All the best. We hope to have finalized the process, at least our recommendation, or table our recommendation to the National Assembly by the first week of December. We will be recommending 6 candidates in line with the Act. The minister then has to take a decision on 4, because there are 4 vacancies. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks. Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
and convey our sincere condolences. We were informed that you've had a bereavement in the family. So thank you very much for honoring us with your presence under those difficult circumstances. And also to congratulate you, we read the statement from the President, you are in the interim board. And my first question will be exactly that. How long is this interim board? I'm not sure, you perhaps need introduction. Interim board of the NYDA. The statement came out today?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. So my name is Kusela Digo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Communications. On my left is Honorable Bodlani. Next to her, Honorable Sitole. And then at the far end, Honorable Ngubane. On my right is the Honorable Subrathi and the Honorable Matase at the end. We've been apologizing the whole day for running late, so please know that we appreciate your patience in this regard. This interview is in fulfillment of Section 5 of the ICASA Act, which outlines the process that must be undertaken to to appoint councillors to the board. The whole interview will be 45 minutes, which we are trying to time as carefully as possible, so your interview at the very latest should end by 2000 hours. Madam, relax, you're welcome. And maybe let's just kick off with you telling us about yourself, your skills, competencies, and why you think you would make a valuable contribution to the board, council.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the honorable members of the committee. My name is Karabo Mohale. I am a development economist. I have a Master of Arts and Development Studies from the University of Sussex in the United Kingdom, which I acquired through the Chevening Scholarship. I just recently completed my second master's, which is an MSc in Economic Policy with the University of London through the School of Oriental and African Studies. My academic background is further complemented with an honors degree in marketing, which I completed with distinction. I've got close to 10 years experience in governance, and I had the privilege of serving at the Tshwane University of Technology Council from the age of 26. And I mention it because TUT became one of the leading universities of technology, especially with the advancements that they have made in terms of incorporating technological advancements in the work that they do. They also launched what we call the Institute for Future of Work and became one of the first institutions of higher learning to launch a hub on artificial intelligence. At the current moment, I serve as the Executive Deputy Chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency. My term of office is due to end month end, but the President has appointed an interim board until such a time that Parliament completes the process to appoint a new board. My professional experience was honed in the financial sector, where I worked at Standard Bank as well as Sanlam in different divisions from data analysis to marketing in Sanlam. And I think that the comprehensive CV that I have presented and some of the skills that I've honed as a young person in different sectors, both in government and the private sector, positions me to be able to make a meaningful contribution in ICASA. And I think I just want to also add that in the work that we do in the NYDA, we interact with different stakeholders, most notably SANSA, Defense, that work quite closely with ICASA. And I think it was in these interactions that one would have had with them that you start realizing that the future of tomorrow is actually based on data. And economists would say that data is actually the new currency. The work that we need to be able to do is to ensure that more young people enter into the sector. And I think being a young person applying for this position says not only to me, but to young people of South Africa that they have a contribution that they can be able to make in the regulator. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mohale. So given your experience and your exposure, and looking at the mandate of ICASA regulating the various industries, which area do you think that you would be best placed to make an impact?
Thank you very much. I think having looked at the work that ICASA does, there's one area that actually caught my attention, and that is the issue of compliance. And I want to say compliance because I think for the longest of time, there has been, just a little bit of lagging behind in terms of ensuring that there is some form of transformation within society and, of course, within the economy to ensure that we bridge the digital divide, as well as trying to ensure that we reduce the cost of data in South Africa. And I think this particular committee can be able to ensure that we use the soft power that ICASA has to drive that transformation and ensure that we hold different institutions to account in terms of the contribution that they need to be able to make towards resolving the socio-economic conditions that South Africans face. I don't think that it is enough for us to only require the bare minimum, whether it's from telcos or different institutions, but they need to be able to present viable programs and contributions towards us resolving some of the challenges that South Africa faces.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mahale. Honorable Potlani.
Hello, Karabo, how are you?
Good evening.
Good to see you, Ms. Karabo.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Ms. Karabo. Karabo, I think I'll ask a question that I asked one of the applicants that was also in between things. Based on what the information that we have just received, you are in between things. And the point I want to make is that Parliament's processes in approving such positions is really cumbersome. Where does this leave us? Because with the president saying it's an interim appointment, and now you are applying for this position, we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we nominate you and the president asks for your hand.
I want to say, honourable members, with absolute confidence that I did not apply for the board of the National Youth Development Agency. So I do not anticipate that I will be going either to interviews and therefore having to decide whether I must serve in the National Youth Development Agency board. And when I did apply, we did not foresee that the president would put in place an interim board and of course consider me to be part and parcel of that interim board. The news just came yesterday, but I don't think that that impacts my candidature at all, as this is an interim process until such a time that the Parliament of South Africa finalizes the appointment of the new NYDA board.
Of course, we do congratulate you with having the president having confidence in yourself. And I'm also looking at your nomination letter. It has been signed by the principal and vice chancellor of UNISA. She says your ability to communicate complex regulatory issues to diverse audiences combined with with your experience in stakeholder management will greatly benefit ICASA. What does that mean for the day-to-day running of your work as a ICASA councillor?
Thank you very much. I want to interpret her nomination to say that when you interact with different people, different stakeholders, you need to be able to communicate in a language that they're able to understand. So some of the regulatory frameworks that could be there in ICASA or as an NYDA board member, I mean, we had the National Youth Policy, young people might not have necessarily understood what that actually means for their lives. How's that going to transform their lives? And I think this gives us the challenge as members of ICASA, or rather councillors of the regulator, to ensure that when we communicate and interact with different stakeholders, we ensure that we communicate in a language that they're able to understand. So when they are able to ask a question, what is your role? You're able to speak to them about their daily lived experiences, the cost of data. You're able to say that, you know, the regulation that is there enables ICASA as a regulator to ensure that they fight for their rights to access to information, to access to different platforms, irrespective of where they are placed in South Africa, whether they're in a rural area, a peri-urban area. And I think that's what Professor Puleng would have meant by saying the experience that I would have had, especially in higher education, because I would have worked quite closely with her when I was still a member of council, would be able to assist me to communicate different messaging with the correct language and lexicon to the correct audience.
Thank you very much, Ndotakazi.
Thank you.
My question is, the country is facing a challenge of emerging contractors, emerging emerging technology, emerging technologies. So, as a young
professional,
as a young professional, what is it that you can bring to the ICASA for the protection of our consumers?
Thank you very much for the question. It's a bit complex, but I want to say, using an example of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a combination of all of our ingenuity. So artificial intelligence does not exist in the air somewhere. It's a combination of all of the inputs that we would have put together, whether it's your research article, whether it's a research paper. It's almost a database or a cloud of everything that has been inputted into the internet, and therefore that translates into us having the ability to have access to different information. And I want to say that I don't think that our own inventions can be able to outpace us or outsmart us. And there is a need for us to be creative with regards to the use of emerging technologies. Ensure that there is policy that also assists us to regulate some of these emerging technologies. Also ensure that we do not create a lot of dependence. One of the shortfalls of artificial intelligence is that it limits what we call knowledge production or reproduction, because people go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT a question to write them an assignment, and then they just change a few things so that the AI detector does not detect what it is that would have been inputted. But those kinds of improvements have to be regulated. We need to be able to ensure that there are policies that we put in place, but also remember that we live in such a vast world that it changes over time. Today we could be speaking about ChatGPT and someone invents something totally different that actually changes the landscape in which we're operating in. So we need to be able to ensure that the landscape that we operate in is a bit more agile towards responding to all of these technologies that are going to be arising. But as well as our ability to be agile, we need to be able to ensure that we cushion ourselves to protect ourselves from the exploitation that might come as a result of some of these emerging technologies. I also just want to mention that, you know, when we speak about technology, the other difficulty about regulating it is that it's invented in different parts of the world. So someone sitting in Brazil can hack you sitting in South Africa. It might take you forever to actually find out where that person was located, how did they hack you. By the time you find out, they've moved on to doing something else. So there is a need as well for us to ensure that in the work that we do, we strengthen our intelligence system and the frameworks that we would have had to protect us and our consumers in terms of exploitation from some of these emerging technologies, some that could be registered, others are not registered, as they might not be well documented.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Ms. Mohale, your CV looks very much excellent and impeccable at a young age. Congratulations for that. The questions I will ask is related to the licensing of high demand spectrum. There is an announcement, proposal that we need to retire 2G or 3G around 2027 or 2028. In this country, we have a tendency, you know how many times we've missed the digital migration deadline. This time around with this 2G, 3G, before we experience chaos that might happen when we retire, what do we need to do in preparing for this upcoming retirement?
I think there is a need for us to be able to educate consumers about the transition that is going to take place. But beyond educating them about the transition that needs to take place is how do we ensure that we safeguard their participation once we retire 2G and 3G? Because you would know that South Africa has got a high population that is sitting in rural areas, that some of them are poor and might not be able to afford the gadgets that could be compatible with either 4G or 5G. That is a conversation that we also need to have to say, how do we ensure that we cushion citizens that, as we're speaking about the digital divide, isn't it that this might have a possibility of furthering the digital divide that we're trying to curb at the current moment? So what is it that we need to be able to do to ensure that everybody is on board, everybody understands the transition. And I think part of it speaks to education, but also there needs to be some level of subsidization to those that are sitting in rural communities, and how we envision that subsidization will then look into how we speak to telcos and engage telcos to be able to ensure that the services that they render in these rural communities are effective and do not leave consumers behind who are in some of these rural communities. But also there's a question of infrastructure as well, which is also quite prevalent, that you may want to retire 2G or 3G, but have we rolled out sufficient infrastructure to ensure that 4G and 5G is well accommodated in those areas? I mean, if you live in rural communities, you would know that you find it very difficult to access internet. You need to move in certain spots because certain spots do not have access to technology or internet. So I think we also need to speak about the rollout of infrastructure into these rural communities so that we do not leave them behind as and when we transition into a progressive new layer of using 4G and 5G.
Honorable Mates. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Mohale.
Good afternoon.
And my condolences. Quickly, okay, I've been answered in terms of your dual role, or what would happen since you've just been appointed on the interim board. Let's talk to, you spoke very passionately about what I'm very passionate about. Did you hear what my questions all along and you thought you'd come?
And charm you.
Like, this one, let's start off with her. Okay, so your understanding on why our data costs have not reduced significantly. What is your understanding why that has not happened, or why ICASA has failed to regulate? And if you are appointed, what's going to be your first thing when you walked into the boardroom in regards to this? on what are you going to push? Obviously, there's an organizational culture, and then maybe you can also answer that too. You have a history of being on a lot of boards at a very young age. So you end up and you get into a space where there's very strong organizational culture that generally needs to change, especially if it's a culture. If you look at the Auditor General reports of ICASA for the last couple of months, I mean, they've been having the same problem of not paying service providers in time for the past 6 years. I mean, really. So I'm just giving you an example. So it's an organizational culture that has been there. So speak to us about your vibrancy on how you're going to be dealing with that.
Thank you very much. The data cost question is a very sore point for young people, especially because you require data to have access, whether it's to educational resources, whether it's even to an interview, whether it's for applications for different opportunities, access to different information. And that has been a call of ours as the NYDA, that there needs to be some rapid shift towards us reducing the data costs. But I suppose it's also a complex economic question when you look at the existence of companies in general. Why do they exist? They exist to make profit. And they are going to make profit irrespective of whether we are saying there are people in rural communities that cannot be able to afford data. And I think with the soft power that ICASA has, there needs to be a more agitated effort towards resolving this question. But I also suppose it goes together with the question of the auctioning of the spectrum. I imagine that if a telco pays about all of them paid about 14 billion rand towards the spectrum auction. And the conditions that were set before that auction did not emphatically state that there needs to be some contribution towards data costs. After we cross the Rubicon, it becomes very difficult for us to say to a person that has already paid a significant amount of money, whether it's significant or not is quite debatable because they've been making a lot of money with the services that they've been offering and rendering. Once we cross the Rubicon and we go to the other end, it becomes very difficult for us to come back and say, you know, we think that this is what you need to do and this is how we think you need to do it. I think as and when we walk this journey, in terms of the regulatory framework that is there, we need to be able to use it to become a bit more stringent in ensuring that data costs and generally the cost of accessing information in South Africa becomes lowered. And we do this by ensuring that telcos understand that because they operate in South Africa and they are part and parcel of the development trajectory, they too have a role to play and a contribution towards leveling the playing fields to ensure that nobody is excluded when we speak about access to information or data in different forms. In terms of organizational culture, having worked in the private sector, they used to say that strategy eats culture. Culture is strategy for breakfast, right? And what that says is that it doesn't matter how many policies you have in place that needs to govern an institution. If your culture is not right, if you've got a culture of not doing things right, if people are complacent, if people are missing deadlines and there are no accountability mechanisms, there's no framework that we have set in place to hold management accountable, there's nothing that is going to happen. We'll not be able to reach our key performance indicators. And I think there needs to be that culture shift. And I suspect that it's a similar challenge that we have in different government departments. So I'm not quite sure if it's a government thing, but we also experience it in different government departments where you've got people that are a bit complacent in terms of their service offering and how they do their work, their level of diligence in their output levels. And I think the experience that I would have honed as a member of different boards and governance institutions in South Africa, I think will be able to assist me to make a contribution towards having a culture shift within the organization. And also just to add that as much as ICASA is a regulator, it's also a governance structure. And there needs to be accountability frameworks. I mean, if the AG comes and says, these are the issues that you have, what is the governance structure doing to resolve the impending challenges that are there within the institution? And I think as a collective, should I be given the opportunity to serve in the regulator, we then need to start to be able to say, what are the accountability frameworks and mechanisms that we are putting in place to hold management account? We cannot have the same problems recurring all the time. We need to be able to say, even in our key performance indicators, this is the challenge that we would have identified, this is the turnaround time, and from there we're able to then put mechanisms in place to hold leaders of the institution accountable.
And then just my last one, just quickly, you spoke about artificial intelligence. We are very behind as South Africa in terms of research and policy development and regulations. Where do you see this being placed in terms of, you know, government departments or government entities to be able to drive both the research, both the policy development, and also the regulation?
With regards to research, I think institutions of higher learning are far more equipped to actually assist government. As parastatals, they're far more equipped to be able to assist government in terms of research that has been done in different sectors globally around how we can be able to ensure that we have legislations or regulations and policies that can be able to assist us to effectively regulate artificial intelligence. But I also just want to add that one thing that is always certain, as I would have said previously, is change. And the unfortunate part is that legislation will always follow trends. So legislation cannot preempt something that has not happened. We cannot regulate something that does not exist. The unfortunate part is that we need to first wait for an incident to happen, and we're able to assess this incident, and from there we're then able to say, having looked at artificial intelligence, its impact on society and how we do things, how then do we draft policy and regulation to be able to ensure that we're able to circumvent whatever challenges or shortfall that this artificial intelligence might present. But of course, I think higher education, together with different stakeholders that deal with all of these different environments, whether you're speaking about space, whether you're speaking about defense, I think all of them operate in different sectors and therefore need to be able to input on the regulation and the policy framework that should be looking into artificial intelligence and other technologies.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening, Ms. Mohale. My condolences to you.
Thank you.
And also, I'm the last panelist, I think, that's going to be interviewing you for today. And it's been a long day, but you've kept us awake. And you have, again, during the course of the day, we've been inspired by the wealth of young people in South Africa that give us hope. At 33, you can take comfort that you are one of the youngest of the 17 candidates that have been shortlisted out of 270 applications, and I think that's an amazing achievement for you. There's a phrase called leave no one behind. It's one of the 6 guiding principles. Now, my script has been used by all my predecessors. So I have decided to latch on to the script of leave no one behind. It's one of the 6 guiding principles of United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation, and it's a mantra that United Nations uses to represent a commitment to eradicate poverty, to reduce inequalities, and to end discrimination. And with that introduction, and I think we've spoken about all the emerging technologies, and all my colleagues have covered that. And leave no one behind means that we now need to spare thought for the poorest of the poor and those in the most rural of the rural areas, whose only access to technology, to modernization, is a post office, which is facing extinction, and which is regulated by ICASA, and also the very loyal terrestrial television set, which SABC is, which is ultimately the only source of information, education, and entertainment for our poorest of poor. So I don't want to leave anyone behind, no one behind in this interview. Similarly, SABC is facing serious consequences. My question to you is, are you aware, are you appraised about the challenges these 2 loyal entities face? What are the type of challenges they face? And what would be your input in terms of how can we resuscitate them?
Thank you very much. Allow me to start with the SABC. And I think being a young person, I would definitely say that, excuse me, growing up, SABC used to be the go-to place. And unfortunately, with emerging technology, you've got different offerings that are there in society, whether it's Netflix, whether it's YouTube. And I think the greatest challenge that the SABC faces, apart from the fact that South Africans, some of them don't pay their TV license and therefore impacting on the financial sustainability of the institution, it's about how we innovate this institution that is a public broadcaster. What is it that we can be able to do to ensure that it becomes more competitive? On the levels of Netflix, gone are the days where you've got the same repetitive programming on television, and that's why people opt for different things. People opt for podcasts. People opt for YouTube. People opt for things that they believe speak to them. And I think the SABC needs to rapidly transform to consider the advancements in technology, advancements in broadcasting, the different programming that is there from different service providers. And I think if we don't change how the SABC offers its programming, I think we might face an unfortunate situation where it becomes extinct because people no longer watch it. People in rural areas these days have got access to DSTV. Although they might not be able to pay for the full package, they pay for what it is that they can be able to afford because they would want to have access to different types of offerings, different types of programming. With the post office, The post office used to be one of the institutions that one would go to post a letter once upon a time, and your parents would send you to go and get a package. Statements are no longer sent via the post office. There's no one that is doing that anymore. It's either you download it on your application, you get it on your email, you can even get it on your SMS. Now, that function that the post office used to offer is no longer relevant to the current climate. Parcels are also as extinct in terms of going to a postal box and actually getting your parcel. We also need to innovate in terms of the post office offerings. Look at what different courier companies are doing. Look at what are the trends in terms of the postal service area and the environment that the post office operates in. And from there, be able to benchmark in terms of what is it that we can be able to do to repurpose the post office. The good thing about the post office is that where I come from in most of the areas is close to the police station. So we're able to look into that as a competitive advantage in terms of protection of whatever parcel it is that you are going to be able to get. How do we use the post office in the current climate to be able to ensure that it speaks to how people do business these days? Instead of us going to a physical box and standing in a long queue, how do we use the post office as an institution that already has got so much infrastructure across the country as a critical asset for us to be able to transform and turn it around? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Maybe let's close it off and exactly where you've just led off. Now, two hats I want you to put on. The first one, the regulatory hat. Based on all these challenges that you're raising about the post office and SABC, the mission of ICASA is to regulate in the public interest. So if you were a regulator, what do you think we possibly need in terms of regulation or even policy, maybe even legislation, to protect these institutions, given the challenges that you have already outlined? Then secondly, I would like you to put on your economist hat. Should you come into ICASA, what do you think are some of the economics policy things, you know, I don't know what, I don't know how to phrase it, but in terms of the economics driving, I think your regulation and so forth, what would you, you know, if you had to find a niche for yourself within the regulator based on that knowledge and you have acquired? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in terms of regulation and how we look at it, I think, so the regulation that is there has been there for over a decade and has not been amended. And I think because we live in a very, they call it a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, we need to be able to ensure that there's certain institutions that will change far much quicker than other institutions. Other institutions may take 100 years, others may take 50, but there are other institutions like broadcasting, because of the impact and influence of technology, they change quite rapidly. And there is a need for us to be able to look at how the regulation looks like. You know, how do we enable it to be able to become competitive in the current climate? And I think that's where I think we need to be able to look at in terms of the regulation. But also look at how you can ensure that there is some level of balance in terms of income generation. So you don't want to make public institution more private, that they no longer, you know, serve the public interest but private interest. You need to be able to make sure that there are viable business models that can be able to generate sustainable income for the institution so that they can be able to sustain themselves over longer periods of time. There is a need for them to be, of course, funded by the state, but there is a need for them as well to become a bit competitive. And when you become a bit competitive, you also become a bit more efficient. The unfortunate part is that when you know that there's always going to be a bailout from government in terms of your output and your efficiency, you become a bit lax and a bit left behind. So there is a need for us to ensure that the regulatory framework that we put in place enables us to have an agile institution, both the post office and of course the SABC, that can be able to respond to the current economic climate. In terms of the economics of things, I think it goes to the competition element of both of these institutions. One thing that we look into when you look at the economics of things is really what is your value proposition in society? When we look at you as the post office, when you look at you as the public broadcaster, what is it that you are giving to us that other institutions cannot be able to give to us? And therefore, we need to be able to enhance our value proposition so that we are able to build bankable institutions that can be able to attract investments and can also grow and, of course, contribute to the fiscus of South Africa.
Thank you, thank you. We are done.
Oh.
Not only are you relieved, we are relieved. It's been a long day.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, Karabo. And once again, to thank you for participating and also for your patience at the beginning of the process. Our intention is to, we refuse to be labeled as those cumbersome processes of parliament. So our intention is to ensure that at least by the time the House rises at the end of this year, we would have made a recommendation to, or tabled a recommendation to the National Assembly. Just some housekeeping issues. I need to ask you if you have anything to declare. This may be a conflict of interest or anything that, should we become aware of, we would have to reconsider any decision we would have taken about you.
I have nothing to declare, Chair.
Thank you very much. And then do you have any questions for us?
No, Chair, but just to appreciate the indulgence for moving my interview from tomorrow to today. I really appreciate the due consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, remember, you are the person who made us stay here until 8 o'clock. Lastly, how have you found the process? Has it been fair and transparent thus far?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ms. Mohale.
Thank you.